Councillors, the meeting is now resumed. Are there any apologies? No apologies? No apologies. Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Mr Chair, I move that the resolution of rates and charges, including all provisions and appendices as set out on pages 146 to 249, the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, comprising of the summary of recommendations, the statement of income and expenditure, the statement of income and expenditure, business and council providers, the statement of financial position, the statement of changes in equity, the statement of cash flows, the summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, the statement of financial ratios, the revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 49 to 76, and the schedule of fees and charges, the register of cost recovery fees and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer be noted for later debate and adoption.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the resolution of rates and charges, including all provisions and appendices, as set out on pages 146 to 249, to the budgeted financial statements as set out on pages 11 to 19, including A, summary of recommendations, B, statement of income and expenditure, C, statement of income and expenditure, businesses and council providers, D, statement of financial position, E, statement of changes in equity, F, statement of cash flows, G, summary of recommendations, long-term financial forecast, and H, statement of financial ratios. 3, revenue statement and revenue policy is set out on pages 49 to 76. 4, schedule of fees and charges for the register of cost recovery fees and associated delegations to the Chief Executive Officer be noted for later debate and adoption. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the presentation of various programs and businesses and council providers will be in accordance with section 74 of the Meetings Local Law 2001. I'd like to point out that I've approved the Chief Executive Officer's request for divisional managers and other relevant officers to be in the chamber whilst the program or business for which their particular unit of administration is responsible is being debated. I now call on Councillor Murphy to present the program Transport for Brisbane. Councillor Murphy.
Mr Chair, I move that for the Transport for Brisbane Program 1, that the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 20 for the years 2023 to 2024 through to 2026 to 2027, and secondly, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 83 to 87, and third, the allocations for the operations and project for the service 1.2.1.2 provide ferry services and maintenance for the year 2027 through to 2028 through to 2030 to 2031 as set out on page 77 so far as they relate to program 1 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Owen that the Transport for Brisbane Program 1, the program budgeted financial statement is set out on page 20 for the years 2023 to 2024 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan is set out on pages 83 to 87, and 3, the allocation for the operations and project for the service 1.2.1.2 provide ferry services and maintenance for the year 2027 to 28 through to 2030 to 31, as set out on page 77, as far as they relate to program 1, be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Chair, just before I commence speaking to the substantive motion, I took 2 questions on notice during the budget information sessions. Firstly, from Councillor Collier, she asked how much funding would be given to e-mobility operators and how much revenue council receives. I can confirm that no funding is given to e-mobility operators, and as I mentioned in the session, this revenue received by council is commercial in confidence. The contract containing council's revenue for the e-mobility contracts was taken to council on the 3rd of August 2021 as part of the May contracts and tendering report, and I'll table that now for her information. Secondly, Councillor Johnson asked how much funding we're allocated to the Adelaide Street Vision project, and I can confirm that the 2023-24 budget contains $15.9 million for the Adelaide Street Vision project under Service 1.2.5.1 Brisbane Metro. Chair, I rise to present the 2023-24 budget for Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. Chair, it was nearly 100 years ago that Brisbane City Council commenced its first bus service, which was Grange to William Street in the CBD. There was a real buzz around the town, as the Daily Mail describes in a 1925 article, with Brisbane making leaps and bounds economically and nearing a 250,000 population milestone. Doubters believed at the time that buses would not cater for the pace of change that was coming about in the city. A similar pace of change is happening in our city right now, Chair. Council's initial fleet in the 1920s consisted of just 11 buses, and we now have almost 1,300. Back then, it was Council who had the foresight to take the city through a period of enormous change. And once again, Chair, Brisbane is on the verge of something very special. The Schrinner Council is proud to be the ones ushering in the next chapter of transport in Brisbane. With Brisbane Metro, we'll continue our transport legacy and take it to the next level, once again quieting the doubters who lack the vision to take our city forward. With our Green Bridges program, we'll provide options for increasing the number of residents choosing to walk or ride, building a bridge that was envisaged back in the 1800s. We paved the way with our electric bus trials, and we'll do that again with our plans for a brand new electric ferry. We'll use innovative methods to expand our active transport infrastructure, connecting previous missing links and implementing separated bikeways. And so, Mr Chair, I'm proud to say that this budget represents a $875 million investment in our transport network. It's a budget that ensures we can connect Brisbane residents to the people and places they love today, while also keeping our sights firmly on the infrastructure and services we need into the future. Chair, in the coming year, we will continue to deliver high-quality public transport through our bus and ferry networks, and we'll make it easier to travel efficiently and safely around Brisbane. We are the largest public transport operator in the state and one of the largest in the country. And this budget reflects our ongoing commitment to providing safe, reliable and accessible travel options. Over $700 million will be invested in public transport infrastructure and services for our city in this budget. And of course, our signature project in this regard is Brisbane Metro, which will modernise our public transport system and dramatically increase the capacity of the busways. With Brisbane Metro, we'll be able to move an additional 30.4 million passengers on our busways every year, an increase of 30%. No other public transport project in the state comes close to providing a capacity increase of this size to their system. It is the most ambitious project ever undertaken by this council, but it is also our most important because population growth is coming whether we like it or not. This year's budget shows our continued progress on Brisbane Metro, with over 10 active construction sites now spread across the city. But the year ahead will be the biggest for Brisbane Metro, with completion of several project components, including the Metro Depot at Rochedale and the Cultural Centre Station at South Brisbane. We'll also start to see the first arrivals from the rest of our Brisbane Metro fleet following successful testing of the pilot Metro. And we'll finalise Brisbane's new bus network following a highly successful and internationally acclaimed consultation period in late 2023. Chair, this council significantly subsidises the cost of public transport for residents, well above that of any other council in the country. Bus patronage is now back to 85% of pre-COVID levels, and as our city continues to grow, demand for public transport services will only increase. So in the 2023 to 24 financial year, Council will subsidise public transport by $175 million. But we will grow this subsidy to almost $250 million, $250 million over the budget forward estimates. In a budget where cost of living has been front of mind, our contribution to public transport also ensures that residents can get where they need to go affordably. This budget again includes funding to make public transport travel free for seniors during the off-peak and includes operation of our personalised public transport service, as well as several free buses, the City Loop, the South Brisbane Loop and the Spring Hill Loop. We'll continue to fund our highly popular maroon and blue city gliders, and this budget also provides funding for the commencement of a new glider service, the Gold City Glider, between North Shore Hamilton and Wollongabba. Chair, almost $150 million has been allocated over the next 4 years for the purchase of zero-emissions buses for our fleet. We've been working behind the scenes with the state government for some time to finalise an agreement on zero-emissions buses. Although we are yet to receive funding or requirements from the state, this budget continues Council's strong commitment to decarbonising our bus fleet, a commitment that began all the way back in 2016 with Brisbane Metro and one that continues to this day. Chair, with the recovery of our ferry network now complete following the February 2022 floods, we've now returned to our program of new and upgraded ferry terminals. This financial year, another $35 million investment will see works completed on a new terminal at Dockside and works commence at Mowbray Park. Another $7 million will see 2 next-generation City Cats delivered for our city, City Cats 28 and 29, and they'll be built at Murarrie by Ozships. As the Lord Mayor announced last week, one of the most exciting new announcements in this budget is the EV Cat. We again have partnered with our ferry operator, River City Ferries, and our City Cat builder, Ozships, to design an electric ferry for the Brisbane River. The proposed 15-metre catamaran vessel is expected to carry more than 50 passengers and is specifically designed for service on the Brisbane River, primarily the Bulimba to Tenerife route. The vessel will be a first for Brisbane, designed in Brisbane to service Brisbane residents. Chair, we are dedicated to promoting active travel to transform Brisbane into a vibrant, healthy and environmentally friendly city. By enhancing the city's network of pathways and bikeways, we aim to provide convenient options for walking, cycling and e-mobility. We want people of all ages and all abilities to be able to move around our city safely and easily, no matter what mode they choose. This year, we are spending $167 million on active transport across Brisbane. The state government recently boasted about how it was spending $300 million across Queensland on active transport over the next 4 years. Yet our council will invest $323 million over the next 4 years just in Brisbane. A reminder that in the Labor years, this council spent a miserable $5 million annually on active transport. That's right, over the next 4 years, we will invest 27 times more on active transport than Labor ever did when they were in charge. This council is trying to change the way people move around our city, and we know that that requires a long and significant pipeline of investment to retrofit our existing network, and that's what this council will deliver. Part of this significant pipeline comes in the form of our Green Bridges program, which this year will spend $125 million on as we continue construction of the Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek Green Bridges. This year saw the first of many steel bridge spans installed at the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, which will eventually measure 470 metres from the City Botanic Gardens to Thornton Street. It is set to become an iconic destination with Overwater Restaurant and Riverside Cafe tenders now secured. It will provide one of the most unique dining experiences in the city. And not only will it be iconic, Mr Chair, but it will also become a source of time saving for residents and visitors travelling from the CBD to Kangaroo Point. Up to 30 minutes of time will be saved when walking and up to 8 minutes when riding, which is a massive time saving that only the Schrinner Council will deliver. And as I mentioned the other week, Chair, the revenue from the restaurant will make this a bridge that pays for its own maintenance. Heading north, the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge began construction in mid-2022 along with the Loris Bonnie Riverwalk extension. Construction to date has seen significant progress in both the land and marine work sites, as well as off-site manufacturing facilities where the bridge's arch is being fabricated. Now more than 50% complete, work is shifting to the Riverwalk, where deck works and concreting are underway for completion in 2024. The bridge will provide more opportunities for residents who are wanting to walk or ride around our city and will activate an underutilised part of the Brisbane River and create up to 140 jobs while under construction. In addition to our Green Bridges program, we're also expanding the city's active transport network. The Active Transport Infrastructure Fund will improve safety and parking on our network, as well as building projects like Bill Brown Reserve Shared Pathway, Yockham Street Shared Pathway, Wolverhampton Street Bridge and separated cycle lanes on Junction Road in Morningside, to name a few. It also includes funding to design CityLink Cycleway Stage 5, funding to restart the North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5 project with a new community consultation, and design money for a bikeway connection on Preble Street underneath the Gateway Motorway to Bulimba Creek Bikeway in Rochdale. It's all part of this administration's commitment to providing safe and efficient paths for those who are walking and riding. Chair, one of the most significant changes to transport in Brisbane has been the exponential growth of e-mobility since the Lord Mayor introduced e-scooters to Brisbane in 2018. This year, Council surpassed 10 million e-mobility trips since the scheme began, with monthly ridership now reaching 300,000 trips and expected to continue growing. With nearly 4,000 devices across Brisbane, Council will continue its expansion of the scheme into the suburbs as more and more residents and visitors choose e-mobility to move around our city. Mr Chair, there are now 269 days until the next council election, and by now we should have been able to see Labor's plan for anything in Brisbane. But with no Lord Mayoral candidate and only a handful of Northside candidates to date, instead, all we get are baseless, misinformed attacks and negativity. They have no plans for the future growth of our bus network. They have no plans for decarbonising our public transport fleet. They have no plans for major active transport infrastructure like the Green Bridges program or any bikeway connections. But not to worry, they do have a so-called mobility plan, and it looks an awful lot like the Schrinner Council's Walkable Brisbane strategy, with none of the detail and with a measly commitment of $25 million. That's only $16 million less than this team will spend on footpaths this year alone, and only $142 million less than what we'll spend on active transport altogether this year alone. So in the absence of a plan, Mr Chair, let me foreshadow what we will hear from the Leader of the Opposition throughout this debate. He'll say that the cost of Brisbane Metro has blown out over $1 billion to $2.2 billion. Never mind that these claims are based on made-up numbers with no substance. He'll say bus services have been cut in the suburbs, despite this administration making the biggest ever investment in bus services and public transport, and despite not being able to find a single bus user who has had their service cut. They'll say we're delivering no new buses, knowing full well that we are awaiting clarity and funding from the state government, not to mention the fact that 36 new metros will be delivered by the end of 2024. They'll say we're not spending enough on active transport, and at the same time they'll say we're spending too much on green bridges, some of the most critical active transport infrastructure to ever be delivered by this council. They'll say this budget only funds construction of 16 new footpaths, even though this budget contains a record $41 million for footpaths. And as we know from Councillor Cunningham last week, Labor councils have a particularly embarrassing record when it comes to funding footpaths in their own wards, if they do at all, Mr Chair. Brisbane residents deserve better, Mr Chair. They deserve real leadership, real vision and real outcomes. So in March next year, I know Brisbane residents will stick with the leadership of Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner and this administration. We'll continue to deliver the core transport services that Brisbane residents need and love, while also making changes for the future, embracing emerging technologies to cater for growth and keeping our city clean and green. There's been a lot of talk about balance in this budget, Mr Chair, and Program 1 is no exception. It's only the Schrinner Council who can balance a proud record of delivering for Brisbane residents in the past, and one that has the experience and energy needed to prepare Brisbane for its future. Before I finish, Mr Chair, compiling the Program 1 budget is a big and complex task, and many people have worked hard to achieve the outcomes I spoke about today. I'd like to thank, in particular, the council officers. My thanks go to Samantha Abadira, the Transport for Brisbane head, Kristen Booth, who's acting as the Brisbane Infrastructure head, and their budget teams, especially Tanya Orr, Adelaide Anderson, Sue Phillips and James Ashley. I'd also like to thank the Finance Chair and her team in Corporate Finance for their assistance, as well as all of the PLOs and the Lord Mayor's office. This has been a massive budget, but a budget that sets us up for the very proud future that Brisbane is about to inherit. I commend Program 1 to the Chamber.
Further debate. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on Program 1 this year. And Councillor Murphy was doing so well and just talking about the budget and supposedly what was the LNP's plans going forward until the end. Then he got lost in his way and went back to obsessing over Labor, which speaks volumes about where their worries are, where the LNP's worries are. But the LNP certainly, and that was a good example of the delirium that the LNP have now entered into, Chair. They have a total lack of awareness of their surroundings these days, and their perception of what is important is way off. Just ahead of this year's budget, and we heard Councillor Murphy talk a little bit about this, he launched the Walkable Brisbane strategy. He said that was aimed at enhancing the experience of walking in the city for residents and visitors. There's the key line, that opening sentence of Councillor Murphy's, and it's in the city. He went on to say that the strategy called for the retrofitting of shade, a more inclusive process for footpath construction, but not more funding. Not more funding for footpath construction, but a more inclusive process, he said. Speed limits for shared paths and planting more trees. The strategy was very light on when it came to commitments to actually delivering a more walkable Brisbane, though. Councillor Murphy did say at the time when we questioned him that he said you just have to wait and see what the Lord Mayor has in store in his budget. He said that there would be a nice little surprise for Brisbane residents in the budget when it came to footpaths. So we waited. We waited weeks. We waited weeks for absolutely nothing. In fact, there are less footpaths being delivered in the capital budget than there were last year, just 16.
That's the surprise.
And that's the surprise. It was a bad surprise, but it was a surprise. The Safer Paths to Seniors program has been cut entirely as well. And that's seriously bad news for Brisbane residents. Brisbane is a city of 190 suburbs. Between them, there are 6,000 streets without a footpath on them. Across those 190 suburbs, there are over 2,200 broken and dangerous footpaths, with just 24 of those with an expected completion date for a fix attached to them. So we know what happens when council stops doing its job properly. We can see the devastating results firsthand. I know that the elderly lady who tripped and fell on Lascelles Street in Brighton, who cracked her cheekbone, damaged her teeth and then felt worried about leaving the house ever again, would have liked the LNP to focus more on basic footpath repairs. And by the way, after that fall, 50 separate locations on Lascelles Street had to be made safe. That's of course still awaiting a reconstruction. I know the family of Maisie O'Connor, who tripped on a council footpath and died as a result of those injuries, would have loved to see more funding for basic repairs from the Lord Mayor. The day after Maisie passed away on that section of footpath, that was replaced. So you can release all the glossy strategies you like, Councillor Murphy, but you actually need to get on with the job. We wanted to see extra funding for the Walkable Brisbane strategy flow to the suburbs of Brisbane, but alas, the only money attached to that strategy in this year's budget was for the inner city again. Councillor Murphy confirmed in the information session that the only funding associated with the strategy was for shade over the Victoria Bridge. That's it. So this is after years also on that. This is after years of the LNP saying they couldn't deliver shade over the Victoria Bridge because it was all too hard. Yeah. Sounds a lot like bus driver barriers to me. Yeah. So after much fanfare, there you have it. The Walkable Brisbane strategy consists this year of shade on the Victoria Bridge. A noble addition to that, but not very ambitious, if you ask me. Labor's plan for a genuinely walkable Brisbane is a bold plan that will see more suburban walking and cycling infrastructure built than the LNP. Councillor Cunningham suggested, with our plan to build more footpaths in the suburbs, Councillor Cunningham suggested the other day that you'd have to come in and cut down every single tree when you built footpaths. Maybe that's the LNP way, I'm not sure. Maybe that's what Councillor Cunningham does in her ward. She directs council to cut down all the trees when she's building footpaths. It's not what happens in my ward. You go for a drive down to Gillies Street, Zilmere, a street that's been, people on that street have waited 50 years to see a footpath built. We delivered one of them under CEF this year, and it goes around and through the trees. An amazingly shaded walk through there. What an amazing concept! What an amazing concept. Unlike out in the Cullenvale ward, I think last year the entire SCEF budget was expended on a car park. No footpaths built out there. So the LNP are just small-minded people, Chair. They've degenerated into simple name-calling now. I guess their strategy of the big thinkers that the Lord Mayor's now stacking his office out with, just think if you just, name call, that'll get you over the line. Cycling infrastructure doesn't fare much better under the LNP either. There are a few projects, mostly marginal LNP wards, funded this year under the Active Transport Fund, but an interesting thing happens in the forward estimates. That funding disappears altogether. It's just gone. It's just gone. And Councillor Murphy's explanation was that, it's interesting, future projects would simply be based on election commitments. That's what he said. That's why there's no funding attached, because it's not based on planning, it's not based on preparation, it's not based on a priority list the council keeps anywhere, apparently, under the LNP. So that does confirm that they have an obsession with politics over policy, particularly when it comes to active transport. The North Brisbane bikeway is to be consulted on again, we're told, at a cost of hundreds of thousands of dollars, but we'll have to wait and see what election commitments roll out from the LNP if they are actually committed to the North Brisbane bikeway. They've been very careful to only fund consultation this year, not a commitment to actually build it. We know that Councillor Murphy is committed to spending bikeway funding on restaurants. He's confirmed that again today. The restaurant and cafe on the Kangaroo Point Bridge is a key part of the active transport plans of this LNP council. Councillor Murphy spent 5 minutes on the steak, the seafood and the picnic boxes that he and his LNP colleagues were extremely excited about in the information sessions, but it did just take him 5 seconds to confirm that no new zebra crossings were being built this year as part of the Walkable Brisbane strategy. Not one. So talk about priorities. So in a triumph of spin over substance, we've seen the LNP parade around a cardboard cutout of a ferry in the community that they actually cut a real ferry service from recently. There's still an absolute joke. There's still no resolution to the $4 million dispute with Transdev on the Rotten Cross River ferries. And just like everything else, they'll turn up for a photo op, but they won't do the hard work. Now, the LNP's magic pudding, the Metro, is supposed to be the answer to all of Brisbane's congestion problems if you listen to the LNP. That's if you listen to what they say instead of looking at what they actually do in terms of public transport. But I will believe that pigs can fly before I believe that a turn-up-and-go Metro service can operate not just along Brisbane's busway network, but all the way to the airport, Chermside, Carindale and south beyond 8 Mile Plains, as according to Councillor Murphy and the Lord Mayor, with just the 60 Metro buses ordered from Switzerland. So we now know that at its opening, the Metro is only going to have 36 of those buses delivered in time for an extremely soft opening in late 2024, which is obviously, as we now know, 12 months later than expected. So there is no wonder, Chair, that on so many measures, Brisbane is the most congested city in Australia now. The only plan the LNP have for public transport now in Brisbane is those Metro buses, all 60 of them eventually down the track. For another year, we now have 0 buses being built for suburban routes. There are 24 buses being retired this year, which now means Brisbane's suburban bus fleet is shrinking. Services are disappearing, residents are being left stranded, and often stranded without adequate bus stops, like residents in Pallara for way too long. Residents in my ward had to wait for over 7 years for a new stop to be built so the 3:30 bus service could actually stop and collect people safely. A decade ago, Brisbane's buses carried 80 million passengers. 80 million passengers a decade ago. Today that's down to just 60 million passengers, and in that time Brisbane's population has grown by over 400,000 people. So where is the plan to get Brisbane moving again? I think the LNP are just hoping no one notices they actually don't really have a comprehensive plan. Bus drivers are on the front line every day. They interact with more people than just about any other council employee, but for too long they weren't valued highly enough by the LNP to have proper barriers to keep them safe. The state government funding is rolling out to fit barriers, but where is council's commitment to its own employees? Where is council's funding? The whole saga of the bus driver barriers speaks volumes about the LNP's commitment. So under the LNP, we have an unwalkable Brisbane, we have congested suburbs, we have less ferries, less ferry services, less buses, less bus services. Under the LNP, Brisbane's cycling strategy is a restaurant with a bridge under it. Under the LNP, rates are up, suburban investment is down to fund metro blowouts.
Councillor Cassidy, your
time is up for the LNP.
Your time has expired. Further speakers. Councillor Atwood.
Thank you, Chair. Today I rise to speak about Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. As we heard from Councillor Murphy, we are investing record amounts because we see the benefits. We see the need. We're not just doing it for its feel-good ideologies. We see it as a necessity and we are putting our money where our mouth is. As the Lord Mayor said in his budget speech last week, we are investing $250 million more over the next 4 years, just here in Brisbane alone, than the state government is right across our state. That is phenomenal and I'm proud to be a part of this team. When I think about a world-class city, I think about cities such as London, Singapore, Vancouver, Tokyo and San Francisco. And of course our incredible city, and also the Times magazine recognised that as well. But what do all of these cities have in common? They're incredible public transport options. In Singapore, 58% of trips in the city are caught via public transport. In Vancouver, it's 50%.
Councillors, please take conversations outside if you do want to talk while there's a speaker.
In London, it's 63%, and in Tokyo, it is a whopping 70%. While many of us have been to LA and enjoyed our visit, one thing that incredibly frustrated me was the horrible public transport options. And when catching a bus or a train, we may have felt scared for our lives. With only 5% of residents in the Greater LA catching public transport, their city is at a gridlock every single day. When researching the best way to get around LA, time and time again, I read the best way to get around LA was via a car. Los Angeles is so spread out across 500 square miles, and while there is public transport options, its routes are limited compared to those found in other major cities. So, according to a local website, it said the best way to get around is via renting a car. There's a dozen rental agencies at Los Angeles Airport. Well, Mr Chair, on this side of the chamber, we recognise the need for good public transport so our residents and visitors can get across our city. The exact same website I found about Los Angeles, it's called travel.us, travel.us News, said the following about Brisbane. The best way to get around Brisbane is via public transport. Thanks to the combination of buses, ferries, trams and trains operated by TransLink, well, this is their website. The district and outer suburbs are easy to reach. You can even take a train from the Brisbane Airport to its central businesses district via the city's air train system. The airport is located about 11 miles northeast from downtown area, or rely on your own 2 feet to get around the city. Brisbane's compact size lends itself to biking and walking, especially along the many paths following the river's winding curves. Only renting a car if you plan to drive to Brisbane's outer regions like Moreton Bay or Redlands, and you won't need your own set of wheels as the city has a reliable public transport system. And US Travel, you're not wrong. In this year's budget, we have delivered even more to improving our city. We're investing more into our bus network, we're investing more into our bikeways, we're investing more into active school travel and more into our city cats and other public transport means. And we do all of this to provide options. But we acknowledge that our car trips are one of the highest carbon emissions from each household. Car travel accounts for around 11% of average residents' emissions. So we want to encourage residents to try and swap a car trip for alternative methods, such as walking to school, catching a bus or riding your bike. Avoiding car travel is one of the best ways we as a city can reduce emissions. Plus, we all know it leads to less congestion on our roads. On this side of the chamber, we will always keep investing in our public transport while sticking to our core value of delivering a balanced budget that delivers for the people of Brisbane. One that delivers core public transport infrastructure and looks for new and exciting opportunities, such as our e-bikes, the EV Cat and our double-decker City Cats with shade sails. Where else in the world do we have these opportunities like we do right here in our own Brisbane backyard? We are leading the charge, and other cities have been looking to us as examples, with our scooters now being rolled out across other major cities and Vancouver looking at our metro model. Councillor Murphy, you are constantly thinking outside of the box and pushing our city to try new and exciting opportunities, and our city is lucky to have you leading the charge and delivering these opportunities for the residents of Brisbane. Now, out in the Doughboy ward, this past financial year we saw an extension to the Menippi Bikeway from Wynnum Road to Creek Road. This bikeway is a huge win for my local residents, and it is so busy and always really well used. Previously, locals to access the new golf course, the Menippi Bikeway and the Murray Recreation Reserve had to navigate some extremely busy entranceways in and out of the Cannon Hill Shopping Centre. So this upgrade was warmly welcome, and it is so well used. In this year's budget, we're continuing that by upgrading footpaths around the area, along Wynnum Road, Creek Road and around the Menippi Lake. This is a huge investment for our local park run, and every resident that uses it, it's always so busy and popular, and was really warmly welcomed by Michael, the park run president. He was so excited to hear that we're continuing the works down there. So thank you, Lord Mayor, for investing in Doughboy Ward. I know my residents are excited and grateful for all of these opportunities happening in the eastern suburbs of Brisbane. I commend Program 1 to the chamber.
Further speakers?
Thanks,
Councillor Collier.
Chair. Well, I guess, you know, this budget is all about priorities, and honestly I'm a little bit shocked and confused after hearing the last couple of speakers, because, you know, we can start with them. So, you know, Councillor Murphy's, I guess, big audition, you know, we all know that he wants the Lord Mayor's job. It's pretty uninspiring, and I think, yeah, I think he's got some competition. You know, I really do commend Councillor Cunningham's upcoming work around the short stay accommodation. So, you know, maybe something going on there between Councillor Murphy, Councillor Cunningham. But what we do know is that we do have a vote for Lord Mayor
Councillor Collier, can I bring you back to the debate on this program, please?
After listening to Councillor Atwood's speech, we do know that's one vote for future Lord Mayor Murphy in his corner. Okay, well, on this program, we can talk about having a vision. We can talk about having a vision for this city. We can talk about having hopes and dreams and aspirations. And I guess on the LNP side, we, you know, like to spend 5 minutes talking about not Brisbane, but LA. LA, you know, that's apparently the top priority of the LNP. But we know that the LNP only have one idea, and that's Metro. Councillor Murphy talked a bit about what the vision, you know, 100 years ago, what the bus network looked like. And I think that when we look back in 100 years' time on what's happening now, we will all acknowledge the massive public policy failures of this LNP administration, the failures to invest in accessible public transport. They're putting all their eggs in the Metro basket, really. They're not investing in public transport in the suburbs. You know, they don't listen to the commuters who live in Norman Park, in Morningside, out to the Bayside as well. They laugh at them. They say there's no issue. I genuinely, a few councillors have pointed out that this is my first budget, and they sort of do it in a condescending way that I have no idea what I'm talking about. Because, yeah, it is entitled. But what I will say is that I come in here representing my community and the people of Brisbane. I'm not here to defend the poor public policy decisions of this administration. So you might laugh, the other side might laugh, this LNP administration might laugh and say, oh, well, no one cares. No one cares. They're making it up. That's not true. The people of Brisbane are coming into my office every single day raising these issues. Every single day. And Labor's commitment is that we will actually listen to them. Residents need to know that they're getting value for their money. We know that getting people back on public transport post-COVID is a challenge, and on this side of the chamber, we truly believe that council needs to do as much as humanly possible to make public transport as accessible as possible. So to the LNP, that looks like putting billions and billions of dollars into the metro. Well, why is it that the LNP think that close to $1 billion of cost blowouts is good value for ratepayers' money? In my community, it takes over 45 minutes to get into town on a normal work day. Is the solution the metro? Absolutely not. Families across Brisbane are doing it tough. They laugh, they mock us on this side of the chamber when we ask genuine, real questions about where their money is going. Where is it going? It's going to billions of dollars of cost blowouts, and that, to me, is disgraceful. Our public transport system and its workforce is something that absolutely should be highly valued by council as an organisation. It's not something that's nice to have. In Brisbane, it is an essential way to get around our beautiful city. And on that, employees deserve good paying conditions. That includes facilities for bus drivers. That includes and also I will place on the record my absolute thanks and gratitude for their work to keep our city moving. You are absolutely valued by Labor. We absolutely listen to you. That's to every person who works in our transport system. It is genuinely astonishing to hear Councillor Murphy double down time and time again. Oh, bus drivers don't want full barriers. Well, now that the state's paying, really funny that he's changed his sort of mood on that. Really funny, isn't it? It's not a joke, Councillor Murphy. And on the topic of jokes, I just want to revisit again the Norman Park ferry. Yep, he's laughing again. There he goes again. Councillor Murphy laughing in the face of Norman Park residents. Again, there's no funding in this year's budget for a Norman Park ferry service. There's no funding in this year's budget for a terminal upgrade. What a joke. It's all on the metro. Absolutely right. And Councillor Murphy, you are the person who is responsible for overseeing the delivery of public transport in our communities. Last time I raised this issue, you said no one cares. Today, through you, Chair, Councillor Murphy says it's a joke. Over 600 people signed this petition. 600 local residents in Norman Park signed a petition to bring back a ferry service. Hundreds of residents turned up to that community meeting at the Norman Park Bowls Club. Was the Lord Mayor there? He was invited. No, didn't turn up. Was Councillor Murphy there? He was invited. Did he turn up? No. I know this because I was there and I talk to these residents. I talk to these residents all the time. And let me assure you, Councillor Murphy, they want a service back. I just also wanted to talk about the petition I raised. So in the response to the petition back in the day, it said, while Council will not be reinstating the Norman Park ferry service, Council has committed to meeting with local residents in early 2021 to discuss the long-term future of the site. Consultation with the community will enable the development of a positive outcome going forward that considers the parkland and the heritage of this site. Well, I drove past it today, can I just say, still boarded up. So to the LNP, is that a positive outcome for the future of this site? It is years later and still no action, still no meeting with the residents. It's disgraceful. Just more lies from this administration. If you were actually genuine, Councillor Murphy, about getting people onto public transport, you would have the spine to go and meet with these residents and work with them on a solution. Just have a conversation with them. They're pretty reasonable. Okay, now on to green bridges. Well, yep, it's always good to hear the LNP talking up their massive green bridge program. Again, nothing for my community. People want it, they raise it every single day with me. And you know, I guess at the end of the day, when we're talking about getting people onto public transport, getting people onto active transport, they need the infrastructure to support it. Residents in my community, they absolutely want to do this, but they can't because there's no green bridge east of the Story Bridge for residents in my community. And it was genuinely, I would say, funny. Residents contacted me on the weekend. They were really dismayed to see Councillor Murphy turn up in my ward, in my community, posing for a photo with a cardboard cutout of a ferry. He literally cut a ferry service and replaced it with a cardboard cutout. That is the message.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Okay. Well, I mean, you were seen there. So anyways, I don't know how that's misrepresentation. I honestly, maybe he wasn't there.
Cardboard cut out of him.
Yeah, it could have been a cardboard cut of him. I don't know. And on the topic, I guess, I hear they make EV cats in China. So given Councillor Murphy's track record, I genuinely, sincerely hope that this isn't a stealthy move to offshore more manufacturing. You know, sorry, I'm just still stuck on the point of misrepresentation. I did tweet Councillor Murphy and ask him to post the photo of him posing with the cardboard cutout, but he hasn't done that yet, so maybe, I don't know. Anyways, on active transport, there's a small sum of funding for Junction Road for segregated bicycle lanes, and, you know, that's a good start, I guess, but at the end of the day, we do need to be listening to local bicycle users. There are so many missing links, not just in my community, but right across the city, you know, Lytton Road. And again, you think we make this up. You think that we just say this for the sake of it. These are people coming to us. We represent the community. We do not do a protection racket against an out-of-touch LNP administration. We are on the community side. I honestly don't know how Councillor Murphy and this, and I honestly don't know what Councillor Murphy and this administration stand for, because they carry on, no one cares, it's a joke, like mocking us. They're mocking the residents of Brisbane. There's no genuine action on addressing traffic congestion and getting people onto public transport aside from the bendy bus in the city.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Collier claimed that I had a cardboard cutout ferry the other day in her ward. It was actually 3D printed ferry. So.
Thank you. Councillor Huang. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Huang, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that the councillors in this chamber give respect to the people who's got the floor. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, I rise to speak on Programme 1 of the 2023-2024 Brisbane Council Budget on Transport for Brisbane. Actually, it was fascinating to hear from Councillor Collier. I think she looks like a better candidate for Labour Lord Mayor candidate than Councillor Cassidy. Yeah, she probably is more fascinating and presentable and funnier in that way. I think she'll attract better
Councillor
attention.
Johnston, you are on a warning.
Yes, and also I'm sure she'll be the union's pick for this job rather than Councillor Cassidy. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, the Brisbane Council is committed and continue to grow Brisbane's transport network and services to future-proof the growth of our city. Use of public transport reduces road congestion, contributes to the city's environmental goals, and makes travel around Brisbane more convenient and enjoyable. Mr. Chair, Council, as the most significant public transport provider in Southeast Queensland, will continue to invest in our buses and ferry fleets to cater for the growth, connecting people to employment, services, and recreation activities in our city. The Brisbane Council continues to make Brisbane's public transport network frequent, reliable, and safe, as well as enhancing our vision for sustainable, livable, and prosperous city. In this year's budget, there are a number of public transport services and initiatives is to transform from conventional energy source to sustainable sources. Mr. Chair, let me start with the EV cat. It is one of my favorite, even I don't have ferry services in my ward. Council will be partnering with the ferry operator, River City Ferries, to undertake the trial of the first electric passenger ferry on the Brisbane River. Once constructed, it is envisaged the electric ferry will be trialed on a cross-river service. The vessel will be designed specifically for service on the Brisbane River and will be locally built. The Brisbane Council is committed to cleaner, greener, and more sustainable public transport. We led the way with Brisbane Metro and our trial of electric buses. With over 2.5 million trips taken on a City Cat or Kitty Cat, this financial year, we know it isn't only Brisbane locals who love to catch a city cat or ferry, but it is also a top attraction for visitors. And with the 2032 Olympics and Paralympic Games on the horizon, we need to start considering ways to make our fleet more sustainable for everyone who travels in our city. The first step is to undertake a feasibility study. We are partnering with our ferry operator, River City Ferries, and local shipbuilder, All Ships, to undertake the study and hopefully eventually the trial of the first electric passenger ferry on the Brisbane River. And if successful, Council will progress commencement of construction and trials of the vessel. The proposed vessel is a 15-meter catamaran with indoor and outdoor seating for 58 passengers, including 10 priority seats, as well as additional standing room for up to 22 and 4 wheelchair spaces. The proposed vessel has been designed specifically for service on the Brisbane River as a cross-river operation, but will have secondary use as a city hopper. The detailed feasibility study will include a detailed due diligence, risk assessment, safety and analysis, and engineering feasibility report into the trial and testing of an e-ferry and confirm final project budget costings as a precursor to construction of the vessel. So even, Mr. Chair, even McGregor Ward is nowhere near the river, and I don't particularly envy the waterfront lifestyle, but I'm still looking forward to seeing the delivery of this service and its role in providing our city a choice of public transport using sustainable energy source. And Mr. Chair, how can I speak on transport for Brisbane without mentioning Brisbane Metro? The award-winning Brisbane Metro is Council's most critical project, a project that is going to revolutionize our city's transport network. The 21-kilometer service will connect 18 stations along dedicated busways between Amal Plains and Roma Street and the Royal Brisbane Women's Hospital and UQ. A 19th station, Wollongabba, is currently being developed as part of the Southeast Queensland City deal. Metro will introduce a fleet of 60 high-capacity electric Brisbane Metro vehicles, and Brisbane Metro vehicles will integrate seamlessly into busway operations and share the busway with existing bus services as part of a better planned network. Brisbane Metro will increase the capacity of the busway by about 30%, allowing us to move an extra 30.4 million passengers every year. Rather than hundreds of buses traveling to the city, many services will be linked with high-capacity and high-frequency metro services running along dedicated busways, including 24 hours a day over the weekend. Brisbane Metro will be a key part of Brisbane's greater transport network and link the city to the suburbs, with easy links between metro, bus, and train services. Subject to approvals, the first fully electric high-capacity metro vehicles will commence operation from 2024. And there are a number of metro infrastructures will have achieved in 2022 and 2023. Those include Adelaide Street Tunnel portal construction, piling works, preparation activities, and tunnel mining works. It has established a new work site at North Quay with construction and substation works for the Adelaide Street Tunnel. And also Cultural Centre station upgrade works commenced with the establishment of temporary platforms. And South Brisbane Urban Roam active transport and public transport upgrades continued. And also we have implemented the free South Brisbane bus loop to offset construction impacts in South Brisbane. We have also commenced of piling works and other construction activities at King George Square Station. So whenever we come to City Hall meeting, you see those construction sites. Construction at Countess Street, Ernest Roundabout, as well as UQ Lakes and Dutton Park for the infrastructure, and charging equipment infrastructure works is also in progress. A major construction commenced for Burenda Busway Station upgrade is also underway. And design development and survey works at Griffith University bus layover, as well as investigation and planning assessment at Princess Alexandra Hospital Station bus layover is also underway. And of course, how can I mention Metro without mentioning the Metro depot in Rochdale? We have completed of bulk earthworks with the commencement of building structural works and installation of in-ground services in the Rochdale Metro Depot. And we have also completed of construction of a new busway access roads, and I look forward to see it's in operation. And we have also commenced of internal building work for the administration building metro vehicle. I was there a couple of weeks ago, had a site visit, and it looks amazing. And also, there are lots of facilities, not only for the metro fleet itself, but also for the drivers who are going to use it. And also the pilot metro testing and the commissioning program continue with the service reliability testing activities is also undertaken along the busway. So far, we're going to deliver in 2023-24. There will be a completion of the cultural center station upgrade, and also South Brisbane Urban Roam active transport and public transport upgrades will be completed as well. And Counter Street, Ernest Roundabout, as well as UQ Lakes and Darton Park infrastructure works and charging equipment will be completed and ready for use. And also at Griffith University Station is also going to complete. And I think that's probably just outside my ward, but I also look forward to see that. And also commencement of King George Square Station breakthrough works to connect to Adelaide Street Tunnel and installment of new platforms, screen doors will happen, and we'll see that very soon. So Brisbane Metro Depot will continue to deliver in-ground services works and also the charging equipment installations and also testing and commissioning. And we will also continue to deliver building and structural works, including fit-out works in Metro Depot. And we'll also continue works on School Road, including construction of a new roundabout, which will connect Rochdale Bus Depot to Emerald Plains Metro Station. And also completion of infrastructure and other building works, as well as landscaping and finishing works, will make the new Rochdale Metro Depot not only a depot for Brisbane Metro, but also it is going to be have enormous education values for kids and also everyone from the surrounding area. And I look forward to see the metro vehicles to be applied on the new metro station and also on the new busway.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, where to begin, hey? Where do we start? Where do we start about Program 1? I might start at Green Bridges, which was actually a 2016 Greens initiative. That should be the first clue about how unimaginative this council is since they announced it.
Councillors, order, please. Allow the speaker to be heard in silence.
Since the Lord Mayor's announcement of in 2019 of 5 Green Bridges, yeah, as the jewel in sustainability for the city to make it cleaner and greener. Where are we? I mean, we don't have one single bridge delivered. Pretty immediately, the 5 bridges became 4. And now we have 2 bridges that are being built. We understand the floods that have happened, totally understand, get that, right? But even, and let it be noted, in 2019, the Lord Mayor stated that 2/3 of these bridges would be built through council budget. Okay? And yet we look into this budget and we can clearly see there are no plans for any other bridges. The Toowong West End Bridge. Cut. The St. Lucia West End Bridge. Cut. Here we are in this budget. We can see it. You know, in estimates, we are waiting for the Federal Australia Fund to give more money, but we can see it right here because the Lord Mayor stated 2/3 of the bridges, there ain't, I'm gonna say ain't. There ain't no budget for green bridges, future green bridges for this city. Right? The jewel, what would turn the city into a sustainable city, promote active transport, completely gone. More than 50% of it, completely gone. And you know, it's no wonder why when we've got such a major blowout on the metro, I guess. Yep. You know, where is the money going? It's all going to the metro. So this, clearly here, is an administration that makes these huge promises that doesn't deliver on ideas that were actually other parties. Interesting, that. We talk about the active transport network, right? We talk about cycling. I mean, across the city, there are missing links. Missing links in my own ward, you know, separated bikeways down Vulture Street, which is a dangerous route that holds, huh? What's that? Yeah, what's a separated bikeway? Yeah. Which is a dangerous route that holds lots of traffic. You know, the River Luke and Dornock Terrace, separated bikeways on Stanley, Ipswich Road to Wellington. You know, but these are just in my ward. Across this city, there are missing links. And not only missing links within really important transportation corridors, but as we talk, as I heard about, talking about, you know, what an amazing place Brisbane is with all these walkable and cyclable areas, but there's missing links across all the river walks. Missing links all across the river walks that aren't even highlighted in this budget. You know, from Kangaroo Point to Marlborough Park, where's that link? You know, even if we go across the city, Tenerife to Newstead, where's that link? I want to then talk about ferries. It's wonderful that the Dockside Ferry is finally getting upgraded. Finally. Of course, there's no confirmation if it will be a ferry that will have city cats on it, right? Interestingly enough, if you go between New Farm and St. Lucia, how many ferry stops do you think there are on the north side of the river? How many on the south? Well, there's 7. There's 7 on the north side of the river in that stretch, and there are 3 city cat stops on the south side in that same distance. Right? Completely limiting an active movement of Kangaroo Point, Kurilpa Point, and West End residents to go across the river, completely limiting to help them, remembering that we are constantly hearing how Kurilpa is the most connected public transport and active transport area. That's why we are going with a TLIP. Sorry, apologies. TLPI, my apologies. And it just keeps going. And I'm going to highlight something here really important, because I think sometimes this LNP administration thinks that, you know, new councillors come in, yeah, my first budget, that will forget stuff. So the Victoria Street City Cat Terminal was identified as a crucial piece of transport infrastructure in the South Brisbane Riverside Neighbourhood Plan, which came into effect in April 2011. Note, this was after the 2011 floods. This is the same neighbourhood plan back then that upzoned much of the West End Peninsula for high-density development and accelerated a flurry of apartment constructions all along Montague Road. Residents who bought this plan, who were told there would be a ferry, they were told by developers, it was in the infrastructure plan of this council, they said it was coming soon, and now it's 2023 and it's completely disappeared, nowhere to be found. The nearest City Cat terminals to Victoria Street for the West End residents are across the river, interestingly enough. Nowhere to be found in this high-density neighbourhood that's supposed to be incredibly well-connected, and that's about to go through a new, if the state government approves, if zoning development. So here we are, no delivery of the green bridges, no delivery of promises from the past, no delivery of active bikeways that would actually, real investment that would transform the city into active and public transport users. Instead, here we are with everything in the metro. You know, any sort of consultation, stage 5, bikeway, really careful stuff here. We're at the third or fourth consultation now, even though people have been advocating for this cycleway since 2009, advocating for its safety, and yet here we are, no funding for it to actually be constructed, just another consultation. Just another consultation. And then when we talk about this walkable strategy for the shading on Victoria Bridge, that's the big surprise. The surprise is there's no extra funding to actually deliver anything else within the walkable strategy. It's just shading. So, you know, when we talk about Program 1 and you hear this tired and out-of-date and unimaginative LNP council talk about these incredible things, just remember, it's all going to the metro. Everything else is on hold. And as the residents in my community know, they put promises and then they don't deliver over and over again. Thank you, Chair.
Further debate. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to join the debate on Program 1. And today I stand before you to discuss an issue that lies at the heart of Brisbane City Council's budget, and that is public and active transport. Because transportation is not just about getting from A to B, it's about shaping the future of our city and fostering a sense of community and ensuring a sustainable environment for generations to come. Let us begin by recognising the transformative power of green bridges. These remarkable structures symbolise connectivity, uniting different parts of our city and opening pathways to new possibilities. Green bridges not only alleviate traffic congestion, but also promote healthier, more active lifestyles by providing safe spaces for pedestrians and cyclists. They are a testament to our commitment to creating an inclusive and accessible city for all, and I'm thrilled that the Toowong to West End Green Bridge progresses in the form of confirming the landing point on the Toowong side.
Councillor Massey, please.
As the Monarch residences develop there, we'll see more work to make this bridge a reality. Moreover, we must acknowledge the significance of well-designed bikeways in our urban landscape. By investing in dedicated cycling infrastructure, separate from cars, we empower individuals to embrace cycling as a viable mode of transport. This not only promotes physical well-being, but also gets people out of cars, which cuts congestion and contributes to a cleaner, greener Brisbane. It is through these investments that we build a more resilient and sustainable future. Last year, I spoke about the progress of the Whitten Road bikeway when we achieved investment for a concept design on this stretch. This year, I'm pleased to see progress in this stretch, and we're going to work to get the final design completed so that we can get the state to fund the construction using the bucket of money that has more than $100 million dedicated for exactly this purpose. And I'm just going to explain very quickly, Chair, that the state has a fund over the next 4 years with more than $100 million for local governments to get grant funding to build bikeways. $100 million. I look forward to working with Councillor Murphy to progress options for this section of road from the other end of the Indooroopilly Riverwalk towards Indooroopilly State High School. But we should not forget that this council, the Shriner Council, recently completed the design and construction of the Indooroopilly Riverwalk, 700 metres of over-water riverwalk at more than $58 million. So when people come to me and say you've done nothing on the Lambert Road bikeway, I say apples and oranges. Let's compare how dangerous Radnor Street was before we had the Riverwalk. And let us not forget the City Cat, a beloved icon of Brisbane's public transport system. The City Cat not only offers a convenient means of travel, but also a unique and scenic experience along the Brisbane River. By enhancing City Cat services and infrastructure, we encourage more residents to choose this mode of transport, reducing congestion and emissions on our roads. It is a step towards a more interconnected and environmentally conscious city. And speaking of environmentally conscious, it's a vision of the future to read in the budget papers that this council, the Shriner Council, will be partnering with ferry operator River City Ferries to undertake the trial of the first electric passenger ferry on the Brisbane River. Once constructed, it is envisaged that the electric ferry will be trialled on a cross-river service. This vessel will be designed specifically for service on the river and will be built locally. At this juncture, I'd just like to remind councillors that it's pronounced ferry, not ferry. It gets very confusing. Now, I understand that funding is... Don't worry, I'm coming to you soon. I understand that funding is a critical aspect of these endeavours.
Councillors, please. Councillor Mackay, you have the floor. Please continue your debate.
Thanks, Chair. I understand that funding is a critical aspect of these endeavours. It is essential that the Brisbane City Council allocates the necessary resources to support public and active transport initiatives. By doing so, we ensure that our budget aligns with our vision of a vibrant and sustainable and inclusive city. Investing in these initiatives will not only yield immediate benefits, but also create long-term value for our communities. And on the topic of the Metro, it's interesting that former councillor Sri Ranganathan was a supporter of the Metro, but from what I'm hearing from the current Greens councillor, she doesn't support, or they don't support the Metro. They support some of the Metro, but the Greens. So the Greens are split. I don't understand their position now.
Councillor Mackay, can you come back to the program, please? Councillor Massey.
The tree
Point of
Tories
order.
are finding.
Point of order to you, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Okay, noted.
No, I'm just going to clarify from what I heard that the Greens councillor said that all the funding was going to the Metro. I think that was paraphrasing, but close enough. All the funding's going to the Metro and other things are missing out. Well, we heard another councillor talk about that, and that's the Morningside councillor. And I understand the Morningside councillor was appointed, and she may never get elected because we have a big opportunity in the Morningside ward. And that's another councillor who was saying that the Metro does nothing for the people in the Morningside ward. It's almost as though the people of the Morningside ward don't travel to Adelaide Street and face that bus congestion, or travel to the cultural centre and face that bus congestion. Well, Morningside councillor, I've got news for you. They do, and the Metro is going to take away a lot of that congestion and make it a lot faster. And I would have expected more from a spin doctor for the Queensland Health Minister who can get herself out of that. Former. Didn't save her. Anyway, I stand before you today to discuss an issue that holds importance. It's very difficult to understand the interjections from the Morningside councillor.
You have the floor. Continue,
I can't even hear her with a crackly voice. It's difficult. All I get is like...
Councillor Mackay, continue, please.
Well, Chair, I'd like to continue. It's just that the Morningside councillor is just having a, some sort of dance on over there.
Continue.
I can't concentrate. Oh, the bearded little man's having a go.
Councillor Mackay, please.
Anyway, Councillor Murphy and I have a matter that's of great importance for the well-being of our young ones. It's the delivery of footpaths around schools under the Safer Paths to Schools program. And as we prioritise the development of sustainable and accessible transport options, we must not overlook the critical aspect of ensuring safe pedestrian routes for our children. Brisbane City Council recognises this responsibility.
Councillor Cassidy, please.
And is steadfast in its commitment to creating an environment where our students can travel to and from school without fear or compromise. Under the Safer Paths to School program, we're undertaking the vital task of delivering footpaths around schools and ensuring that students have safe and secure pathways to access their education. These footpaths, carefully planned and thoughtfully constructed, provide a haven for our pedestrians, shielding them from the hazards of the busy roads and encouraging active transportation. By investing in this program, we demonstrate our unwavering dedication to the safety and well-being of our children. The benefits of these footpaths extend far beyond safety alone. They foster a sense of community, promoting social interaction and strengthening neighbourhood bonds. I commend the councillors on this side of the chamber who continue to roll out footpaths. And with these safer footpaths...
Councillors, please.
Not in Morningside.
Councillors, I've given a general warning. I'll go to the book pretty soon.
With these safer paths, more families will be encouraged to choose active modes of transport, reducing traffic congestion and embracing healthier lifestyles. It's through initiatives like Safer Paths to Schools program that we build a city that nurtures and protects our most valuable asset, and that's our children. I'd like to commend Councillor Murphy, as I'm running out of time, for listening to the pleas of the Indooroopilly State High School students and P&C and delivering on our commitment for a Safer Paths to School along Ward Street from the entry of Indooroopilly State High School through to Essex Road. In closing, let us acknowledge the power of public and active transport to shape the future of Brisbane. Through the construction of green bridges, the improvement of bikeway design and the enhancement of ferries, we pave the way for an even more connected, healthy and environmentally conscious city. I commend this program.
Thank you. Councillor Massey, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, the criticism of the Metro was administration and the blowout, not actually criticism of the actual project that it would deliver. It's just been administered really bad with $1 billion blowout.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. And I guess the most powerful message that this administration can send to residents of Brisbane, to council officers who may be listening and anybody following along is the Lord Mayor is missing in action. He's not here. He hasn't bothered to turn up for the council debate today, and that reflects the level of engagement that this Lord Mayor has when it comes to delivering on public and active transport for the City of Brisbane. He could not be bothered to show up. Now, the Lord Mayor picks the date of the budget, he picks when it's on, he picks how it's run, but he can't be bothered to be here to actually debate it. The biggest issue it shows is that this administration likes to talk about public and active transport, but number one, not deliver it, and we'll get to that, and number two, absolutely stuff up and botch the bits they do deliver. So let's start with the problems about probably why the Lord Mayor's missing in action. When the Lord Mayor was appointed, Lord Mayor,
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. In accordance with the meeting's local law, the debate on the budget must be on items contained within the budget. Could you please make a ruling?
Thank you. Hang on. I'll respond to the point of order. Councillor Owen, the debate has been fairly wide-ranging and a wide range of issues relating to transport issues. I'll allow the debate to continue.
Thank you. I wonder why the Lord Mayor's missing in action. Could it be his single biggest achievement, as outlined by the councillor for Indooroopilly, is there's a landing point for one of his 5 green bridges, which now suddenly is only 2 green bridges, and the other 3 have been cut. There's no money for them, there's no planning for them. We know that the 5th one got cut a few years ago because Councillor Adam's people went nuts. They wanted a road bridge. That got cut altogether. So they opened it up to everybody to say, where do you want Green Bridge? My community put in a bid. I know Councillor Collier's area put in a bid, but they just cut that one. So the Lord Mayor went from 5 to 4, and that was a couple of years ago. But now we can see from this budget he's down to 2. One of them is over Breakfast Creek. It's a footbridge to connect over Breakfast Creek. And the other one is from Kangaroo Point. And the only way he could get it up was to commercialise it, to whack restaurants on it. So I understand that's why the Lord Mayor's not here. I wouldn't show my face either if I had set my whole Lord Mayoralty up on delivering for public and active transport with 5 new green bridges, and I can only manage to get 2 out the gate, and only then by whacking commercial ventures on them to make them happen. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. But that's our Lord Mayor's record on public and active transport. but he has other records as well. And I will just raise the botched part of what I mentioned earlier, the Metro. So as far as I understand this now, because Councillor Murphy did waffle around quite a fair bit in the information request, but the total cost of the Brisbane Metro is now up to around $2.1 billion. Of that, Council's component is about $1.7 billion. This project started as a $944 million light rail? I can't remember now. So it just started as something, it just, you know, a Paris-style metro underground. That's what it started at. And it started out at $944 million. It's now costing $2.1 billion, and it's not even delivering on the single biggest problem in the corridor that it has to address, which is the bus portal to Melbourne Street. They just squibbed it. They stuffed up. They started the project without the right approvals. It cost millions and millions of dollars in wasted money that they'd paid out to contractors who'd done design plans. This project has been botched over and over and over again. And I understand why the Lord Mayor is not here. He doesn't want his fingerprints on it. But the Public and Active Transport Chairman's not here either. He couldn't be bothered to sit through with the debate on his own portfolio. So they've botched their two signature projects. One of them is the Green Bridges. 2 out of 5 is an epic fail. And the Metro, which has more than doubled in cost, and less is being delivered. That is this administration's record on public and active transport, but it gets better. You would think when you announce a strategy about walking that you might actually invite your peak walking group to the announcement. No. But no. This administration invited the peak car lobby group to its announcement about a new walking strategy for Brisbane. A walking strategy that does not have any single deliverables in it. Not one. So for the last few years, and he's getting better at it, but the last few years I've been asking Councillor Murphy about zebra crossings in his portfolio. And he goes, no, I'm not responsible for zebras. They're not mine, they're not my responsibility. But he does know about wombats. He did know there's one wombat crossing being delivered in Kangaroo Point. So he's responsible for wombats, but not for zebras. I just thought everybody in Brisbane should know that he basically is not responsible for zebra crossings, but he is responsible for wombat crossings. That's your public and active transport chairperson for Brisbane. How proud the LNP must be. There is not a single zebra crossing funded for delivery in this budget that he could point to. Yes. Not one. Not one. Do you think maybe in Brisbane that would be a good idea? I believe I'm getting one in Fairfield, but only because the Cross River Rail team are going to deliver it on a council road. Yeah. And that's the only way I've been able to get improvements around our rail stations on council roads is by pushing other levels of government to do council's job for it. It is embarrassing that the chairperson responsible for public and active transport is fundamentally unable to deliver on something as simple as a zebra crossing. Now, when it comes to this budget, there's really very little in here for Tennyson Ward residents. There'll be one footpath near Graceville State School, which I believe will be Guard Street. That's pretty much it. We don't get bikeways. Haven't had a bikeway in the 15 years I've been a councillor. Not a single bikeway spend anywhere in the Tennyson Ward, despite the River Loop running right through Tennyson Ward as well. Oh, I'm sorry, they put some signs up. They did put the signs up, didn't they? Yeah, those big flashy signs. They didn't actually improve the infrastructure, but they did put the signs up. So this administration is failing to deliver for not only the city through their own cuts and botched delivery, but they're also failing to deliver locally. So I'll be raising a few amendments in just a moment. But I do just want to point to the childishness of the Transport Chairperson for Brisbane. So earlier today we heard Councillor Collier, who like her predecessor Councillor Cook has been trying to get the Norman Park ferry stop reinstated, right? So I don't know what kind of stunt the chairperson actually did out in your way, but instead of addressing the issues, he stood up and claimed a picture of a ferry he was waving around. Three, thank you, was waving around was actually a 3D printout. This is the extent of the level of debate from the civic leaders of Brisbane. Not engagement on the issues, but some silly stunt and then using some sort of 3D printer to print out a cutout of a ferry to wave around for some sort of picture opportunity. How proud they must be. I think Councillor Murphy must know he's so far down the pecking order for the deputy mayoralty that these are the only thing he's got left. Stunts. He'd be way behind Councillor Adams, who we know is on the way out, Councillor Cunningham, who we know is on the way up, and then I think probably he knows he's behind Councillor Landers, Councillor Davis, Councillor
Back
Marks,
to the program,
Councillor
please,
Hutton.
Councillor Johnston.
He's a long way down. So because of the LNP's failure to invest in the critical needs of the Tennyson Ward community, I move the following amendment to Program 1. I move that Council allocate $750,000 from the proposed 23-24 capital budget within Program 1, page 20, to install a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Eckerdburn Road and Ipswich Road, Annerley. Bit more yet, Steve. And installation of a green walk signal on the slip lane at the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street, Annerley, and allocates $250,000 from the proposed 23-24 expenditure budget within Program 1 to a new pedestrian refuge on the corner of Park Road and Verney Road East, Graceville, a zebra crossing on the corner of Appel Street and Verney Road East, Graceville, outside Graceville Station, and a zebra crossing outside Fairfield Rail Station at 119 Mildmay Street, Fairfield.
Seconded.
So, okay. We have a motion for an amendment that I believe is competent because the amendment is all within Program 1. Thank you. So, and the motion has been seconded. Do I need to read? Do you want me to read it out? Yeah, I won't read it out. I'll take it as read, and it's been circulated. Councillor Johnston, to your amendment.
Yes. Look, I will try and be brief because this is the same as last year's motion with a couple of extras, and it's the same as the year before that. Unfortunately, the LNP in Tennyson Ward fails to invest locally in public and active transport. The projects that I'm raising today benefit a number of wards, and I know that both Councillor Griffith and Councillor Massey are supporters of this, as Councillor Sriranganathan was when he was in the chamber.
Point of order.
Point of order,
Mr. Chair.
Deputy.
Can I just ask a question about the amendment before us? Genuinely, it asks about taking money from Program 1 and putting it into Program 1, but it says pedestrian refuges and lights, which I believe is actually in Program 2, not Program 1. Can I just get a clarification on that?
No, it's all in Program 1.
I believe this is all in Program 1, Deputy Mayor.
Yep.
I believe the motion is competent.
Yep. Thank you. And I followed James Langham's advice. So if you want to go down this route again, I'll just whip out the legal advice from the Chief Legal Officer. So the issues before us today benefit a number of wards, not just mine. So the first one, of course, is to put a green walk signal on the corner of Eckerdburn Road and Ipswich Road, Annerley. This is a dangerous, uncontrolled slip lane where pedestrians are at risk when heading to Annerley Junction and home from Annerley Junction. It is a key area that needs immediate safety upgrades with a green walk signal. Now, Council to date is saying it's too hard to do it because of the alignment of the slip lane. That's not an excuse. In Move Safe 5 years ago, residents spoke up and said how important this slip lane was. It's critically important that this slip lane is fixed. It is actually on the Maruka side of the boundary, and I know this is something that Councillor Griffiths has been pursuing as well, and I know it's something that he supports. We believe it is a critical safety improvement for pedestrians and cyclists, and it is appalling that Council continues to ignore it. The next one is a green walk signal on the corner of Annerley Road and Noble Street, Annerley. This is on the intersection or the border of my ward and the Gabba ward. Council has undertaken some planning with respect to this improvement, but has failed to deliver any funding to undertake the intersection upgrade. Now, I understand there is a broader intersection upgrade underway, and that is an infrastructure issue. But the problem we have is for years now, there is an uncontrolled slip lane with no safe crossing point. And the key issue that needs to be addressed is I'd be happy with a zebra here, but they will not put zebras in, so it has to be a green walk signal. This intersection is right on the border of the new Dutton Park rail station, and it is a critical public and active transport connection for people who live in the inner south side. The failure of this LNP administration to put in safe pedestrian crossing points around the city, but particularly to encourage safe access to other modes of travel like rail, is appalling. They just don't do it. So it is absolutely critical that the green walk signal goes in now. If Council wants to spend $3 million doing a giant intersection upgrade down the track, whenever that might be, good on them. But in the interim, a green walk signal is needed. I'm also asking for funding to be allocated to the pedestrian refuge on the corner of Park Road and Verney Road, East Graceville. I think this might be my 6th or 7th year of moving this amendment. This amendment dates back to before my time as a councillor. It was requested when Jane Prentice was the councillor for Walter Taylor Ward. So that is 16 years ago, a long time ago. And the lady who lives on this corner, who watches the children being put at risk every year, is horrified that Council won't fund it. I'll have to tell her again that there is no funding in the budget for it. It is a simple refuge. It's a really wide street. It leads down to Graceville State School. It's 100 metres down the street. We desperately need a refuge here. Zebra crossing on the corner of Appel Street and Verney Road East, Graceville, outside Graceville Rail Station. Again, this was promised by Council traffic engineers when the state government upgraded Graceville Rail Station, and that's maybe 8 years ago now. And they said they'd put the pedestrian crossing in after the rail station finished. Hasn't happened. I know it's on Council's capital works list, it's just not getting done. It needs to be done. Again, Appel Street is very wide in points. We can put a zebra crossing in here and we can create a much safer active transport point, not just for rail commuters, but the underpass under Graceville Station is so critical for walkers just getting to the shops. It's the key way our community crosses the rail line. There would be thousands of people who use this intersection and cross at this point and then go underneath Graceville Rail Station every single day. We have Christ the King State Primary School, we have Graceville State School, we have Milperra, we have all of these schools that use it. It is a no-brainer. We know, we'll get to Councillor Wines when we get to infrastructure, we know he thinks they're easy to do. It's just a little bit of signs and lines, a zebra crossing is a little bit of paint. So what's the problem, Council? If it's just a little bit of paint and a little bit of signs and lines work, like the infrastructure chairman says, why can't we get zebra crossings in Brisbane? Why does this administration hate zebra crossings? And they hate them. Last year they took one out in my area. It's not good enough. I say bring back zebra crossings. I will support a Lord Mayor that brings them back all around the city. The reason pedestrians are at risk is because all pedestrian infrastructure has been forsaken for the car all over Brisbane. This administration neglects pedestrians shockingly, and it should not be happening. Finally, I have got the zebra crossing outside Fairfield Station, 119 Mildmay Street, Fairfield, on the list. I do believe that Cross River Rail are doing it because Cross River Rail have told me that, not Brisbane City Council, not my own council responsible for the street and the zebra crossing. They've not told me, and it's not in the council budget, but the Cross River Rail team have indicated to me that there is a zebra crossing coming. So I would like, and of course he's not here, the chairperson responsible for this area couldn't possibly explain why the state government is doing council's work for them, but I will be grateful to see the zebra crossing go in. And if the state government does it, I will thank them. I can see that the ramps are in outside the station, and again, not only is this about a safe crossing point just to get to the station, but the overpass is what connects Annerley and Fairfield. Thousands of residents a day use this spot to cross the road to get from their homes to the rail station to Fairfield Gardens Shopping Centre and out to the buses out the front at Fairfield. It is a no-brainer that council puts a zebra crossing in here. It's just a little bit of paint. It's just a little bit of signs and lines. Council should be putting these things in without any kind of hesitation. And I say to who sat through Councillor Wines' presentation about this, it's a very, very simple thing. It's just a little bit of paint and a little bit of signs and lines. Start getting zebra crossings in back around Brisbane. These are all critically essential pedestrian safety improvements in Tennyson Ward. I want to thank Councillor Massey and Councillor Griffith, who I know want to see these upgrades in their wards. And know the benefits of pedestrian improvements and cyclists, because everybody benefits from these. And I want to see these improvements undertaken as a matter of urgency. It's not good enough that the LNP continues to neglect pedestrian safety improvements in Brisbane, but it's not good enough they are ignoring them in Tennyson Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for morning tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the meeting of council be adjourned for a period of 20 minutes, which commences when councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Councillors, further debate on Councillor Johnson's motion. Is there any further speakers?
Just yes, Mr Chair, I was just seeing whether anyone from the administration wanted to speak. In relation to this motion, I rise to support Councillor Johnston's motion. Well-made motion, Councillor Johnston, once again. Disappointingly, the administration looks like they're not supporting it. Once again, residents of Brisbane miss out. From my perspective, this budget has failed to deliver the basics for the residents in the suburbs once again. Unfortunately, this motion demonstrates that critical infrastructure is being ignored by the Lord Mayor, and critical infrastructure in particular for pedestrians is being ignored. Certainly, there is one side of the intersection that has been done in relation to putting signalisations on, and that's on the corner of Eckerman Road and Ipswich Road at Annerley. And I know that Braille House has approached both Councillor Johnston and myself for the other side of the intersection to also be done. So hence, that's what this motion is about in terms of in terms of what we want to deliver on the corner of Eckerman and Ipswich Road. This is raised not only by Braille House but by residents constantly when Councillor Johnston and I have mobile offices in the area. I'm disappointed that, once again, this administration, despite all the fine language about accessibility and walkability and every ability they want to say they support, they actually don't, and they haven't. And this is a clear demonstration of the years this administration have been in power that they have not done anything in relation to safety at this intersection. And it's not just the visually impaired who are affected, it's the elderly, it's the people who use Annerley Shopping Centre, it's the parents and children from Junction Park State School, and the parents and children from Merrimack. So they're all impacted by the fact that this is not a safe intersection to cross. I support this motion because, and there are other areas in this motion that are outside my ward, but I trust you, Councillor Johnston, in terms of your assessment, and I know how hard you work with your residents, and the fact that this is reflected in your huge vote of 75%. 74%. 74% of people support you. And unfortunately, in this council, that isn't enough for this administration to listen to, or this Lord Mayor to listen to. So this motion should be supported. I hope the LNP comes on board and actually listens to councillors who have been elected and who are representing their community well, and actually gets on and delivers critical pedestrian infrastructure in the suburbs for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Are there any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure.
Sorry, Deputy Chair. I speak to support this motion. It's jarring to me in my first budget to sit here and hear that this motion has been, as a total, been put up 6 or 7 times. Clearly this motion is Councillor Johnston doing the best for her residents, advocating for them, advocating for their pedestrian safety, advocating for their general safety. And it is absolutely shocking that this is the 6th or 7th time this motion has been, parts of this motion have been put through. While there are parts of this motion that aren't, directly related to the Gabba residents, I trust that the councillor that has put this motion forward is thinking, again, of the best for our residents, because that's what we see here every week that we're in chambers, the representation for her residents. I will speak to the installation of the green walk signal. I mean, this is a pedestrian safety issue. Full stop. We were talking about a key corridor for pedestrians from a new train station that's going to, at a new high school. We're talking about high volume here. We're talking about a slip lane specifically, that there's nothing there. While we've seen some movements and designs that former Councillor Srinivasan and including myself have had input in, and also the Councillor for Tennyson. We've even suggested bike lanes, which have to be a part of a future design. We actually don't know when there will be any funding for this. It could be like various projects in the Gabba, that funding just disappears. We have designs, but then funding never arrives. So, I think it's incredibly important that we support this motion. There is no time frame for when this intersection will change. That's an issue. It is a major pedestrian thoroughfare. This is an issue. Let's support this motion and show that we are wanting the pedestrian safety of people from across the city. Let's demonstrate that by supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Are there any further speakers?
Thanks, Chair. I guess I rise to speak in support of this motion. I think it talks to, more broadly, the LNP's approach to listening to communities and what they need. And I just thought I'd take a little trip down memory lane, given this is the 6th time you've moved this motion. I thought I'd go back to an article in the Courier Mail on the 1st of August 2019, when the Councillor Atwood was appointed as the Councillor for Doughboy Ward. And when she was appointed, she said, and I quote, "Extending the CityCat network to Murarrie will not only service local residents and businesses, but encourage residents to travel out to Murarrie Recreation Hub or visit Brisbane's newest boutique brewery, Brewdog." I guess, maybe it is both sides of this chamber that the Lord Mayor chooses not to listen to local residents, because that was years and years and years ago. The council was doing her job, and I credit her for it. She's calling for better public transport options, and yet again the Lord Mayor chooses to ignore what local communities want. So I implore those on the other side of this chamber to actually listen to communities, to actually listen to what they want. Please.
Thank you, Councillor Collier, and I will remind you and other councillors not to speak until I actually give you the call, please. That's okay. That's okay. Apology accepted. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. Councillor Johnson, right, a reply.
Thank you. Thank you for all those who may be listening and following up at Brisbane Square or Green Square or at home. Not a single LNP councillor rose to speak to the amendment to the budget that I've put forward. The amendment to the budget that I've put forward calls for $1 million to be spent across 5 projects out of a $500 million or $500 million budget. Not asking for very much, really, when you think about it. Not only that, no one had the courtesy from the LNP to rise and speak to it. Neither the relevant chairperson or any other councillor. I mean, ordinarily they even just send out a backbencher to try and read out a set speech, so they're not even bothering to do that anymore. It just shows how little care and attention there is from the LNP for pedestrian safety in this city. We know their own policy says they should be getting rid of slip lanes. They should be getting rid of slip lanes. They're not doing that. They are not doing that. And a great example of that is the cancelled Cracknell Road project, Cracknell Road and Ipswich Road. Good job there, Councillor McLaughlin, when you're in charge. Just stood up and on a whim went, no, she's complained about pedestrian changes and I'm cancelling the project. That's how they treat pedestrian issues. They don't deal with them when they do the major upgrades. And then we're left fighting for things like zebra crossings, wombat crossings, green walk signals. We know that this chairperson, Councillor Murphy, maybe he's going to bring a cardboard cutout of a pedestrian out my way and bounce them across one of the main roads that needs fixing as a bit of a stunt, because that's all he's good for. And maybe at the end of the day, another pedestrian will be killed. I raise these issues because pedestrians have been killed in my area. Dr. Jeff Copeland on Venner Road, and 2 pedestrians up on Ipswich Road at Annerley. I do not want to see anybody else die because this administration has failed to put in the necessary safety improvements for pedestrians and cyclists around Brisbane. We're seeing too many cyclists die as well, and again just recently at Nudgee Road. I mean, the first time a cyclist died when I was the councillor was Rebecca Mayer down at Stanley Street, and I thought that was the most shocking thing that I had ever seen. And to their credit, the LNP spent a lot of money putting in protected cycling lanes through that corridor and slowing it down. But since then, every other death has been ignored, whether it's a pedestrian or a cyclist. And that's different chair people, different Lord Mayors, same Lord Mayor, Deputy Mayor. They're ignoring the deaths and the serious injuries to pedestrians and cyclists, and it's not good enough. And I will fight tooth and nail for my residents, and where it benefits other wards, I'm happy to support that as well. I thank Councillor Griffith for speaking up. He is right, Braille House have written to us, I think they wrote to the Lord Mayor as well, calling on this dangerous slip lane at Eckerburn Road to be addressed. We have a huge community of visually impaired people who live around Fairfield and Annerley. We have large residential living complex in Fairfield, and we have Braille House up on Ipswich Road. And they do not have a safe way to cross the road to get to Braille House. This is that intersection. And it is astonishing to me that this council claims it's an inclusive city, but won't invest in the necessary pedestrian facilities to make it safe. It just won't do it. They won't even speak to it. They won't even explain why it's a no. They just stand up and say, no. Well, they don't even stand up and say no. They vote no. They stand up and they vote no. I also want to acknowledge we have multiple schools, Junction Park State School, Merrimack and Our Ladies. We want to see children getting to school safely. Having controlled intersections for them to cross is critical. We have an active school transport program that works on behaviour change. And when I first started, when this program first started, it used to actually deliver on infrastructure upgrades too, but then they cut the funding for that. So we need to have this funding delivered so our children can get safely to school through Annerley Junction. It is such a dangerous place. 65,000 vehicles a day, a lot of trucks. It's just, I don't want to see anybody else killed, and they will be without safe crossing points. And I want to thank Councillor Massey for also supporting the changes for Anley Road and Noble Street.
Your time has expired.
Vote for it, please.
We will now put the motion to the chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Noes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by, sorry, Councillor Massey. Division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right and noes to my left, please. You were that close. You're that close. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
The motion has been lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, will now return back to the debate for Program 1. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. And I just rise to speak briefly on this program. I just want to say also, apart from several footpaths that I am building throughout my ward with my CEF funding to assist with active travel, we have another large active travel project underway. And I do suggest also, I'll take this time to say to new councillors that you can show some initiative and use your CEF funding for what it's meant to be used for. And in this budget, you can actually build footpaths and what have you for your community, listen to them and then progress them that way. I'm very excited about an active travel path currently underway that will be completed by the end of this year, and it's the Bill Brown Reserve pathway. During information sessions, we saw some images of what that will look like at Hidden World, and it's all very exciting. But also this week along Telegraph Road, we have seen quite a bit of activity at the point where the little bridge is going over the culvert, and it's progressing rapidly, and everyone is excitedly checking on it every day to see how far they've come. So this new shared path will improve connectivity between Brackenridge and Fitzgibbon. Although Bill Brown Reserve is situated technically in Fitzgibbon on that side of Telegraph Road, both communities see it as a very well-loved recreational reserve, and it continues to grow all the time and just keeps getting better. It is going to connect the Bill Brown netball courts and the Emily Seebohm Aquatic Centre, where lots of people are going to be enjoying $2 visits to the swimming pool in summer. So they'll be able to get on their scooters, their bikes, they'll be able to walk from Fitzgibbon along that pathway and go and have a swim. On the way back home, they'll be able to stop at Hidden World and enjoy the fantastic playground we have there at Hidden World. So, and I've actually spoken to a couple of locals who use the dog off leash area in Fitzgibbon, and they're looking forward to actually making the dog off leash area over at the other side, over Brackenridge side, as a destination walk. So they'll walk their dog down and enjoy that dog off-leash area as well and meet their friends there. So very excited to see that image that was put up at the information session. It looks fantastic. This path is this will be a 850 metre long, 3 metre wide shared path, and there will be an installation of 6 culverts along the project alignment to improve the drainage in the area. The construction of the bridge crossing over the waterway adjacent to Telegraph Road, as I said, is that preparation is well underway, and they are very busy at that section. There's also going to be fencing installed along the shared path and LED lighting as well, and wayfinding signage and line marking also. So it's not only going to connect the community in that respect, it will get people out of their cars. They won't be driving around a hidden wheel. They'll go, hey, let's all get on our bikes and our scooters and we'll go that way. And so I think that's a really positive outcome. The normal cyclists that have to duck down behind Sandgate Hawkes will be able to go along Telegraph Road and straight across there and join up with the other. They won't have to get off the road and go through the suburbs, etc. So it's a great connection for those regular bike users as well. It also will help improve access to businesses and amenities. And Chair, I'm doing so much in that area that this pathway is also going to benefit people, because in Enbrook Park I'm also installing a Muga, and that pathway comes out pretty much or pretty close to Enbrook Park as well, another popular park in my area. So they'll be able to, again, I can imagine that a lot of the young people who love their basketball and love soccer, we've also got pickleball going in on that court. So you can put up a volleyball net as well. So it's just going to bring the two communities together. We love our Fitzgibbon bushland, which is kind of like the lungs of my community. It's right in the middle of my suburbs, and it's fantastic bushland. We have a lot of people who enjoy walking through the Fitzgibbon bushland, and this is going to give them another adventure, I suppose. And I'm imagining that some councillors will probably encourage people to come and use this path as well. Thank you, Fiona Hammond. So it will become a destination path as well. So I really want to thank Councillor Murphy for this project and including it in the budget, and I look forward to its completion at the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Are there further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to enter the debate on Program 1, and also I'd first like to say happy winter solstice to everyone in the chamber. And it's very fortuitous that it's probably a winter solstice because there's a cold wind blowing across this budget, a very cold wind. And you only have to look at Brisbane Metro. Brisbane Metro. Now, who would have thought the former member for the Gabba ward, Councillor Sri Anganangan, sorry, I haven't said that often enough yet, probably not going to get the chance now, who would have thought that when he entered the chamber here in 2016, and of course, that the Metro, which was bandied about as the gold road project for Brisbane, right, he would have actually retired after almost two terms, and it's still not been delivered. Incredible. Just think about that. Just think about that. So, and it just made me think, I was just thinking the other day, how long this project's taken. Wonder how long some other projects have taken. Now, if we have, and I know Councillor Murphy loves his history, so let me throw a little bit of history into the mix. It took 5 years to build the Story Bridge. An incredible feat of engineering in those times, They didn't have all the tools at their disposals that we have now when it comes to building things. What about, now it's taken it'll take probably about 9 years. Guess what else took 9 years to build? Guess what else took 9 years to build? Now, the Sydney Harbour Bridge. The Sydney Harbour Bridge, much bigger scope of project than the Story Bridge was, and it took 9 years to build that, and we still haven't got a metro, and will it be delivered in 9 years anyways? That's it. Now, the one that really stood out to me, because it's in line with, a train or whatever, bus or train or whatever, follows a particular track, was the Transcontinental Railroad in the United States. 3,000 miles over 2 mountain ranges, hundreds of bridges, through tunnels. Guess how long it took? Right? 5 years. 5 years, and it was during the war, the Civil War. Talk about change. So it's incredible that this project is taken so long, and has not delivered has never delivered nothing for for our residents in Brisbane. It's often the never, never, and honestly, is it going to? And of course, we heard about what the budget is and what the budget was and where it's gotten up to, and all that. So I won't rehash that. But it's just amazing that we can honestly take on a project like this. Probably it was a thought bubble from the previous Lord Mayor for an election, and then like probably 9 years later, maybe it'll be delivered. Anyways, now, of course, there is going to be some impact in my ward in regards to some of the routes that are being looked at for the bus review, and I just want to cover off on some of those. Now, I've done this before, but I've got one to add as well. So, if we have a look at the adding a train connection, which I've been calling out for a number of years, to go from the Inala Plaza up to the Richlands train station. The 112 is actually going to do that now, right, which is good. But guess what they did? They cut out 6 bus stops on about a half a dozen roads, and just told the people that, sorry, you're going to have to walk 400 meters up to Poinsettia Street to catch the 122 as it's going through. Now, some of these people have lived in Inala most of their adult lives, have raised their children, they're retired now, especially in the what we call the Stars Village, right? The Cosmic Village, which has all those cosmic names. Anyways, so they were a bit stunned, but some of them said, "Oh, if we have to do it, we have to do it," But I just worry about their physical ability to do it, number one, and they're not getting any younger, right? And of course, some of those footpaths really do need some reconstruction going on. So if that does come to pass, and that's what's going to happen, we're going to have to really have a really hard look at how they're going to get from their homes down their streets up to Poinsettia Street. Now, the bus 110 will terminate at the PA. Now, the 110 actually would have terminated in the city, a few stops on from, of course, the PA, but they're going to have to get off one bus and get on another bus. Now, supposedly to save 5 minutes of travel. Now, honestly, I don't think anyone in this chamber likes to get off one bus onto another bus if you're only going to save 5 minutes. And it's probably going to cost you more money, because you're using 2 different services if you think about it. You're using the old service, the old bus service, and of course you're using the metro. So I don't know what work's been done there. And when I asked that question when we were given a briefing, they couldn't sort of answer that. It was really too far in advance to be able to answer that one. So that's the metro and the impact it's going to have on us. Now, I've been calling for another bus link to the Richlands train station as well from that part of Forest Lake. they actually used to have one down in the villages of Centennial Way and Jubilee Crossing and Ellen Grove itself, the acreage of Ellen Grove. And sadly, the people are still going to have to go all the way to Goodna to get on a train to come all the way back. Yes, yeah, that was the workaround back some number of years ago with the previous review. So that's a little bit inconvenient, you would have thought, and so also of course a lot of people will drive to Goodna, of course, because car parking is at a premium at all the stations, of course, because people do like traveling the train. They like traveling the train. Okay, if we move on to bus stops, as I said before, I've been bunging on about shelters, especially inbound bus stops, for years and years and years, or also to go up to shopping centres as well, because people can wait a fair amount of time in the sun, especially in the middle of Brisbane summer, and the one, of course, in Joseph Banks, which is really got no trees anywhere near it, and it's out in the middle of a green patch just off the road. It's had the accessibility improvements and all that, got a lovely bench and no shelter, right? No shelter. And then further down the road, actually, we just have a J-pole and no bench at all, which is heading out of the Forest Lake development down Crossacre Street, where the new Woolworths is actually being built, which is really good. That's very helpful. Anyways, another bus stop that some of our residents would love to actually see is at Highview Retirement Village, right, which is off High Street, just down from the high school. And they've been calling for a bus stop there for years and years and years. And the reason for it is because if they come out of the residence and then they got to go up to the boulevard, it's a pretty steep grading to get up to the boulevard, unless you're in one of those electric wheelchairs. So they've been calling out, and honestly, there's actually an indent already there for the bus. So we don't have to build anything. We just have to tell the bus, go there. You know? Deviate a little bit off the route, and it's not much of a deviation either, by the way. And it's a one-way. So it's safety as well. Cycling is a very important issue in my ward. We have a number of people that from the bug that actually come and interact with us and are wanting to have more money allocated to match up or link up those other bikeways within the ward as well. And of course, there is no money in this budget for any of that this year, which is a shame, because if we want people to get out of their cars and get onto a bike.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Mr Deputy Chair, thank you very much. I rise to speak on the Program 1, Transport for Brisbane, and to a couple of the items contained within this budget. And I'd like to start, Mr Deputy Chair, by talking about 1.1.3.1, the Active Transport Infrastructure Fund. And I'm very pleased to see this allocation. Councillor Landers has already talked to this one as well, about the Hiddenwell Playground Bill Brown Reserve Bikeway project, which I'm looking forward to taking the grandkids to in the foreseeable future. But there are a couple of items here I wanted to talk to that are specific to my area, Mr Deputy Chair, that are noted here for delivery in the 22-23 budget, noting that this project, or this allocation, is for some $26 million to undertake works or planning or consultation, which is greatly appreciated. In particular, the Moreton Bay Cycleway Veolia Place to Schneider Road, which has to overcome some difficulties to see its completion. The council has had it planned for some time, but I'm pleased to see the allocation for design and progress on this particular element to complete the Moreton Bay Bikeway, which is a critical element for getting across the river over the bridge and from the south side to the north side. But I was also very pleased to see, Mr Deputy Chair, funding to restart the North Brisbane Bikeway Stage 5 project in Wooloowin with new community consultation to allow for the completion of this bikeway. Now, Mr Deputy Chair, it comes as no surprise to anyone in this chamber that I've always advocated for the completion for the North Brisbane Bikeway to actually be constructed off-road, and it remains to my considerable regret that I wasn't able to convince the state government to allocate the land that it has between Albion Station and Wooloowin Station for a long abandoned roadway project, a corridor that they had reserved for construction of a motorway for use instead as a bikeway. And that would have delivered a fantastic outcome to connect through from Hurston through Wooloowin and ultimately through to Chermside, which is the intent of the North Brisbane Bikeway. Instead, that land corridor has been, will be, and I guess this is a reasonable outcome, I guess, from a state government perspective, but the state government did a deal back in 2018, 2019 with a developer to allocate that corridor instead of using it for transport purposes, for which it was purchased, to use it for housing construction and to make money out of the real estate that they hold along there. Not a, yeah, so that's the intent. That's the announced intent, to use that land that could have been used for bikeway, instead to use it for the construction of multi-unit housing in partnership with their developer friends. So that's unfortunately the outcome there, which means that instead the North Brisbane Bikeway is being delivered on roadway. So that's okay. We now have a project that was delivered by the state as far as Price Street along Dixon Street on the road, a lot of the locals don't think it's a great outcome. It causes considerable inconvenience, but that's where it is. The opportunity now with going out to community consultation is to look at what to do next. What to do next in consultation with the whole community, with the residents of Wooloowin, with the residents of Clayfield, to see what we can do to complete this missing link. And it was put on hold for completion of damaged projects after the flood. The money that may have been there was reallocated to reconstruction of bikeway elements on the north side as a consequence of the flood, and I'm very pleased to see this allocation coming back now to get back to recommence the community consultation for where to next. And whilst I won't be here to oversee that for much more than a few weeks, I'll be very, very pleased to participate as a resident in making sure that we have an opportunity to see a great outcome here in consultation with our residents. Now, Mr Deputy Chair, there's been a fair bit of discussion in relation to debate on this matter, on this item about off-road, about bikeway construction, separated bikeways, and you might recall, Mr Deputy Chair, my valedictory speech here a couple of weeks ago. I mentioned the construction of the Loris-Bonnie Riverwalk along Kingston Smith Drive, and what a great bit of infrastructure that was for cyclists and for pedestrians. A project that would not have been completed if Labor had been in place in City Hall, because they went to 2 elections dead set opposed to it and said that we should cut it. Well, guess what? It is a great facility that is used, and I was very pleased to see, following my valedictory, the Brisbane CBD Bug Group came out, the Bicycle Users Group came out and said this, and I quote, taking with a photo of the counter that the cyclists and pedestrians go past on that bit of infrastructure. They said, safe, protected and direct cycling infrastructure is the key to getting people to get about via active transport. Without the Kingston Smith Drive bikeway, there is no way this many people will be walking and wheeling along KFSD. And this will only increase when Brecky Creek Bridge becomes operational. Well, good on the Brisbane CBD bug for recognising the critical importance of this bit of infrastructure. I applaud them turning their back on their political friends over there who oppose this infrastructure and recognising that this infrastructure is a critical element in the provision of separated bikeways for the safety of pedestrians and cyclists, and this will only be enhanced, as they say, as we've said, when the new bridge across Breakfast Creek is completed, Mr Deputy Mayor. Mr Deputy Chair, my apologies. Mr Deputy Chair, I haven't elevated you to Deputy Mayor yet. As worthy as that position may be, some time in the future. Mr Deputy Chair, I also wanted to talk about the element 1.2.2.2, the city glider. Now, you all know that the city glider is dear to my heart, having been there at the birth of the blue city glider, and I've continued to advocate for the completion or continuation of the provision of these sorts of services. And I was very pleased to see the allocation for the gold city glider. Which would be a connection through from Hamilton North Shore along Kingston Smith Drive through to Bowen Hills and to Wollongabba. Now, a couple of days, Mr Deputy Chair, I was out at Vaxis, a new facility that's been constructed within the North Shore Hamilton area for the provision of new ways of providing all sorts of medicines via skin contact rather than injection. And a great outcome it is, I've got to say. There's about 110 currently employees there, and I was deep in conversation with the CEO, and I said, what's the one thing that we need to do to make this work better for you? And he said, a gold city glider service would be a fantastic connection. He was aware of it, he knew that we've got it planned, and that's the one thing that would make that particular project and the overall North Shore Hamilton area work better is the provision of decent public transport infrastructure. Indeed, the state government's economic development, EDQ, Economic Development Queensland, says so in their most recent master plan, where they're talking about 24,509 new residents ultimately living in North Shore Hamilton. They've said that the provision of all the infrastructure there within their area, 304 hectares, is contingent on the KSD project having been delivered, both for the provision of car transport and for truck transport, and also for the provision of active transport outcomes as well. So these are great outcomes that we're seeing there, and good to see that we're planning for the future in both of these areas, both in terms of public and active transport, and for particularly the provision of new city glider services. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Are there further speakers? Councillor Whitney.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. So in the past, this is my first budget. I'm rising to talk on Program 1, Transport for Brisbane. So this is my first budget. In the past week, I've heard some really interesting things in how those opposite are seeing this budget. I've heard a lot of talk about this is a suburb for the suburb. This is a budget for the suburbs. Must be the well and truly outer suburbs, because I actually lost count on how many times Councillor Atwood referred to LA. You know, it really does show that the LNP are lost on active transport. They don't even know where we live.
Councillors.
I actually think when Lisa Atwood was appointed, she lived in yours.
Councillors. Councillors.
I will take that interjection.
No, hang on, Councillor Whitney. You don't run this chamber, I do. Councillors to my right and councillors to my left, a councillor is speaking. Right? We're going to exercise some silence here. Councillor Whitney, you've got the call.
Yeah, thank you. I will take that interjection, because when Councillor Atwood was appointed to Doughboy, she lived in Councillor Murphy's ward. Now, just to put some facts down about whether this budget supports the suburbs. If you were to catch a bus from Wynnum Plaza into the CBD and you wanted to be there in under an hour, it'll take you 3 buses. If you want to take one, it'll take you almost an hour and a half. That's to get here by 9 a.m. And that's only if you don't get caught up in the horrendous peak hour traffic throughout all along Wynnum Road, Old Cleveland Road, you name it. If you want to go from Edith Street in Wynnum to Westfield Carindale, it's going to take you 55 minutes on a bus, which is a 14-minute car journey. If you want to get to Cavendish Road High School to Garden City by 9 a.m, it's going to take you 45 minutes by bus, which is a 12-minute car journey. If you want to get from Nanala Plaza to Sunnybank Hills Shopping Centre, it's going to take you an hour and 10 minutes and 3 buses, and it's a 14-minute drive. I don't know who this LNP council thinks they're kidding. They do not support active and public transport. In fact, they're cutting services. There are 24 buses getting retired. Are they getting replaced? No. Whose fault it is? Oh, it's the Queensland State Government. It's not like the LNP didn't have time to plan or...
Councillors.
It's almost like this LNP government doesn't know how to plan or prioritise. This budget's a joke. These outer suburbs are getting ignored. And as an interjection that happened earlier, that it's all in the metro, that's the big fix for public transport. The metro doesn't go to the Bayside.
Thank you, Councillor Whitney. Further speakers. Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. And Mr Deputy Chair, I rise to speak in support of Program 1 Transport for Brisbane. Mr Deputy Chair, through you, some of the comments that we have heard today can be deemed to be tantamount to simplistic ignorance, but also proves that some of the councillors opposite are oblivious to the reality which occurs in some of our other wards. There's been many spurious claims today which are lacking in foundation of fact, and I'd just like to, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, clarify the truth on a number of matters. Now, in respect of bus services, I am very, very proud that this administration has ensured that the 126 bus service now services the residents of Pollara and Heathwood, as well as the 803 and the 804 bus services that support the Pollara State School. Now, the important fact as well is that there's been comments made about CEF funding and footpaths, and I'm very, very proud of when we improved the Heathwood Park, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, that we included specifically footpaths that connected the disability parking in the car park to not only the playground equipment, the toilet facilities, but also provided pedestrian access for mothers with prams, people in wheelchairs and ambulances to the sports fields where we regularly hold outdoor cinema events and many sporting activities. So this was an investment in footpaths that supplemented a car parking operation. Now, there have been others opposite that have carried on about priorities. Well, how do we spell hypocrisy? ALP. Because I can tell you now that the State Minister for Transport was not prioritising the safety of our bus drivers by not approving funding for the senior network officers until he was dragged kicking and screaming. Thank you to Neil Breen for his exposure of it all earlier this year. And that resulted in $64 million being committed. Now, when others opposite have come from up at George Street and want to come in here and pontificate about priorities, they should take a very hard look at what's been going on, where they've come from, because when we talk about 45 minutes of congestion to get into town, well, let's look at some of the congestion projects that the state government have had massive blowouts and failed to deliver on. Well, we'll start with Cross River Rail that has a $2.6 billion blowout. The Boundary Road Rail Level Crossing, Councillor Wong, that's had a $213 million blowout. The Centenary Motorway, the Centenary Bridge, a $54.5 million blowout. This is a reality check that those on the other side need to realise, because these are the facts of the matter. Now, the reality also is, with our metro, what is going to happen when the metro buses come online is that there will be scores of buses that will be able to be reallocated out into the outer suburbs. And that is why we have been undertaking the bus network review in preparation for those metro services coming online. And there's also, so the outer suburbs are being taken into account through that bus network review, through the work that the hard-working, diligent council transport planners are undertaking at this point in time and have been for some time. So those outer suburbs will benefit when the metro comes online by having those many buses freed up to service them out in the suburbs. Now, there's been other comments about zebra crossings as well. Now, what we have to realise is that any of the zebra crossings that are up for consideration have to conform to the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And that requires, that state government legislation requires council officers to determine if it would meet a criteria. And zebra crossings are generally not supported because there are high-level volumes of pedestrians that need to cross at those locations before they meet the criteria. So it's not as simple as saying, put in a zebra crossing. It has to meet the state government legislated Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices.
Just one moment, Councillor Owen. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, Mr Deputy Chairman, I just seek your ruling on whether Councillor Owen's criticism of Councillor Wines is appropriate in this place. He is the one that said it's just a little bit of paint and
Councillor Johnson, while I'm speaking, you do not speak. That is not an appropriate point of order. Councillor Owen, you've got the call. Councillor Owen, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair, for your support in ensuring the chamber is silent. I would like to actually talk about some very positive parts of this program. In particular, 1.2.1.2, the free off-peak travel for seniors on our public transport network. Now, I know many of my seniors appreciate having this capacity to travel, and in fact there were 140,000 plus free seniors trips that were taken on ferries in this last financial year so far, and also 2.8 million trips on buses. So that is significant, and that is where this administration is cutting the cost of living for those seniors who need support so they can travel free in off-peak times. Now, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, there are 3 of the top 10 bus routes that traverse through my ward, and I was just looking at some of the statistics earlier, and residents in my ward are major public transport users, and on those 3 services alone, there were 4,744,244 trips.
Wow.
Now, that is significant public transport use out in the suburbs. That is fact, that is verified, and that is the truth. So, for those opposite claiming that the suburbs are not supported by this administration, that is false. I would also like to turn to one of the projects in here, in this program, that Councillor Landers referred to, and that's 1.1.1.1, the active school travel. And this is very important. It has been initiated and implemented at all of the schools within Callum Ward. And can I say that just in looking at the review of 2 of the schools that have been on this program recently, one had a 15% travel behaviour change to improve, and the other had a 21%. So that is actually helping to reduce the congestion around our schools, which is extremely important. And many of my local school children are looking forward to the open space network corridor that will be going in years to come through Pallara, and will have major pedestrian and bikeway facilities to get them from one end of Pallara to the other. And I know that these cycling skills that we have been endearing with the young children in the local schools is something that has certainly been activated, but also I would just like to acknowledge some of our council staff who go out and conduct some of the skills open days for the cycling. And I know Councillor Atwood has held one of these in her ward at the Muraree Recreation Reserve, which had 143 children turn up to it. So these are very active programs. They are very well supported. And there were other comments made by those opposite about separation devices on our roads. So I think the councillors for the Gabba and the Morningside need to actually make themselves acquainted with the retrofitting of the bike separation devices trail that's actually happening in their wards. And for bikeways, we have undertaken a significant amount of work, particularly since we had the floods in February, at the end of February 2022. And I know that Councillor Hammond and Councillor Wines have been very appreciative of the work that has been committed and undertaken by the council officers on the Kedron Brook Bikeway. Now, these are works right across the city, and in 2023-24, there are more to come. So I think that this program has a lot to offer
Councillor
the residents of Brisbane all over the city. Thank you.
Expired. Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. And I rise to speak on Transport for Brisbane. And there's three issues I'm going to cover: the huge inner city spend, the failure of the metro, but the biggest issue for me is footpaths. But first, to reply to the previous councillor, it was interesting that she confirmed no footpaths were being built in Pallara Ward at the moment. So thank you for that. It's none. It's apparently a car park. Car park. They're getting a car park, not a footpath. Yeah.
Point of order. Councillor Owen, can you turn your mic on, please? It's not on.
It keeps going back. Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Councillor Griffith, you got the call.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. It was also interesting, I just note the Chair in his opening address, and it's nice he's finally back in the chamber, said that it would be difficult to find a resident who is affected by the cuts of the the bus services across Brisbane. Can I tell you, you don't know what you're doing with your job. Here's a petition of hundreds and hundreds of residents. Here's more feedback from hundreds of residents. I can give you the names of hundreds of residents who can speak to you about the cuts your administration is doing to the 110 service, the 115 service, the 116 service, the 117 service, the 122 service, the 126 service. So you are out of touch. In relation to the other point that I would like to put on record, he said, who cares? Wow. This is our chairperson. Who cares? Wow. But the other person that I'm concerned isn't in the room, and it is his budget, so he should be here because he makes all the decisions, is the Lord Mayor. Missing in action yet again from the chamber when we're raising important issues in relation to the residents of Brisbane. Yep. Missing. Yep. Gone walkabout. Maybe LA, where is he this time? Greece? I don't know, some Olympic junket? Anyway, let's get back to Transport for Brisbane, the huge inner city spend. What we know is there's been a $0.9 billion blowout on the metro. We know that for the inner city spend, they're spending $67 million on Breakfast Creek Bridge. For the inner city spend, we know they're also spending $200 million on Kangaroo Point Bridge. And I understand the West End Bridge, if ever it gets a Guernsey, will be another $200 million. All of those are called green bridges, but none of them carry public transport. Not one. Not like the first green bridge built, and that was built by the Labor Party, and that was the Eleanor Chanel Bridge. It carried public transport. It helped solve the transport issues of our city. Not with these bridges. Not with these bridges. And let's go to the failure of the metro. What we're learning about this debacle of a project, no wonder you keep saying metro, 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 failure, failure, failure. It's a 200-metre length tunnel. 200 metres. for $1.9 billion. When I tell residents that, they're shocked. In their head, they've got another picture. Wake up. Wake up, Brisbane, because you're being conned. You're being conned big time by a 200-metre tunnel in the inner city that's worth $1.9 billion. And we're doing this at a time when our passenger numbers have dropped by how many? 20 million people. 20 million people, less people under the LNP are now using our buses. Well done, Mr. Chair. I bet you have a lot to say about that. That's not even to mention the sheer debacle at the Cultural Centre with the stop there. The sheer debacle. So $1.9 billion and we still haven't solved the debacle of the Cultural Centre. And where are services going to be cut for my residents? They're going to be cut in Inala and Durack and Acacia Ridge and Rockley and Maruka and Salisbury. Cuts. There's nothing laughable about that, Mr. Chair. That is really bad service to the residents of Brisbane and to the suburbs of Brisbane. The obscene, I have to say, the obscene obsession that we have with the inner city and pouring billions, pouring pockets of gold into that inner city area while we ignore the suburbs is just insulting. But for me, an interesting thing to note with Home Street, which is going to lose its 116 service, is that we've just installed a new bus shelter there, which residents are furious about. We're cutting the service, we're cutting the route, but we've just put in a new bus shelter. Who's the biggest loser in the room here? I wonder. Anyway, the biggest issue I still have with this program, and I noticed the LNP, the Lord Mayor, Deputy Mayor, all the chairs stopped recording footpath lists. Do any of you record footpath lists? I do, and I've got 104 footpaths waiting to be constructed. Here's the list, 104. How many have you got? And you know what? I spend half my CEF money every year building footpaths, half, and I can't keep up with the number of requests I have for people in wheelchairs, let alone ordinary walking footpaths. So the joke about putting scooters on our footpaths is even more ridiculous when we can't even cater for people in wheelchairs. And interesting to note, Paris has just got rid of their scooters, their scooter operators. They took a vote of residents, and the residents voted against it. Just interesting to note and see where we are in years to come. My biggest concern is footpaths. People are missing out. People are struggling. You know, the federal government now has programs where they try and keep elderly people in their homes. And we have a huge program that the federal government's doing trying to keep people with disability in their homes. A lot of them moving into my area because it's not that affordable. And those people are asking me, can we have a footpath down an industrial street so that we can get to our workshop? Can we have a footpath so we can access the bus? Can we have a footpath so that I can get to the train? Can I have a footpath so I can use my pram? That's what I'm hearing from my residents week in, week out. I don't know what you're doing. I don't understand what other people are doing when you're not building footpaths. I don't get it. Even in the inner city the other night, I was in Oxley Lane. I couldn't get a wheelchair, a family member in a wheelchair, up the ramp. The footpath was so broken and damaged. I don't know if many of you push people in wheelchairs around. I don't know, but I do all the time. And it's pathetic out there. To be patting yourself on the back saying, oh, 75% of footpaths are okay, is appalling. It should be 99%. 100%. Yeah. Absolutely 100%. So I find this, I mark this as a failure. This is a failure for residents of Brisbane. It's a talking up of, yeah, we're doing a whole lot of glossy stuff, but it fails. It fails my residents, it fails Brisbane. And, you know, it fails recreation, it fails our whole accessibility theme that we keep talking about, our plan, our walkability plan. It doesn't work, it fails. And if you want to come with me into the suburbs, and I was astounded to hear the chairperson say, everything's fine with footpaths, nothing's a problem. Oh my Lord, you have no idea. Come for a drive with me and I'll get you to meet people and you can talk to them about why their footpaths are in such shocking condition or why they don't exist at all. And I don't understand why your ward officers aren't getting these requests too, because my ward office is getting them daily. So this budget doesn't answer the issue of accessibility. It doesn't even come close. We are, or I'd say this administration is so out of touch with what's going on out there for real, everyday people that you think $130 dinners at the powerhouse is the way to go. It's not how real people are living. Real people want to be able to use their wheelchair. Real people want to be able to get their pram across Upper Street and not have to walk in a gutter. So, look, from my perspective, I'd be ashamed of this budget. I'd be ashamed, Mr Chair. Mr Chair, I'm happy to introduce you to these people. Happy to. So if you want to come out and actually meet real people, don't crack a joke, don't bring a picture of a footpath out, meet real people who are affected by this issue, come out with the Lord Mayor and I'll get them all there and you can have a chat to them. And you can tell them how wonderful the footpaths are. Because you are so out of touch, it's not funny.
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired.
So I hope we can do a better job next time.
And I'll also remind you to direct comments to other councillors in the room through the chair. Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Misrepresentation, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Mr Deputy Chair, the councillor opposite incorrectly reflected what I said because I clearly stated I had constructed footpaths at Heathwood Park to connect with the disability parking to the play equipment, to the park, the change rooms, toilets, and also constructed ambulance access and pedestrian access for mothers with prams and people in wheelchairs to the sports fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Further speakers? No one rising. Councillor Murphy, can you please close debate?
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you to all councillors who rose to contribute to the debate on Program 1. Councillor Massey exclaimed at the start of her speech that she didn't know where to start, and I find that very relatable, Councillor Massey, because there's so much to talk about in rebuttal that I don't know where to start. So let's start where Councillor Cassidy started off, and he's leaving the chamber right now, and that's okay. Let's talk about his comments on the draft Walkable Brisbane strategy. It is exactly that. It's a draft strategy, so we are seeking the community's feedback to inform the final version. His criticism of the strategy, his main criticism of the strategy wasn't anything substantial. It was that it was a strategy about the City of Brisbane. Well, last time I checked, we're councillors that represent the City of Brisbane, a city that encompasses 26 wards, 1.2 million people. It's a walkable Brisbane strategy for the City of Brisbane. So, you know, I think Councillor Cassidy needs to check the council that he represents, because that kind of criticism of the strategy is just sort of, you know, ludicrous and childlike. Look, many of the items discussed in the strategy are covered by core funding within TPO. So other initiatives in the strategy, things like footpath construction, are currently funded through different programs. We're so committed to walking in this city that it's not funded out of a single program in the budget. They are funded right across council through a number of different programs. For example, there are road projects in Program 2 that support active transport improvements. There's footpath construction and maintenance under Program 6. This year we invested $35 million in building new and improved footpaths, and next financial year we'll spend $41 million on new and improved footpaths. And this doesn't even include projects, Chair, that they have criticised, like the Adelaide Street Vision, Chair, which you heard earlier, adds another $16 million to our improvement for footpaths and walking infrastructure. Or the Green Bridges program, again, footpaths and walking infrastructure. Or the wider footpaths we're delivering at the Cultural Centre, part of Brisbane Metro project, which they've criticised, or as Councillor Cassidy has called it, the magic pudding. Guess what's in the magic pudding, Mr Chair? More footpath and walking infrastructure for our city. We know footpaths and pathways are critical infrastructure, and when it comes to walking, they need to be connected for it to be continuous, safe and convenient. Now, of course, we know councillors receive an allocation through the CEF that can be used on construction of new footpaths, which is on top of our already massive expenditure on footpaths. Again, Chair, Councillor Cassidy forgot that in the last Labor budget delivered in 2003-04, he's forgotten their poor record on footpaths, because at that time just over half of council's footpaths were rated in very good condition under the Sawley administration. The mayor, who he so loves, who he so comes in here all the time and tells us how good things were under Jim Sawley, but he never tells you what an appalling state our footpaths were in under Jim Sawley. So don't look at Labor's criticism of our record from year to year. Look at what they did when they were in charge and compare our record to theirs. Because since former Lord Mayor Graham Quirk was elected in 2011, Council has lifted the good condition of footpaths to over 70% and has decreased the number of footpaths in poor condition to under 5%. So Councillor Griffiths, who can't hack it because he was there under the Sawley administration, partially responsible for the appalling state of our footpaths, if he thinks it's bad now, just imagine what it was like when he first got elected. It was appalling, and he was in charge of the place.
Well, you know, just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnson, do not call out across the chamber, please. You are on a warning. I will go to the red labels if I hear you call out again. Thank you. Councillor Murphy,
well,
you got the call.
I'll take that interjection from Councillor Johnson, Deputy Chair, because we had Councillor Strunk talking about Forgan Smith and Story Bridge and the Trans-Siberian Railway, so he was going back pretty far. I'm only going back to the early thousands, Chair, so, you know, you can't have it both ways. Look, the good news is...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Strunk. Noted. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, you got the call.
The good news is, Chair, that in the 2022 to 23 financial year, I'm very happy to announce that one councillor delivered more footpaths with her Suburban Enhancement Fund than all Labor councillors combined, and that was Councillor Hammond. So let's give her a round of applause. So, you know, we have one councillor that does that. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at, because Labor councillors spent literally half of their time in Program 1, a very substantial program talking about footpaths, which is, you know, the vast majority of which aren't even delivered out of Program 1. We know that. So how many footpaths were delivered in Wynn and Manly Ward? None. Okay. How many were delivered in Morningside Ward? None. In Forest Lake? One footpath. And in Councillor Cassidy's ward? One as well. And just 14% of his Suburban Enhancement Fund did he spend on footpaths. So it turns out, Councillor Cassidy, we don't need Councillor Cassidy or Labor's mobility plan. All we need is Councillor Hammond, because Councillor Hammond is already spending more on footpaths than the entire Labor team in council. And they try to criticise us on footpaths, Deputy Chair. What a joke. What a joke.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Now, to Councillor Collier, Chair, I didn't think it would be possible to miss Councillor Cook, but here we are. Here we are. Councillor Collier claims thousands of residents are backing her call for the Norman Park Ferry to return. Well, I'm not sure who those residents are, Mr Chair, because less than one person was using the Norman Park Ferry per crossing. Perhaps it was the residents who signed the petition that Councillor Collier mentioned. Well, wrong, because I know she wasn't here at the time, but the petition was only signed by a couple of hundred residents from Norman Park, not the thousands that she claimed. Well, I don't have to table it because your previous councillor tabled it, so why don't you just talk to her, Councillor Collier? Now, on this side of the chamber, we believe that public transport should benefit as many people as possible, and what it shows us is that public transport...
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Collier, I know you're still shiny and new, but we do not call out like that across the chamber. Please? Thank you. Councillor Murphy, you got the call.
So let's talk, Chair, about Labor's plan for public transport in Australia's fastest growing capital city. It is to reinstate the lowest patronised ferry service in Brisbane's history. That is the sum total of their public transport plans that we know less than a year out from the quadrennial elections. And Councillor Collier also said that I never met residents on this issue, which is another mistruth, because she knows, because she was at the Civic Cabinet in the Suburbs meeting where I was meeting with residents, but she didn't have the guts to come up to me and talk about it, Chair.
Just one moment.
So I was meeting with residents there.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Collier, you're having
just
a
one
great
moment,
start
Councillor
to your time
Murphy.
in
Councillor
council.
Murphy.
Chair.
Just one moment.
Point of order, Chair.
Before you raise a point of order, I just warned you about calling across the chamber and you just disregarded the advice I'd given you before, right? I will give you a warning. Now, to your point of order.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you. That's the proper way to do it. Councillor Murphy, you got the call.
So I'm guessing Chair Councillor Collier isn't a fan of our new electric ferry, because I did see her acquaintance that was at the Bulimba Ferry Terminal on the weekend, Chair. She came and sat next to us like she was a CIA operative and was taking selfies, you know, of herself, which was pretending, you know, very clearly taking photos of us. So, you know, the Labor members in Morningside Ward, Chair, they're not sending their best. We know that. We also heard Councillor Collier say that Metro is only for the CBD, and clearly she knows nothing about the project because it extends all the way from the CBD into the outer suburbs, Chair. It's literally in the project slogan. So I look forward to Labor telling the residents of McGregor Ward, Holland Park Ward, Cooperoo Ward, Paddington Ward, Walter Taylor Ward, that they don't support the project and that Metro is only for the CBD, because those residents are getting excited about the change that Metro will bring. And as I said earlier, Chair, in my foreshadowing, I said that we would hear about the mystical $1 billion blowout on Metro from Councillor Cassidy, and he repeated the lie again in the chamber. And we also heard that same line from Councillor Massey. So it turns out that the Labor Green Alliance is off to a great start, Chair, and they are singing from the same hymn sheet on a number of points. Now, Councillor Collier also hinted at her residents' need for a green bridge in the community. And as the councillor's new in the chamber, I will remind her that in 2021, after several years, the state Labor government finally owned up to the report that they commissioned all the way back in 2015 to investigate an active transport bridge between Bulimba and Tenerife. What did that report reveal, Councillor Collier? I'll tell you. The bridge would need 30 metres clearance above the river, same height as the Story Bridge. It revealed that the bridge would cost over $200 million in 2015 dollars, and that you would need to demolish the homes of a number of residents for an unfeasible, unrealistic and uneconomic bridge. Now, we know then that what, of course, the local Labor state member did, Chair, was start to campaign for us to deliver it, deliver the government that her own state government had already done a report and given up on. And so I'm interested to see whether Councillor Collier will restart the same campaign to deliver that Bulimba to Tenerife Bridge, because we know it was a real stinker with local residents, a stinker with the Labor state government, and I'm interested to see if that's going to form part of their commitment going forward. Councillor Massey, on the other hand, also said there would be no delivery of green bridges. That is, despite the fact that Kangaroo Point and Breakfast Creek green bridges are well and truly underway.
Just one moment, Councillor Murphy. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
Noted. Councillor Murphy, you got the call.
Well, you know, what we know, Chair, is that when Council tries to do difficult active transport projects in the Gabba ward, like, for example, Dornock Terrace, which Councillor Sriranganathan first supported, and then when we went to the community, he then didn't support it and he changed his mind and gave up, campaigned against Council. But when projects are popular,
Councillor Murphy,
Chair,
your time
like
has
the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, they say it was their idea.
We will now move through the misrepresentations. Councillor Strunk, you were first.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Murphy said that I commented in regards to the Story Bridge and the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the Trans-Siberian railway line. It was the Transcontinental Railway line, which is in a different continent. Maybe you were asleep in geography that day.
Councillor Strunk, thank you. Thank you. Councillor Cassidy, your point of order, please.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. Councillor Murphy, obviously, isn't a guy for details, because
to the point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
He said I only built one footpath under my CEF in the current financial year. It's actually 2, and it was 50% of that CEF funding. The second one was the Boondall Village Precinct project, because this administration didn't put enough money into that, so the officers came begging for CEF funding, and I agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Collier, your misrepresentation, please.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to get the Chair's attention back to the Civic Cabinet meeting held on the 3rd of March 2021. I was there, and if you think, Chair, respectfully through you, Chair, if you think Councillor Murphy...
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. I will remind you, you do have to be concise with your misrepresentations, Councillor Collier. Can you please... Thank
you. Sorry, I am new.
I know. I know.
As you all like to remind me.
I know. I know. Can we exercise the misrepresentation, please, and then move on to Councillor Massey, who's eagerly waiting to give us her misrepresentation.
So many. Through you, Chair, Councillor Murphy, if you think that meeting with Norman Park residents, because you are compelled to at a Civic Cabinet meeting in the suburbs, is actually meeting with them and talking to them. And by the way, your own petition response says...
Councillor Wines, hang on. Councillor Wines, please resume your seat. Councillor Collier, to the misrepresentation. Yep. To the misrepresentation, please.
Yep. Your own petition response says you'll meet with them to discuss the future of the site. You haven't done that. You haven't done that.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Councillor Wines.
Can I ask for your consideration that the use of the misrepresentation device within the local law is being misused and that the use of it by many individuals this morning is clearly an act of disorder? And can you please ask them to use the rule the way it's intended, or can I ask you to consider using your discretion, because you actually have the power to refuse them all?
Thank you, Councillor Wines, for the reminder. Yes, Councillor Collier, they do have to be concise. And if you look at your colleagues, they were rather quick in delivering their misrepresentation. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Massey, your misrepresentation, please.
Thanks, Chair. What I was saying is that there was nothing delivered 4 years later.
Thank you very much. As there's no more debate, I'll now put the motion. 1, that the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 20 for the years 2023 to 2024 through to years 2026 to 2027, and 2, the annual operation plan as set out on pages 83 and 87, and on 3, the allocation for the operations and project for the service item 1.2.1.2, provide ferry services and maintenance for the years 2027 to 2028 through to 2030, 2031, as set out on page 77, as far as they relate to Program 1. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Division, Chair.
Seconded.
Division called... Oh, Councillor Murphy. The ayes have it. Yes. Yep. There we go.
Division.
And now division.
Division seconded.
Councillor called by Councillor Murphy, and I think it was Councillor Hutton.
It was me.
Councillor Owen, thank you. Please ring the bells. There they are. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Councillors, the program has passed. Thank you. Please resume your seats. I'll now call on Councillor Wines to present the next program, Infrastructure for Brisbane. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move the Infrastructure for Brisbane program. The program budgeted financial statement is set out on page 21 for the years 23-24 through to 2026-27, and the annual operation plan as set out on pages 88 to 91, so far as they relate to program 2, be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the Infrastructure for Brisbane program, 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 21 for years 2023 to 2024 through to 2026-2027, and 2, the annual operation plan set out on pages 88 to 91, so far as they relate to program 2, be adopted. Councillor Wines, is there any debate?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'll begin by answering some questions I noticed from our recent information sessions. In response to Councillor Strunk's question about the meterage of our resurfacing and reconstruction work, in the time frame provided, we were unable to provide the lineal outcome which he asked, but I can assure him volumetrically will be 1.2 million square metres of pavement will be resurfaced or reconstructed in financial year 23-24 from a budgeted allocation of $103 million for this coming year. On the second question, signalisation of pedestrian crossings. There are a number of pedestrian crossings that will be signalised and given protected light movement. In the financial year 23-24, Council expects to deliver 14 new or upgraded signalised pedestrian crossings at the following locations: Victory Pocket Road, Kenmore Road, Victory Pocket, 2, Hamilton Road and Western Avenue, Chermside, 2, Blunder Road and Wallaroo Way, Doolandella, 2, Dandenong, Sirocco, Central, Jamboree Heights, Mount Omni, 4, Kitty Hawk Avenue and Inala Avenue, Inala, 2, Logan Road and Deshan Street, 2. In 23-24, Council will also undertake planning and delivery activities to improve safety to further 32 pedestrian crossing locations, including at 6 Brisbane schools, to improve pedestrian safety treatments at these locations, which may include zebra crossings if supported and required, pedestrian refuges and curb build-outs. So, Mr Chair, in respect to this year's budget, the Program 2 area delivers for us in a citywide sense, a suburban sense and a local neighbourhood community sense. And it sees yet another record spend and our commitment to making sure that people get home sooner and safer on a safe and efficient road network. This program principally focuses on 2 things: efficiency of the network and safe movement within that network. So we will see significant expenditure on major projects that will address historic bottlenecks. So this year we'll see the principal work and the vast breaking of the back of the Moggle Road corridor project, in particular the Indooroopilly roundabout removal and replacement. It will see principal work commence on the Beams Road project, the Beams Road corridor project, conditional to federal support, which has disappointingly become under review. But people will note in the budget that the revenue is reflected, so we remain optimistic that the feds will look upon that project favourably, and we will be able to deliver that project. But more than that, that we're delivering projects in the outer suburbs like Beams Road, for whole swathes of the city like the Moggle Road corridor and the Indooroopilly roundabout removal project. This year sees a renewed focus on making sure our road corridors work. So if I can reflect upon a project that was completed last year, the Rochedale-Priestdale intersection upgrade, this year moving along Rochedale Road, we see the upgrade of the Rochedale Road Miles Platting Road intersection in this budget. Now, there will likely be criticism that this council has neglected the suburbs and focuses solely on the city. Can I remind councillors that the Rochedale-Priestdale intersection, 25% of it is actually in Logan. It's that far away from the centre of the city. And that this is continuing work. We will also see significant work while we remain in the outer southeast. There is significant work in preparation for will be a brand new road for the Gardner Road construction, which is vital for the growing Rochedale community. Can I also reflect on important corridor works for Logan Road, important corridor works for Bowen Bridge, Ludwich Road, and important corridor works for Counter Street, Kelvin Grove Road and Inaugural Road, all of which will focus on operational matters to ensure that the function of those key intersections for both safety and efficiency for motorists, cyclists and pedestrians will be a key focus going forward. So as I say, we are focused on delivery of major projects. We are focused on planning for the future of those projects. This year we see a significant focus on planning, and I think if councillors were to reflect upon some of the allocations, we see major funding for those projects I discussed earlier to ensure that they are delivered, but also a clear commitment to planning for the future and understanding that there is a cycle of work that is required, that we must have a design and consultation phase, and I must concede that it's my view, and increasingly so, that the design and consultation phase should take longer so that the community is more engaged through those early phases, and that when projects do come to fruition, the public is clearly involved, aware and supportive of what is being proposed. So I think that, and that is also reflected, that value is also reflected in this budget, that there is a clear determination that we're going to make our corridors work better for the whole city, across the whole sort of clock of the city. We're also going to make sure that the planning, the design and the consultation of those includes residents on the way, and I think that's really important. Also, this program area speaks to a lot of pedestrian safety improvements, and a lot of the discussion I heard in the earlier program area about safe travel to school, safe pedestrian crossings, a lot of that is reflected here. We had a lot of debate in the committee session, in the information session, about zebra crossings in particular, and I will say now, as I said then, they are a function of community consultation, they're a function of pedestrian feedback, they're a function of things like the local access network improvements, they're a feature of school zone upgrades, and they're a feature of minor traffic road density. I apologise sometimes if I use the bureaucratic language rather than a normal person's language, but minor road traffic density projects, which are also about pedestrian improvements in a lot of ways, which can, and this was the problem with some of the line of criticism, they can, but we won't know whether they will until consultation and planning occurs. And that way, I suppose, we are vulnerable to criticism because this is planning and consultation money, so we won't know if a zebra crossing is delivered until we conclude the planning and consultation work. So that is why sometimes the numbers around that can be fluid. To remain focused on, if I can take our focus to some pedestrian corridors, this year Council will commence the design and consultation work of the state-funded Montague Road corridor, which has been bouncing around that inner south community for some time, and it's really great to finally see the state, I suppose, pony up and pay us. I mean, quite frankly, it has been something that they've struggled with. I don't want to reflect that they have actually paid this invoice yet. I should make further investigations, but we will be their contract deliverer. And I want to make it clear in this place, the outcomes and the findings will be delivered by the state, or they will be state funded. This is a state government paid for, state government led project. So I want to say that early on. So can I also reflect that this program area has a maintenance function of the more than 5,800 kilometres of roadway that goes all around our city. I want to take a moment to reflect, typically we would spend $90 million on road resurfacing. The present financial year, 22-23, saw $101 million worth of funding towards road resurfacing. This coming financial year will see an increase to $103 million. There is, whether that will be an increase in square meterage or lineal meterage of the delivery of the roadway may not necessarily be reflected in that figure, because we are going to be doing larger streets, and the flood reconstruction is a much more, I suppose, expensive and technically difficult delivery. So I had the pleasure of going out to Beanley Road with Councillor Marks to see what was the first road we rebuilt as part of the flood rebuild and reconstruction work. It was huge. It went for kilometres and was 4 lanes wide and had to be constructed for, I want to say, it was tens of thousands of vehicles would use that each day. So that would be, and I think the reconstruction work was, I think, just for that road alone, beyond $1 million. So when we talk about the scale of road, when you reconstruct a road for flood resilience into the future, the cost is much more significant, and so it doesn't necessarily reflect that we get more square metres or more lineal metres because of the cost of the road. We're also moving our focus to make sure that roads across the entire network are delivered. So we have had a focus on our suburban streets for a long time, but we also have to consider our industrial streets, and our freight network also requires significant work as well. Now, while not as glamorous as some of our other work, it is still important to the sort of enterprise of this city. So while we talk about our work, I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on the plan and design the network in particular. It's about keeping a fit-for-purpose traffic network, which is what's demanded in Australia's fastest growing capital city, with nearly $20 million invested in this budget to prepare for our future network. Some of the highlights were some of those roads that I identified earlier, but it also is supported through our emerging lands projects, which, again, just for clarity, sometimes people see a line item and think that there's an attribution. Emerging land acquisition and unplanned works such as that are literally for things that fall out of the clear blue sky in preparation for work into the future that's been identified. So I think that's sometimes we have to just sort of reflect on some of the more general line items that occur within our budget. But can I say, this is the year where we really, as I said earlier, we really hit the bulk of the work for our major projects, but prepare for our next set of major projects, which is about, again, making our road network operate safely and efficiency, getting people home sooner and safer. Can I take a moment, though, to reflect on the substantial costs of some of our projects? So, for example, over the course of its life, the Moggill Road project will cost in excess of $150 million. Part of that, and a significant part of that, which is attributed in almost all the work we do, is work that cannot be seen, and that is the replacement and upgrading of underground services. So if I can just stay on Moggill Road for a moment and to reflect on the sorts of projects that are included within that will increase the price of the project. So as part of Moggill Road already, we have replaced 3.5 kilometres of communication cable, 2.5 kilometres of new and upgraded drainage, 1 kilometre of new sewer pipe, 3 kilometres of new water pipe, 2 kilometres of power cabling for Energex, and 2.2 kilometres of the intelligent traffic systems network. Part of that overpass will require the removal of 44,000 cubic metres of soil and the pouring of more than 9,000 cubic metres to create this roundabout removal and overpass. This will then serve that community that carries more than 80,000 vehicles per day. We will see on the next level down in the suburban works program, $31 million spent this year, with $14.5 million spent at the Fig Tree Pocket Kenmore Road intersection. We will, among other projects, we will also see on the north side a commitment to be able to deliver the Hamilton Road upgrade in Marchant Ward. Well, interesting interjection by Councillor Hammond, but yes, any support from the state government to deliver an entry to their hospital would be greatly appreciated. And one thing that we will continue to engage with Queensland Health to make sure that the access for their own staff is improved and they make a worthy contribution to the improvement of facilities for their own people. Can I make mention at also at this point our ongoing commitment to the removal of open level crossing stands? We have a number of projects that we're supporting. The one that we are the principal on is the Lyndham Crossing improvement. It is another project that sits in limbo as a result of the federal government's review of their projects, but it is one that we believe is the right thing to do. We have our funding allocated and we await their support. This budget reflects both here and in the forwards our ongoing commitment to $40 million per open level crossing removal project, which will be in support of the Beams Road open level crossing removal and potential Boundary Road, when I say Coopers Plains, Boundary Road, Coopers Plains open level crossing removal. Both of those projects will be significant state funded projects. If the councils have any questions about how that reads in the book, we make milestone payments. We don't make a singular $40 million payment to the state government. We make milestone payments over time. And also it's been a really great opportunity for council to be involved to ensure that our assets are properly considered as part of that program. So while there's an item in here called congestion busting projects, I must make a point to say that all of our projects are about congestion busting, but in particular this congestion busting project will see increased work at Moggle Road at Turinga Parade and Rapilli. Beams Road and Hanford Road is an early works of our Beams Road project, and of course that Roachdale and Miles Platting Road. It's about expanding the scope and effectiveness of our existing works and making sure that the whole network is...
Councillor Wines, your time has expired.
...safer and more efficient.
Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that council now adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion before us to adjourn for lunch for 1 hour, moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Enjoy lunch, councillors. Councillors, just as a reminder, we're on program 2 and we are up to the opposition side. So are there any further speakers on program 2? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chair. And look, this once again is the infrastructure program is once again a very disappointing story for local residents. We find that there's been, once again, the LNP have no plans other than to blame the fate of the state and federal government for their poor delivery. And we've seen that just recently with the LNP administration trying to blame the state and federal government for the cuts for work that they're reviewing. So there are no cuts. They're reviewing whether projects should go ahead. And I would expect that a new government would and should do that so that we actually ensure that what we're delivering for the residents of Brisbane is proper and correct. In 2023, this year, we've seen only 8 preliminary designs going ahead and 7 detailed designs completed. So we're seeing less work. We're seeing less achieved under this administration. And council is using land acquisition as a proactive measure for claiming it minimises its impact on residents, and that obviously is not the case. There's been a significant decrease in the local access network improvement program from 14 projects to 3. And I know for me, there's a number of projects that haven't got off, just haven't happened. This has been years and years and years of waiting for this LNP administration to do something, and they just haven't delivered. A perfect example of that is Ipswich and Waterton Street. Ipswich Road and Waterton Street, where a major intersection reconstruction has been required. Once again, there's been no work for that major intersection to go ahead. And we once again, sadly enough, hear that the LNP blames the federal government for the delays on Beams Road. Wake up. Wake up. It's time for you to take responsibility for projects that you're running. It's time to deliver on projects that you're running. Stop blaming everyone else. Now, unfortunately, for me, one of the biggest disappointments in this infrastructure program is the fact that they've missed the Coopers Plains crossing yet again. And I've certainly been talking about that for the 20 years I've been here. We have movement from the state and federal government, but this LNP council, just nowhere to be seen. Not participating, not doing anything, not contributing any money. And that's reflected in this budget. When Campbell Newman first came to this chamber, he actually did 2 projects, and he stood up with 52 rail crossing projects, and he stood up and matched the state 50-50 on those projects. 50-50, council and state. But with this project, this important project about congestion on the south side that deals with major congestion on the south side, this LNP administration have gone walkabout. We haven't seen them anywhere around. Similarly, Coorparoo, no action on that major debacle that is the rail crossing on Cavendish Road. And you'd expect, once again, I hear the calling out, it's the state government, it's not us, it's a council road. It's a council road. And it was good enough to do it. Excuse me?
Councillors.
It was good enough for the LNP to do it over on the north side. It was good enough for them to do it on the north side. And I remember Campbell, that was when we had an LNP councillor in here actually interested in doing something. He'd come into the chamber and go, I'm going to do it. We're going to deliver this. We're going to cut through all the crap. He's not here. Deputy Mayor isn't here, Lord Mayor's. In fact, the infrastructure chair isn't even here for his own program. But sadly, that's how business is done in Brisbane City Council at the moment. And I remember he was feisty and he did push ahead, but he got those 2 projects done. And I'm sure if Campbell Newman was here now, which I'm glad he isn't, but if he was here now, he'd actually be taking a lead on Coorparoo. He'd be taking a lead on Cooper's Plains Crossing. He'd be wanting to get them done. But all we hear is, it's not us, it's them. Don't blame us, don't look here. What about thinking about the residents of Brisbane? What about actually delivering for the residents of Brisbane? It's a bit like the sad footpath saga. We say we do a lot of footpaths, but we don't. We don't really, or the administration don't really care about our non-delivery of footpaths. You know, this project, or this infrastructure for Brisbane really misses the residents of Brisbane. It's more focused on inner city projects, the inner city spend, and forgetting about delivery of suburban projects for the residents of Brisbane. And that's reflected right through this program. Unfortunately, it's supported by this LNP administration.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to rise and talk about the delivery of infrastructure to the suburbs and especially Brackenridge Ward in this program, Chair. This budget will see the continuation of improved pedestrian access on Lacey Road at Castledine under 2.1.2.2 local access network improvements. The area around Lacey Road has seen growth in recent years and is home to many young families. On one side of Lacey Road, we have Makaranga Park, which will continue to be upgraded with nature play and gym equipment and lighting in this budget. Thank you, Councillor Davis, and is a popular park for local Castledine residents. On the other side of Lacey Road is the Lacey Road Park with basketball and a dog off-leash area, as well as pathways that lead through to residents on Cowie Road, on the Cowie Road side of Castledine. And of course, Lacey Road has a designated bus stops for commuters and is fast becoming a very busy road. The upgrades in this budget will see 2 pedestrian crossing points, traffic islands, turn lanes, visibility and traffic safety improvements, and upgrades to road lighting. And of course, these works will enable safer travel for everyone using Lacey Road and encourage more active travel. Moving now to Service 2.1.2.2, improve local transport networks, and specifically the delivery of safety and amenity in local areas. I want to thank Councillor Wines for a project in another great part of my ward, Chair, at Hutton Road in Aspley. Yeah, it's a great area. This part of Aspley lies between Zilmere Road and Robinson Road, with Aspley State High and Aspley Special School on one side, and Aspley East State School and the Robinson Road shops on the other side. And to the east is Gympie Road and another shopping precinct, and to the west is Zilmere train station. It's a very leafy and older part of Aspley, and the area is increasingly being used to avoid Gympie Road and Murphy Road by non-local residents. With many children walking in this area and the streets being narrow, we have worked to provide as many adaptations over time within the precinct, and we have conducted extensive consultation with residents about traffic calming options and measures to moderate vehicle speeds and enhance safety in this local suburban precinct. This budget will further progress the design, the consultation and construction of the local area traffic management in this Hutton Road area. Chair, under Service 2.1.3.1, Roads Network Resurfacing, Brackenridge Ward will see works done in sections of Humerick Place and Tarragon Street in Bald Hills, Beams Road in Castledine, Murphy Road and Swanwick Street in Zilmere, and Zilmere Road in Aspley. And Chair, the service that I'm most excited about is 2.1.2.5, Better Roads for Brisbane. This service is designed to deliver significant upgrades to key urban locations to reduce congestion and improve road safety for all users. This service is delivered through funding partnerships with the Australian Government. Activities in this service include upgrading key locations in the urban road network, including improved and upgraded roads, connection and improved intersections, providing traffic solutions for some of the most congested locations in our city, transforming some of our suburbs' oldest and most treacherous intersections, enhancing active transport opportunities and busting travel times. With the support and advocacy of my local federal MP, Luke Howard, this service has seen great outcomes for my ward over the last 3 years, with the delivery of Norris Road and Hoyland Street upgrades, the Dorval and Lacey Roads improvements, and now in this budget, Brogan Road, the continuation of the Beams Road upgrade. Funds have been allocated in the Better Roads for Brisbane program over coming budgets, Chair, and until recently it was full steam ahead. The preliminary work of moving services along Beams Road have been done. The pipes required for drainage have been purchased and are stored along Telegraph Road at Fitzgibbon. And we have gone to tender and are ready to commence construction. As this chamber knows, and it has proven it's not just a vibe, disappointingly, we are now in limbo on this project due to the federal government announcing a review of this project and others that will last 90 days and decide whether this project will proceed. It is a shame. I'll take that interjection. It will not be until later this year that we will know whether this critical upgrade will go ahead. And despite what Councillor Griffiths says, trying to say that it is right for the government to check on these former LNP government projects, it is one of their own ministers, the member for Lilly, who in opposition was more than happy to espouse the virtues of this project, and I've shown the chamber before. There's Councillor Cassidy holding the brochure, the glossy brochure, giving their approval and saying, we know this is going to deliver a great outcome for the community, less congestion and more jobs on the north side.
Now he doesn't know who wants to hear you.
Her own government is questioning her own opinion there and holding this project up. The community is very excited about the upgrade that will actually link up to and support the state government's Beams Road rail overpass, which I might add, Chair, I believe is also under review. The removal of this rail crossing has been long overdue, and my community had hoped that following the removal of Telegraph Road and G-Bung rail crossings by the LNP government, and yes, Campbell Newman, which I might add was done in only 2 years, that the Beams Road would be next. 2, that's right, Councillor Hammond. Unfortunately, Chair, under this Labor government, no further removals have occurred in their 8 years. So I cannot believe that this project has still not commenced and needs any kind of review when all 3 levels of government had been working together to get this project done. It is critical that the 4-lane upgrade of Beams Road gets started as soon as possible. It is a major connector road and now has a new high school and the state government Castledine Village adding additional traffic and demands. It is a sore point for Labor every time I bring this up, as it reflects on their failure to deliver any infrastructure in the state. It is a sore point with my residents, Chair, because they have to navigate these roads every single day. Your heart starts to race as you go down Castle Grove Avenue in Fitzgibbon, because you're wondering, you know, how long am I going to be held up? How many trains are going to pass through on Beams Road? You know, how long will it take me to get to work along this? It's the same as on Lingfield Road, you know, another failed state government project where federal money was promised for years. And even in their state budget just handed down, guess what? 2024, we still see no action, even in their budget, for this Lingfield Road overpass. They just can't deliver. And here we are trying to deliver on Beams Road and we're being held up by a Labor federal government. The removal of the Dorval Road roundabout, where almost 30 accidents have been recorded, is vital to improving safety. The upgrade to traffic lights at the Dorval Road and Beams intersection will include pedestrian crossings, and the upgrade of the Hanford Road intersection in Councillor Cassidy's ward will provide dedicated turn lanes as well as improve the safety and connectivity of this section of Beams Road. With other lights at key intersections and the installation of new shared paths throughout the corridor to improve connectivity for people, in particular for cyclists, this upgrade is a win for all residents within my ward and for neighbouring wards. I thank Councillor Wines and the infrastructure team for all the work they have done with consultation, planning, and hope that the allocated budget can be progressed as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Are there any further? Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2 infrastructure for Brisbane, and it's pretty understandable why Councillor Andrew Wines, the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, appears to have checked out of doing any hard work in this program and in Council. He doesn't have much to do as the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee. When you look through the budget papers and the appendix of schedule of works, there's not a lot for Councillor Wines to do there. Suburban investment is stagnant. Yep. It's totally gutted in the forward estimates. And of course, we've heard from Councillor Wines and now Councillor Landers that it's all somebody else's fault. Yeah. They just blame and complain, this LNP administration. And they'll also say, you know, we had this in the Active Transport Fund in Program 1, that future planning around projects is all contingent on election commitments. This money just disappears in the forward estimates because, you know, according to LNP chairs, well, all the parties haven't made their commitments, so Council couldn't possibly be doing forward planning around addressing suburban congestion. That's no way to plan for a growing city, Deputy Chair. The network that the LNP are proudly championing today has less money in the budget for planning and design, as we've heard, and the money completely disappears in those forward estimates. So you can't plan for a growing city by putting everything on hold in the lead up to an election, unless politics is your main game. Yeah. And obviously for the LNP, that's what it is. And we have come to expect that with this LNP Lord Mayor, more money has been allocated in this budget for the coordination of major inner-city construction projects than anywhere else, because for them, there's so much riding on those major inner-city projects. It's the LNP's only legacy in this place. So when it comes to any real commitment to infrastructure in the suburbs, though, I'm sure, as we have heard from two of the councillors, and they'll all have their talking points that it's somebody else's fault, they blame the state government and they'll blame the federal government. That is certainly the flavour of the month for the LNP in this place at the moment. It used to be, they never used to blame the federal government, of course, because the Lord Mayor's good friend Scott Morrison was in charge. He could just pick up the phone and say, get the chequebook out quickly. When Julian Simmons, we'll remember a lot of those projects, when he was looking to be a bit in trouble, when all of the election materials had the Lord Mayor, well, it turns out he really was. All the election material had the Lord Mayor and the federal member on it, never Scott Morrison. But he was never far away, Scott Morrison. They picked up the phone, they said, can we get some road project funding, because the LNP council's run out of money for suburban road projects, so we'll get some federal money for those. Whether they were good or not remains to be seen. I'm sure we'll figure that out pretty soon, whether they were genuinely good value for money projects through this review process. But when it comes to building the transport network, sadly things don't really get any better for Councillor Wines and the Lord Mayor. True to form, the three projects that were funded in 22-23 budget that were supposed to be finished by the end of this financial year aren't going to be, and they're going to cost more money into the future, so residents are really paying more and getting less in the suburbs of Brisbane. Councillor Huang, Councillor Hammond, Councillor Atwood must be fairly disappointed that key projects in their wards, Gardner Road, Priestdale Road to Underwood Road project, Hamilton Road to Western Avenue and the Lyndham Road safety upgrade, all remain in limbo for their communities because of the mismanagement of this LNP administration. The LNP has completely gutted the open level crossing contribution of $12 million this financial year. There's no capital expenditure planned until 24-25. Yeah. So the LNP are going slow on open level crossing. So you can't, they might say one thing in here, but they do something very differently when it comes to actual funding commitments. So you can't listen to what they say, you have to actually look at what they do. How lazy and short-sighted they have become, Deputy Chair. Councillor Wines couldn't, this really basic one in the information sessions, couldn't say how much road surfacing would be delivered. I know he got up earlier and answered a question on notice around the square meterage, but he couldn't say how many, and this is really basic work. It is actually the bread and butter of his committee, given how much they've gutted other projects in this program. Road resurfacing and curving and channelling is really the bread and butter. So it either comes down to poor planning on the LNP's part or poor record keeping, I guess, perhaps in the Chair's office. But it might be surprising to residents that one of the most basic core functions of council is so far, this is road resurfacing, is so far from the LNP's minds that they don't really know what they're planning to deliver this year. But when you do get to know them, that's all too familiar. And I guess that's one of the reasons why they pulled the schedule of works out of the budget itself, so they're not accountable to those projects now, they're just supporting documents. It really can't be that hard to figure out, though, when you think about it, in terms of road resurfacing, because why the LNP don't really know what they're delivering. It's easy to figure out why, because when you're contracting out so much of that work, they probably lose track a little bit. They've now got contractors in to help manage all those external contracts as well. So I guess Councillor Wines had to pick up the phone and ring a few external contractors to contact another couple of external contractors to figure out how much basic work is going to be rolled out in the suburbs of Brisbane. The suburbs of Brisbane are absolutely choked with congestion, and this budget is supposedly $4.3 billion this year. It was supposedly $4 billion last year, but we know hundreds of millions of dollars out of that budget is carried over into this one, which is padding out this budget from projects that were not delivered last year and are costing more now because of the delays. But what is the LNP's plans for the suburbs out of this $4.3 billion budget? Just 4 district projects funded. Illawina Street is one of those. I can imagine residents would shudder when they hear the words Eloina Street and LNP in the same sentence. We remember the last time that Councillor Angela Owen shut down Eloina Street for 6 months and had to take police to a P&C meeting at a local school because residents were that furious about this LNP's mismanagement of that basic project, so hopefully it goes better this time. There's just 9 local access network improvement projects, and the biggest one by far in that list, by far, is a carryover from last year. It's a project that was never even done last year. The LNP couldn't get finished. There's one single traffic calming project being constructed this year, apart from the 2 that were funded last year for construction that were never done. So they'll claim they're delivering 3 this year. 2 are from last year's budget, never done, carried over to this year, and only 1 funded in this year's budget. So this lack of investment is absolutely appalling for the residents of Brisbane, Deputy Chair. The Boondall LATM in my ward was funded for design and it was supported by local residents in the community years ago, but sits on this long never list of the LNP now. There's barely $2 million being spent on suburban congestion busting projects in this budget. I was a little generous when I used a previous figure a few days ago where I said $2.5 million because $500,000 of that is a carryover from last year. So it's only $2 million in new money on suburban congestion busting projects. They're the sort of projects that can make a real difference to local communities because they're also about improving the safety at local intersections and road corridors as well. And I know that list of unfunded projects is a mile long as well, awaiting funding. Projects like the intersection of Loftus and Adams Street and Deagon have been sitting on that list for over a decade now, despite council officers year after year after year saying this is a project that should get funded, needs to be funded, should be done. We are just awaiting funding in the Lord Mayor's budget. A decade goes by and no funding is allocated. Councillor Cunningham a few days ago tried to claim that a couple of road projects that she rattled off in her reply speech on Friday were proof that the LNP's habitual underspending in the suburbs is nothing to worry about. Well, I think residents aren't as stupid as Councillor Cunningham thinks they are. The proof is in black and white in the budget papers before us today, and people are living with that reality out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So after much fanfare from the Lord Mayor a couple of meetings ago, the SAMS for School project has had its time in the sun. It's been cut. And I guess that one, their explanation of that one will be that it was an election commitment from last time, it's all done. Yeah. They just go, term to term to term based on election commitment to election commitment, no forward planning for the suburbs of Brisbane. Maintenance projects continue to be delayed, which means the funding is pushed out into forward years. It's not responsible and it's not sustainable. The Suburban Works program is the hiding spot for all of this LNP administration's mistakes, missteps and miscalculations. But it's in black and white. It's there. We can see that there's less money being spent on planning and design projects. Projects that were funded last year are not delivered and carried over to this year to pad out this budget to make the LNP look a little bit better. But residents are fundamentally paying more and getting less in the suburbs of Brisbane.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak in support of Program 2 today. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, can I say to Councillor Wines, on behalf of my local community, a very big thank you to the council officers who have been diligently working on Stage 1A, Stage 1B of the Ritchie Road, Wadeville Street corridor project. And we recently turned on those traffic lights on the 9th of June. And those traffic lights, particularly as they are in a high volume pinch point in also an area that is the lead into a school precinct, they are now operating so effectively that the traffic flows in the afternoon. I've had reports from people, they're getting home 13 minutes earlier than they were the week prior to them being installed. And this is somebody who goes to the school every afternoon, leaves at the same time, and has certainly checked in and said, repeatedly day after day since the traffic lights have been installed, that they are seeing a significant reduction in their travel time to get home with their children in the afternoon. And that is part of what this administration has been focused on, getting people home sooner and safer. And to the program within the budget book, in relation to the Ritchie Road corridor, 2.1.2.3, the traffic reduction initiatives. Now, I know that we are going into stage 2. There are multiple stages of that Ritchie Road, Wadeville Street corridor that we need to continue to progress. And over the last couple of years, I did a check on the growth figures the other day, and prior to the last election, there were only 762 homes in Pollara. As of February this year, 2,442. So roughly 1,700 homes, with a good few hundred that are underway at the moment and will be potentially occupied by Christmas. So I'm looking forward to seeing more residents in by Christmas and welcoming them to the community. But that is why it is important that we do these sorts of projects. We have been planning and consulting with particularly the school and local constituents in relation to where those next stages are. And I do note that even last week in the council meeting, we approved the acquisition of some extra land to facilitate the widening of the corridor around the 129 to 139 area of Ritchie Road. So that's in preparation for that next stage of the projects along that corridor. So in direct contrast to the comments from the other side of the chamber, this side of the chamber is getting on with the job. We are planning for the future. We are working on the basis of making sure that we are planning the proper road networks, but at the same time, these things need to go through an appropriate process. It takes time to get the permit approvals for the relocation of services by other service providers. So in the Ritchie Road corridor, we have significant constraints such as the gas pipeline, the oil pipeline, the electricity services, the water services. So it's not as simple as just saying, let's just put a road widening or let's just put a road extension. And through you, Mr Deputy Chair, to Councillor Wines, a very, very big thank you for the patience and diligence that the officers working on these projects have undertaken. And I know that they are just in the process of doing the design work and getting everything moving for the Illawina Street car park that will be coming. They have done the preliminary work. I have had consultation with the school's executive principal and the deputies, and certainly the P&C. And the P&C president this week was extremely excited to hear that that car park has been funded, and it was certainly received well by the school principal that I spoke to that afternoon as well. So this is a way to move forward. It is a way that we are making the school environments and our local communities a lot safer. But the important thing that we all need to remember is that we all traverse through many roads across the city. We travel through different wards to get to and from City Hall here, going about our daily business, visiting our friends and family. We are utilising so much of the city's infrastructure. And so that is where projects like the Forest Lake Boulevard, safety improvements that will be undertaken, they're at Pacific Parade, so they are just within my ward, but they will also serve to help those residents living in the Forest Lake ward predominantly as well that are traversing that area. And Councillor Strunk, I know through you, Mr Deputy Chair, you were very excited during the information sessions about the Blunder Road Wallaroo Way intersection upgrade as well. And when that was part of my ward in 2016, I had raised that as a request back then, before it transferred, and I am pleased.
Yes, you did. When you're ready, Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I had raised that as an issue on behalf of residents when it fell within my ward until 2016, and I am pleased for my residents who drive along Blunder Road that their safety will be improved by those traffic lights at Wallaroo Way, and that all the residents living in Wallaroo Way around Beccaria Park, where you see the beautiful murals that we did, that I worked with the Neighbourhood Watch to install on Blunder Road back then. And that is something that is so important, that those residents feel safe coming out of their estate onto that major road, being Blunder Road. And obviously Blunder Road has a lot more traffic now since this administration brought through the $55 million Blunder Road deviation and connected up with the $18 million Stapleton Road upgrade, which then went down to the Johnson Road and Stapleton Road intersection upgrade, which was $18 million. So just on Johnson Road as well, I know it then crosses across to Councillor Strunk's ward again, and that's also been funded in this program. And this is about local corridors, road corridors that run north to south, east to west. And I know Councillor Marx and I, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, we're very pleased to see that the resurfacing of Leroyd Road will be taking place in this financial year, because that is a major east-west corridor. And we are certainly keeping an eye on that corridor. It is getting extremely well utilised, and the thousands of vehicles that go through there, and particularly our buses that go to the Willawong bus depot, and also all of the vehicles that go to the waste transfer station. So that is so important that we do deal with that. And also, I know through you, Mr Deputy Chair, that Councillor Marx and I will see a lot of reduction in traffic congestion at the Jackson Road, Hellawell Road intersection, where it comes out and then it comes out onto Beaudesert Road opposite my ward, because a lot of my residents cut through that way to come home as well. So the more that we can look at on a citywide perspective, on a corridor-wide perspective, to deal with this traffic congestion, the better off the residents will be. Now, I'm unsure as to why a previous speaker is having difficulties knowing what resurfacing is going to be undertaken, because it's clearly spelled out in the budget book, but obviously there hasn't been sufficient homework done in that regard to actually look at what is contained there. But I am certainly grateful for the significant investment in the road resurfacing that will be coming through within my ward. There are a number of projects that, when we look at them across the city, we do find that they have been funded through what's called the LRCI, the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Projects, and that is which. Oh, so I'll take that interjection. Unfortunately, Councillor Wines advises me it's been cancelled for Brisbane City Council now, which is disappointed. But I can say that the LRCI projects that were delivered in my ward by the council officers have been great. They have been well received by the community. The work and diligence that has been done has been extremely professional and exemplary, and all of the officers that work in this program area are to be commended, because they have often a difficult job managing many different perspectives and constraints, and they are to be commended for their hard work. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Owen. Are there any for Councillor Massey?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. You know, I speak on Program 2, infrastructure. Look, speakers before me have talked about how many projects within this program are actually rolling over. And that is a very clear issue here, because what it is about responsibility. Another thing that's also clear is the transfer of responsibility from this LNP administration to state government or to federal. This is something I noted earlier when I was speaking about the green bridges. I'm going to be quite specific about this transfer of responsibility, specifically around a few things that I'll talk about for my ward. I guess the first one is about the Montague Road project, which, let me say, I'm thankful that after a delay of a year, that the state government and Brisbane City Council have now come to an agreement, I believe, though the cheque might not be paid. to ensure that this project designs, there's $1 million here for design. What I will talk about is I was a little bit shocked when Councillor Wines, even though he said this project had been kicking around, couldn't note that the project was highlighted in 2019 by a traffic and mobility study that was funded by state government but implemented by Brisbane City Council, which actually rated the Montague Road as high-level recommendations for corridor study. I was also a little bit shocked when I asked in estimates if there had been any conversations or community studies that had been done before about the Montague Road corridor. And the chair of the committee said, no, I don't believe there was. I do think the Brisbane City Council is the start. However, I will note that Kurilpa Futures and the Queensland Ballet, Thomas Dixon Centre, which is on Montague Road, a wonderful, wonderful addition to West End, partnered with each other to do a Montague Road project in 2020 to deliver a community-initiated process for this project. What they actually delivered from it was visioning around the corridor. About 800 residents were in conversation, and they delivered a report called Visioning for 2035, the Montague Road project. I'm really happy to send this on for the infrastructure chair, since unfortunately they didn't have knowledge of this information and the great work that was actually already happening within the community. And that's the thing that I want to talk to about, because the chair made very clear that anything that came from the Montague Road study, right, and the area it was would be funded by state government, right? Which is interesting because last year in October 2022, the GAB Award received a really detailed project design for congestion busting Montague Road and Molson Street in West End. Again, nowhere in the budget to be found. There are other projects here for corridor modernisation. Boundary Street, West End, Vulture Street, West End, and, you know, of course, Montague Road is a long road. It's on that multiple times, not just from West End, but all the way down to South Brisbane and Kurilpa. I find that really interesting that it seems to me that the chair is suggesting that any funding for these projects, including the ones that Brisbane City Council designed, right, could possibly, all that responsibility would be transferred on to the state government, when apparently this area that not only had incredibly high density increases from 2014 to now, right, is also the high area that this council wants to triple, quadruple the population in, and they're constantly saying that this is the most connected area, when all these projects listed here are absolutely nowhere to be found in this infrastructure. I mean, there's other projects. There's traffic calming for Roger and Kurilpa Street in West End, Princess Street in Kangaroo Point, Prospect Terrace, South Brisbane. A bevy of projects that people within the community have been asking for because it's dangerous. There are schools, there's high density population, there is increased traffic, there is a lack of separated bikeways, protected separated bikeways. And so, you know, what we have here is very clearly to me, all this conversation about Montague Road and all this conversation about the fact that this is the most well-connected area and this is why it should be a part of high density, right? But here are all the projects designed by council, clearly stated by the chair that won't be funded by council. Look, when we were in the sitting, the chair said no clear plans for zebra crossings, okay? Okay, that's weird. That's a bit weird to me, but maybe it's just my first time, so maybe I don't, yeah, it's cute. No, it's just a bit weird. I mentioned before, like we talked earlier about the intersection of Cromwell and Annalise Road, and we talked about that being a really important intersection. Nothing in there for that. I'm going to finish with one thing that wasn't discussed, though, and I don't think that many people have discussed it here, which is I want to talk about what happens when traffic calming is taken away. Okay? So, location, Gabba Hill, beautiful area, really tightly packed streets, really tightly packed area, already a danger for pedestrians, a danger for people in cars, a danger for cyclists. In 2022, much to the objection of the former councillor Srinivasan, the traffic calming was removed from Hawthorne Street and Meriton Street, right? Completely removed. And I'm saying again, this was to prioritise car movements, right? We objected as the Gabba office completely to it. Do you know what the result was? Since November 2022, one house has had 5 cars crash into its bedroom. Crash into its bedroom, endangering their lives. 5 cars. Since I've been in the Gabba and they contacted our office, I have been in contact with Brisbane City Council to try to get this traffic calming back that you removed. 5 cars. 5 cars. That person, you're laughing? They're watching. Okay? They're watching.
Thank you, Councillor Massey. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Huang.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Programme 2 of the Lord Mayor's budget, Infrastructure for Brisbane. Mr. Deputy Chair, in this year's budget, the Sri Lanka Council continues to invest in vital infrastructure that is critical in future-proofing our city for the foreseeable growth that is about to come. Mr. Deputy Chair, McGregor Ward is one of the fastest growing areas in our city. I was going to say the fastest, but Councillor Owen always disputes me on that. So I say it is one of the fastest growing areas in our city. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Lord Mayor for his support in a number of key initiatives I put forward to plan for the future of McGregor Ward. And also like to thank Councillor Wines and the Brisbane Infrastructure for laying the groundwork for this important infrastructure project that will deliver a transport network that supports business, residents, and visitors by enabling the safe, efficient, and sustainable movement of people and freight and services. Mr. Deputy Chair, there are a number of intersection improvements and corridor upgrades laid out in this budget, and once completed, will significantly improve the traffic flow as well as safety for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. The upgrades cover almost every suburb in McGregor Ward. As I mentioned, McGregor Ward is an important junction of Brisbane's south side, where South East Freeway, Gateway Motorway, Logan Road, Castles, Mangrove Kapalaba roads intersect. Whether you need to transport goods from the Port of Brisbane to the industrial estates in Salisbury or Acacia Ridge, or travel from Breckenridge to Gold Coast, you must drive past or through the McGregor Ward. Mr. Deputy Chair, the investments made by the Lord Mayor and the Sri Lanka Council in this budget are vital in delivering a safer and more efficient traffic for all road users. Mr. Deputy Chair, earlier in the year, I joined with the Lord Mayor, the Mayor of, and Councillor Lisa Bradley of Logan City, Federal Member Rose Vesta, and the Federal Treasurer to officially activate the traffic lights on Rochdale Road and Priestdale Road intersection. That was a significant intersection upgrade on the border between Brisbane and Logan City. This intersection has approximately 20,000 vehicles driving past on a daily basis, and the majority of these are coming from Logan. The intersection provides an important safety upgrade for motorists and pedestrians, especially students, parents, and teaching staff of the 5 schools surrounding this intersection. Mr. Deputy Chair, this upgrade was jointly funded between Brisbane City Council, Logan City Council, and the former Liberal federal government. The only party missing was the state government, the Labor state government. I hope the current Labor federal government will have the same forward vision in supporting important infrastructures like these in Brisbane, and we shall make our voice heard in Canberra. Mr. Deputy Chair, in this budget, the Council continues to invest in the Gardner extension in Rochdale. High urban and economic growth in Rochdale and surrounds is increasing pressure on the local transport network, especially the north-south roads. Major urban development is already underway, and more is scheduled to occur in the area. This will generate additional transport demands on the local transport network. Without the construction of the Gardner Road extension, congestion will increase to unacceptable levels, which will reduce livability and impact on the marketability of new urban developments. Mr. Deputy Chair, as a growing suburb, Rochdale also has a number of forward planning projects that will make the suburb even more attractive and accessible. Feasibility study and concept plan for Rochdale Road network planning will update road corridor plans in the Rochdale area to ensure the correct corridor footprints are identified for preservation and the correct road and bikeway infrastructure is provided to service the anticipated demand. We are also extending the left-hand lane from Rochdale Road into Miles Plating Road. This will help relieve the school traffic, especially during drop-off and pick-up times. This improvement will directly benefit Rochdale State School as the intersection is located right in front of the school. But it also helps Redeemer Lutheran College, Rochdale State High School, St. Peter's Catholic College, as well as Rochdale South State School. Mr. Deputy Chair, intersection upgrades will also take place in Robertson, Emerald Plains, and Upper Margaret. In Robertson, we will start construction to extend the right turn lane from Troughton Road onto Middle Street and provide a pedestrian refuge on the northern leg of the intersection. This intersection improvement located on the boundary between McGregor and Moorooka wards. It is an extremely busy intersection with a commercial complex on the McGregor ward side and QE2 hospital access on the Moorooka ward side. I'm sure Councillor Griffiths would appreciate this project, as this will bring as much safety and traffic improvements to the Moorooka ward as to the McGregor ward. But I still can't understand why Councillor Griffiths is so obsessed with the state-owned Queensland Rail open-level crossing in Coopers Plains. The council is already putting $40 million on the table as soon as the state is preparing to deliver their projects. $40 million is not a small amount, and I just don't understand it. But I think Councillor Griffiths may get lucky and get his way this time, because what I heard locally is that the Labour Party is prepared to ditch the state member for Toohey, for someone more competent. I think Councillor Griffiths may be one of their choice, and I hope if Councillor Griffiths ever going to take that role, you can push the state to make it happen. Make sure it is fully funded between the state and federal, and Brisbane City Council is putting $40 million on the table, waiting for you to take it.
Councillor Griffiths, please.
It is not council. Is QR belongs to council? No, it's called Queensland Rail. It's not Brisbane Rail. Mr. Chair, we will also start concept design and work out the estimated cost associated with Newland Road and Dawson Road intersection upgrade. This LG project will upgrade this intersection to reduce high congestion and high crash rate by providing a right-turn pocket in the northern leg, so right-turners do not hold up southbound traffic on Newland Road. The project involves significant property impact. This project is a community priority. Mr. Deputy Chair, concept design with associated cost estimate for Underwood Road and Gascoigne Street intersection traffic light will also take place in the coming financial year. This is a project between McGregor Ward and Runcorn Ward. I'm sure Councillor Marks also heard from her local residents about the need of this intersection. And installation of this traffic light in this location will provide greater safety for traffic turning from Gascoigne Street onto Underwood Road. Mr. Deputy Chair, this is a budget with forward vision to cater for Brisbane's future growth. I would like to conclude by once again thanking the Lord Mayor for investing so much into our suburbs, and thank Councillor Wines and Brisbane Infrastructure for their good work in delivering these projects. I commend the program to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Huang. Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. So, do the LNP actually know that this is a pre-election budget? Because all this program shows, Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane, is that the suburbs have been neglected once again, and all the LNP's plan for this this program is to blame someone else. All of the speeches today on this side of the chamber have been nothing short but utterly defensive. And where is the Lord Mayor? He's not here. He's not listening to the concerns of residents, not contributing. Is it that he's either so embarrassed by the lack of funding in this program, and it's absolutely abysmal, or I don't know, is he just like that out of touch with Brisbane residents that he doesn't want to show up? So I don't know.
Councillors, please. Councillors. Councillor Collier.
Locally, in my community, in the Morningside ward, the LNP have chosen to ignore the pleas of residents yet again. What's not in the budget this year under this program is funding for the projects that matter most to local communities. Not just in my community of the Morningside ward, and there are so many that formed part of the budget submission, but right across Brisbane. It is right across Brisbane that the projects that matter the most to communities have not received any funding. And, you know, it's not because of anything other than the political choices of this out-of-touch LNP administration. They choose. They make the choice when they put pen to paper, when drafting the budget, and it's the Lord Mayor's budget. He makes political choices that choose to ignore local communities. They make a very small number. They make political decisions for an election year. Just reminding everyone there is an election coming up, and the residents of Brisbane will get to have their say. And what this program demonstrates is that there's a very small number of projects that are allocated, but meanwhile, on the other hand, there's kind of this big, you know, political setup for prefabricated debates against...
Sorry, Councillor Collier, we are talking about Program 2.
Yes. Yes,
okay.
we are.
It would be
on
good...
Program 2. On Program 2.
Yeah, can you focus on Program 2 for me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, under Program 2, there are a very small number of local projects that have been funded under the Infrastructure for Brisbane program, but on the other hand, they're all this kind of weird setup for prefabricated political debates ahead of an election, whether that's against the Labor state government or now the Labor federal government, because the residents of Queensland and Australia had their choice and they chose to turf out the federal LNP government. And they think that that's the big election winning strategy. Well, it says a lot about the LNP and their top political priorities, you know, demonstrated within this program. It's all about picking fights. It's all about picking fights with other levels of government. I seriously do not understand...
Sorry, Councillor Collier, I'm just struggling to understand. Can you please point to where in Program 2 it talks about fighting between levels of government?
Oh, sure.
That's what every LNP council talked about. Literally, that's not your job.
I'm just wondering.
So that's not how you chair a meeting. You respond to points.
Councillor Cassidy, this is a budget debate on Program 2. Not at one point has your colleague mentioned anything to do with Program 2 within her ward. Not once.
Within a ward. It's a program.
Well, hasn't mentioned anything within Program 2. Can we just draw it back to, councillors? Can we just draw it back to Program 2, please?
This is not appropriate chairing.
Under Service 2.1.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Chair.
Just give me 1 second.
What is happening?
Councillor Cassidy, I consider you are displaying unsuitable meetings conduct in accordance with Section 24.1 of the Meetings Local Law, and I hereby request you cease arguing with me and refrain from exhibiting this conduct any further for the remainder of this meeting. Councillor Collier.
Sorry, point of order,
sorry,
Mr.
your
Chair.
point of order, Councillor Wines.
Just to assist the new councillor, the administration of elections is in Program 8, and since her whole presentation is election
point
obsessed,
of order.
Can I ask her to refer her comments to Program 8?
It's not an appropriate point of order, Councillor Wines. Councillor Collier, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Under Service 2.1.1.1, Plan and Design the Network, as well as under Service 2...
Councillor Hammond. Sorry, Councillor Collier.
As well as under Service 2.1.2.1, Build the Transport Network, what we are seeing in the funding within these two programs is a piecemeal approach to delivering any sort of meaningful infrastructure and a failure to pre-plan any visionary projects. In fact, what I have heard today from the chair of the Infrastructure Committee is that they are so focused on looking back, they cannot look forward at all. They're so obsessed with Labor, they cannot help themselves. And what you won't hear that...
Councillor Hammond.
What you won't hear any members on, any councillors on the other side of the chamber is three little letters, LNP. Their party, their home, the home of Peter Dutton, the home of Warren Ench, not a good look there, the home of, according to that side of the chamber, he who must not be named, the LNP's legacy mayor, Campbell Newman. He would be quaking in his boots if he saw the state of the vision of this current administration, bereft of ideas, no vision.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
You've mentioned it a few times. Can we just ask for a ruling on relevance, please? It's active disorder to disobey your direction.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. I do understand that Councillor Collier is new to this chamber, and as best, we are trying to educate the new councillors in the ways of the budget. So can I draw you, Councillor Collier, can I draw you back to program 2 again, please?
Yes, Chair. So let's talk about the details then. Let's talk about Passion Street intersection on Riding Road.
Councillors. Councillor Collier, you've got the call.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Councillor Wines, is this your legacy? Are you proud? Let's talk about the details. How many accidents is it going to take? How many accidents is it going to take, through the chair, for this LNP administration to do something? These are people's lives we are talking about. Will it take someone dying? Again, is that the measure of when this administration will actually act and do something? Time and time again, my community cries out, they beg the Lord Mayor, please, Lord Mayor, please, LNP administration, do something. And every time we're told there's no money in the budget for that. Well, how out of touch is that when you spend billions on cost blowouts of all your vanity projects and jack up rates with nothing to show for it? That is priorities of this program all wrong. It is rank hypocrisy of the LNP to think they've got it right when people literally stop me in the street and they say, and I quote, if only we can get the Lord Mayor on board with upgrading Passion Street intersection. That literally happened the other day. In my community, we are seeing about $400,000 for an intersection upgrade on McCrossan Avenue, Bennett's Road and Crown Street in Norman Park. I welcome that, that's fine. There's so much more to do. What about the projects that missed out around it? Jack Flynn Memorial Drive in Morningside, Bennett's Road Roundabout, Lytton Road, Wynnum Road. All of these projects forgotten again by the LNP in this budget. I have a resident, he contacts my ward on a regular basis. He says he reports these directly to council, by the way. There are accidents on McCrossan Avenue way up past the intersection that's being upgraded. They happen about every 6 weeks. Some are minor, some are pretty major. These residents, they actually ask the council, are you just waiting for someone to die before you do something? Is that the bar? That's the bar, apparently. It's so... It's not even the bar. It's not even the bar. It's so wrong. The residents tell me there's even a pedestrian island there, and they won't let their children use it because they see the signs flattened on numerous occasions. This is a resident whose partner and son has actually administered first aid, disabled car batteries after car accidents. They comfort people after car crashes and they're vulnerable. So this is the big infrastructure program in Brisbane that the LNP are proud of. Well, on this side of the chamber, we say it is absolutely not good enough. It's not good enough that there's just a couple of million for congestion busting projects. It's not good enough that the Sands for School program has no allocated capital funding. This is great for a photo op apparently, but no funding. I really, as a new councillor, I really wanted to give this administration the benefit of the doubt being new. I really did, genuinely. Big mistake, yes, because in this budget, on the paper, the true colours have been shown, and it's an absolute disregard for residents and communities right across the city. We are seeing cuts to the suburbs to pay for the inner city massive cost blowouts, and that is all misguided priorities.
Thank you, Councillor Collier. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Atwood, how are you?
I'm well, thank you, Chair.
You've got the call.
Deputy Chair, my apologies.
That's all right. I've been called Deputy Mayor today as well, so
Well, let's go with that one.
I'm taking it all on board.
Today I rise to speak about Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. Now, while we just heard about the incredible benefits for residents and our visitors to have an incredibly well-connected and reliable public transport system through Program 1, we are also committed to improving our city through a well-connected road and pedestrian network through Program 2. On this side of the chamber, Mr Chair, we are all about providing options. In the chamber here today, we drove in our cars. We came from every corner of the city to represent our communities and its needs, whether that's roads, safer paths to schools, new traffic lights, suburban corridor modernisations, bridges, and the list goes on and on and on. But this budget has projects that we all want and we all need, and I want to thank the Chair for delivering year on year for the suburbs of Brisbane by dedicating 87% of the budget to the suburbs of Brisbane. So like every other councillor here, as soon as we received our budget books last Wednesday, I flicked to the Suburban Works program to see what infrastructure projects are going to be delivered in the Doughboy ward in this year's budget. And the big winner for Doughboy ward was the suburb of Hemmant. This year, we will be installing a new set of traffic lights on the corner of Hemmant-Tingalpa Road and Wynnum Road, and through the suburban corridor modernisation. No, pretty far out in the suburbs. I'll take that one. We'll be upgrading Hemmant-Tingalpa Road. The suburb corridor modernisation project will deliver the infrastructure needed to enhance the safety for pedestrians and motorists along Hemmant-Tingalpa Road. Last financial year, the incredible Damien Soper from Brisbane City Council oversaw the initial works of planning and design. So this financial year, we are ready to rock and roll with the $528,000 dedicated to deliver this project in Hemmant. Thank you. The type of improvements that are identified as a priority through the community consultation we delivered last year include access and visibility improvements to all intersecting streets off Hemmant-Tingalpa Road, especially Doughboy Parade, Oswald Street and Gross Avenue. No stopping conditions to improve visibility, access and safety along the corridor. Construction of footpath sections to enhance pedestrian safety. Construction of pedestrian crossing facilities with a focus for better access to the Hemmant railway station. I can't wait to share these latest plans with my community that will be delivered over the coming 12 months. I also can't wait to share an update with residents about Hemmant-Tingalpa Road and Wynnum Road traffic light upgrade. Last financial year, Council undertook the planning and design aspect, and this financial year we'll be delivering this much needed signalised intersection upgrade to reduce congestion and improve active and public transport accessibility, particularly to nearby bus stops. Now, Chair, another project I wanted to speak about today was the Lyndham open level crossing upgrade. It was going really well until the federal government stalled us. Well, it's true, it's true. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's the facts. I also wanted to correct the record through you, Mr Chair, before we heard Councillor Cassidy mention that the funding wasn't until 2024. Well, he must have skipped a whole lot before that because we've been very busy down there at Lyndham. Over the past 2 years, we've been completing land resumptions. We've already completed all of the investigation works. We are starting on the relocation of services, which have huge complications. There are major 600mm water pipes going underneath the roads and gas pipelines connecting the Port of Brisbane through to Wynnum and our city. There are huge complications and we are working through those, Deputy Chair. But through you, I'll ask Councillor Cassidy, how are we supposed to start construction without the federal government's $20 million? It's as simple as that. I'm trying to have faith in this process, I really am, but I'm still holding on to the slither of hope that the federal government will honour their commitment. I know how much passion we all have. The local state member, Joan Pease, has talked about this project for many and many years. And through you, Deputy Chair, I'm sure Councillor Whitney will continue Councillor Cummings' support for this project. We have bipartisan support across all the levels of government as we know how critical this project is for so many reasons. In February 2020, an elderly lady died as a result of her wheelie walker getting stuck in the railway tracks. In February 2021, exactly 1 year later, a young 21-year-old student from Hong Kong passed away as she became stuck between the boom gates in her car. As local politicians, we are not the only ones saying how needed this project is for our community. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau identified the need for immediate improvements and recommends also long-term upgrades, which we are all trying to achieve. These tragedies are horrible, and I don't ever want to see another one in my community again. If the federal government honours its commitment, we will start to deliver this upgrade in 2024 and then again in 2025, which when it will be completed. I cannot wait for this to happen because this upgrade will include, it will realign the intersection. Currently it is a Z shape, which is horrible, and it will make it into a T-shape intersection. It will make it safer and easier for road users to travel through the area with improved sightlines and visibility. By installing traffic lights, we will also increase the safety for pedestrians and for motorists. Removing the we'll add in new concrete shared paths and footpaths on Lyndon Road, North Road, Kayana Road and Sibley Road to improve active transport connectivity, and bike lanes along Kayana Road and Lyndon Road, and install a new controlled and dedicated crossing facility at the open level. Upgrading the Lyndon level crossing can't happen soon enough. I haven't had my mic on this entire time. My apologies. Oh.
It's on.
Okay, sorry. And I want to thank our Brisbane City Council officers who are leading the charge and working on this incredible project for my residents and ensuring that we are delivering what they need. Our goal, Chair, on this side of the chamber for Brisbane through Program 2 is to develop and deliver a transport network that supports our businesses, our residents and our visitors by enabling safe and efficient and sustainable movements of people, freight and services. And Mr Chair, I believe that this budget delivers on those goals and I recommend it to the chamber.
Any further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on Program 2, but let me commence my comments in this program by reflecting on what Councillor Owen said in regards to the inclusion of the Blunder Road and Willow Way lighting upgrade or lights upgrade in the along Blunder Road there. Listen, it's very disappointing that that Councillor Owen had to get up and claim credit for something that clearly the residents of Duwandala have pioneered their advocacy for many, many, many years. When I first ran in 2016, the two top issues that they had for Duwandala was the intersection, which is dangerous and has become more and more dangerous over the years with the increase in traffic, and also the high-density developments that were happening in the Duwandala area, which were not part of the neighbourhood plan. So they'll be very disappointed when I tell them what occurred here today in regards to a councillor claiming credit for something that they did not do.
Point of order, Mr Deputy Chair.
Point of order,
Claim
Councillor
to be
Owen.
misrepresented.
Noted. Thank you.
Now, in the Q&A session the other day, in the committee, when it was announced by Councillor Wines that we had secured that funding for that upgrade, I let out a bit of a cheer, of course, and I think other councillors in the room would have knew that obviously this was something that we've been working for very, very long to try to secure, right? And I'm sure every councillor here has one of those projects. And when it comes to fruition, there's a lot of satisfaction. So I'll just leave my comments there, right, and move on to another set of lights, which is also being undertaken this year as well, which is Kitty Hawk and Inala Avenue lights. Now this is probably stage 3 now of the Serviceton and Inala Avenue intersection right in front of the shopping centre, and this is the road, the Kitty Hawk's end of the shopping centre, which is just had, well, there's been no set of lights. Up at Corsair on the other side, there's been a set of lights for a number of years. This is at the other end. This shopping centre is probably one of the busiest in my ward, has over 1,100 car parks. And actually more than actual Mount Omni has. So the owner of the town plaza tells me, who owned the DFO over at Jindalee. I didn't know that until I was told. So it's a very busy intersection, as you can probably understand. Sadly, the car park is so busy that it's parked out by about 9 o'clock. And then, of course, everyone does the parade. So it's a really good piece of infrastructure that's going to be put in this particular space or in that particular intersection, and it's really, really welcomed. Now, there is one that, there's two actually others that we haven't had funded fully. We've had scoping, we've had planning, and that's Azalea, Archerfield, and of course Pine Road, which again was a commitment that I made to my community back in 2016. It's an intersection that's probably, well, it's a black spot, has been for a number of years, has a lot of accidents in it. Luckily, there hasn't been, I think maybe one death, maybe one death over that period of time, but there are accidents there almost every week, right? Now, most of the locals know how dangerous it is, so they do take a lot more care. But it's an intersection that we did get some more money for it this year, but I can't work out, it looks like planning money again, right? I just can't work it out, so maybe the chair can cover off on that in his reply or follow-up. The other set of lights at Poncetia and Hydrangea Street, now, there was money in the last year's budget for that of about $900,000, and it's come off the budget. It's not in the schedules anymore, and I just don't know where that $900,000 went. It's a little bit too much for planning and scoping. It involves two sets of lights, one to be put in Clipper and Poncetia Street, and then there's another set that used to be part of the entry of the Richlands High School. It made sense to have it there then, but it doesn't make any sense to have it now, and they're going to move that set of lights. So again, maybe the chair can sort of cover off on that, let us know what's actually happening. Now, there's been a lot of work done right across, well, probably on the north side of Brisbane, on the east side of Brisbane, a bit on the south side, but there's been very little work to improve the congestion busting. And I'm talking about widening roads that actually have a verge that is big enough that you could. That was, the development allowed for that widening at some stage in the future. Woogaroo Street and Joseph Banks are the two that pop out, but also Pine Road as well is another one which is growing in numbers every year because there's a lot of development happening in those areas. But certainly Woogaroo Street and Joseph Banks, the developers allowed that space, where space was allowed for a widening, and I think we really need to look at doing some of that work in the western suburbs because we really have missed out. I believe we missed out quite badly. In regards to funding, in regards to, had a young lad who's in a electric wheelchair who needs to get across Forest Lake Boulevard. And for years he's written to the Lord Mayor, he's written to a number of people to try to get a refuge across there so he can safely get across to the bus stop so he can go off to school. And again, no money has come through for that. I said that I would bring it up and try to resurrect it from the, from the correspondence that I'm sure the Lord Mayor gets a lot every month, because it's something that won't only just benefit this young child, right, or this student, but will benefit many people who live over in the Woods village who want to get across the road to a bus stop. and they really have to go through across 4 lanes of traffic, right? So it's important that we always look for those projects that really are going to benefit a few, but also benefit many as well at the same time. Some of the other there was kind of, the chair actually covered over in the Q&A a lot of the rollovers that were actually happening right across Brisbane as well, and it's really sad to think that some of these projects, for whatever reason, and I know they do blame the state government, they blame the federal government, but you've got to somewhat sort of take ownership of it as well and say, listen, possibly could have done a little bit better here, but we're going to admit sometimes that you've done something that you should have done better, and there's nothing wrong with that. No one's going to beat you up over it. Well, at least I won't, anyways. But if you're honest about it, but because sometimes there is a very good reason. Something wasn't, you couldn't foresee something that may happen in the future, and it happens, like COVID. Right, and we accepted that COVID, some of those COVID funding issues back a couple of years ago now. But I just want to make those comments and again cover off on the fact that we very well appreciated those upgrades for those light intersections, those traffic light intersections. A number of those are going to go a long way to making my ward a lot safer for the residents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Further speakers? Sorry, point of order, Councillor Owen.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Just on the point of misrepresentation, I believe Councillor Strunk may not have heard properly what I was saying. It was that when I had Doolandella in my area, I made representations prior to 2016 when it left my ward on behalf of the residents, and I was pleased to see that it's going ahead because it will make it safer for our joint communities and across the whole city. Thank you.
Councillor Hutton.
Chair. Chair, I rise to speak in regards to Infrastructure for Brisbane Program 2 and our team's continued investment in our beloved city. As our city continues to grow at a rapid pace, investment in infrastructure is critical. Investment to ensure our youngest residents get to school safely, investment to make our city connected, flexible and sustainable for all residents and visitors alike, and investment to make it easier for business to do business. We are committed to maintaining and improving Brisbane's roads and transport network to enhance amenity, convenience, safety and reduce traffic congestion. Our goal is to make it easier to get to work, access recreational activities, remain socially connected and transport goods and services efficiently. To achieve these goals, we are implementing several key initiatives and activities under this program. First and foremost, we are focused on delivering improvements around schools, ensuring students, families and teachers have safe and accessible options to travel to and from school. I'm delighted to see the implementation of a school zone on Kurragundi Road between Wongaburra and Arrowborough Avenue to improve the crossing point for our Jindalee State School students. The undulating hills of Jindalee make this crossing point quite tricky for drivers to navigate, so slowing this traffic down will make an enormous difference to the safety of our community. While we are talking about improvements along Kurragundi Road, it was fantastic to see it listed in this year's budget for a suburban corridor modernisation. This program will see enhancements that will benefit Jindalee State School and Centenary High. I want to put on record, again like Councillor Atwood, my great appreciation for Damien Soper, who has been able to use his engineering genius to establish a perfectly located crossing point for Centenary High. This will be transformational for our wonderful local high school, which has 1,900 students, all of whom at 3 o'clock send Kurragundi Road into a standstill as they simply cross the road without a crossing point. This program of work will see the installation of various crossing points, not just along Kurragundi Road, but many of the intersecting streets that lead to transport and shopping precincts. Thank you so much, Chair. I did note with interest, Councillor Cassidy, through you, Chair, mentioned the SAMS programs are cancelled. I'm very happy to let you know that they are not. And Councillor Wines has carefully provided me a list of SAM sites for this year. So, are you ready? Rainworth State School, Centenary State High School, St Peter's Lutheran College, Padua College, Aboriginal and Islander Independent Community School, Onala State School, Iona College, Nunda State School, Fig Tree Pocket State School, Northside Christian College, St Dimphia Parish School, Cavendish Road State High School, Redeemer Lutheran College, Petrie Terrace State School, and I think that's Redeemer Lutheran College. It doesn't sound like it's cancelled, no, and I think, as you know, Chair, I think Councillor Cassidy has a very interesting relationship with the truth. Mr Chair, it is only this side of the chamber that are dedicated to maintaining the more than $12 billion worth of transport and road infrastructure, ensuring the longevity and quality of our city's critical assets. Like the delivery of our road resurfacing program, which maintains over 5,800 kilometres of road in this network. In this budget, we see a $100 million commitment to improving our road network. Obviously, after the floods, we lost hundreds of years of our road condition. And this year, we see continued investment in resurfacing. As Councillor Wines mentioned before, the rebuilding of these flooded roads costs substantially more, with the resilience improved at these locations. Now, Mr Chair, I am delighted to see Barrett Close, Middle Park, Congo Street, Westlake, Moffat Street, Oxley, Monia Road, Darra, Takora Street, Middle Park, Waterford Road, Ellen Grove, and drumroll, this is a good one, Wilruna Street at Wacol. Mr Chair, Christmas has come to the beautiful people of Wacol with the resurfacing through this major corridor for the businesses and residents alike, with particularly the Gales Golf Club will be cheering. Our team are actively working on the major traffic improvement program, which aims to obviously improve safety and reduce congestion throughout the city. By delivering key infrastructure projects, we are constantly striving to enhance safety, efficiency and effectiveness for all road users. For my community, this budget will see the installation of traffic lights at Jamboree Heights between Dandenong Road, Sirocco Street and Central Avenue. This investment will improve the traffic flows for residents living on either side of Dandenong Road and enhancing public and active transport accessibility, particularly for those who are wanting to travel to nearby schools on the west, including Jamboree Heights State School and Good News Lutheran College. These lights will also support a strip of shops along Sirocco Street to make it easier to pick up a cold rock ice cream, grab a ramen or a pizza, or even get your hearing done at the audio clinic. It is a real win, and I want to say a huge thank you to the Lord Mayor and the Chair for the investment in this project. This is just one of 20 intersections that are being delivered across this city in this budget. I did note, Chair, there has been one consistent winner in this service, 2.1.2.3. Who do you think it is? Go on, who do you think is the winner here? Oh, it's not. It is actually not Bracken Ridge, which is I will take that. It is actually Councillor Charles Strunk from the Forest Lake Ward, who has 3 major intersection upgrades at Doolandella, Inala and Forest Lake. So I did listen with a lot of interest when Councillor Strunk was saying that the West needs more investment. Look, I'll always take investment, and I'm very happy to see that you've been the recipient of a lot of it. Now, I'm sure that your community will be thrilled to see the Shrinner Council deliver these wonderful upgrades in your community. As Councillor Wines shared, a large portion of this budget is allocated to future planning and consultation. Unashamedly, our team are proud to focus on the future and engage with our communities to ensure that the best outcome for all of Brisbane. And I'd like to add my thanks to the Chair again for the investment we are making in 2.1.2.2 at Cinnamon Road, Jindalee. This one is going to get the community so happy. Just to explain where this is, if you're in Jindalee and you want to travel to the city via the Centenary Highway, you'll drive onto Cinnamon Road with Jindalee 24/7 Gym on your left-hand side and Jindalee Bowls Club on your right. At this location, turning from Cinnamon Road towards the motorway inbound, you queue back, actually across the bike lane and block the entire intersection. So this piece of work
will see this area designed to be widened to the north, including the culvert extension, which provides more storage for the queuing vehicles, making it both safer for cyclists and vehicles. I cannot wait to see the improvements at this location, and I'm so grateful for it to be invested in this year's budget. We have an unwavering commitment to investing in critical infrastructure, Mr Chair, and through this program we continue to invest in sustainable growth and prosperity, to look after the sustainable growth and prosperity of our city. By prioritising the development and improvements in our transport network, we are addressing historic bottlenecks and creating a safe, efficient and reliable network. With major projects and significant expenditure dedicated to tackling congestion and enhancing connectivity, the Brisbane Council is paving the way for a brighter future, where our city thrives on modern and well-maintained infrastructure. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just a procedural issue, Mr Deputy Chair. During the information sessions, Councillor Wines was asked about where all the new traffic lights for Brisbane in the budget were going to be, and he provided a partial answer to that question and took on notice that he would provide any green walk signals or other traffic lights. He has?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're giving me that advice through the chair, aren't you, Councillor Wines? Yes, yes. It was delivered at the beginning of Councillor Wines' introduction speech. Councillor Johnson. Further speakers?
Yes.
Councillor Whitney, welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So I rise to speak about Program 2, Infrastructure for Brisbane. I'd like to commend Councillor Wines for a very fancy and professional presentation.
Sorry, Councillor Whitney, that is a first. That is a first.
Look, we saw some very significant upgrades to LNP wards. In fact, the only part of this presentation that highlighted programs in opposition wards bordered LNP wards. For example, as Councillor Atwood mentioned, was the Lyndon Rail Crossing, which borders both of our wards, and yes, I will be continuing to follow in the footsteps of former Councillor Cummings' fight to improve that crossing. But thinking about what was included in the presentation, I can't help but ask what the LNP are so worried about. Now, during the information sessions, questions were asked about zebra crossings. The response that we received was, and I quote, "Aren't they just a form of road marking? Just line marking, just a bit of paint." In that case, why is it easier to pull teeth without painkillers than it is to get a pedestrian crossing in our wards? I have neighbourhoods who have been asking for pedestrian crossings for years, and the response they always receive is, "There's no money in the budget." If there truly is just line marking, just road marking, just a bit of paint, why are our communities still waiting? The budget is at a brief glance, you would be forgiven for thinking that this is looking good in Program 2. Of course, spend more than 2 minutes looking at the bones and you will see that it's all investigation, rollovers and budget blowouts that are all someone else's fault. All in all, this budget is full of delays, excuses and rollovers. In fact, there are 8 projects that are getting rolled over from last year. These include Gardavere Road, Hamilton Road, Lyndham Road, Beams Road, flood damage on Brisbane Curvets Road, road-related flood damage, Brisbane Street to Wong and Riverwalk. After this, one should be asking ourselves how many will be seeing it on that list this time next year. But of course, it'll be someone else's fault, not theirs.
Thank you, Councillor Whitney. Further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order.
Mr Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
We have a motion before us to adjourn for afternoon tea, put by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. See you in 15, councillors.
Thanks, councillors. We're continuing debate on infrastructure for Brisbane. Are there further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to join the debate for Program 2. Today I stand before you to emphasise the significance of the infrastructure section of Brisbane City Council, because this division plays a pivotal role in ensuring the smooth functioning of our city, enhancing... struggling to read. Specifically, I will highlight the essential work carried out in road maintenance, bridge maintenance, pedestrian access points and intersection upgrades. Let's start with road maintenance. The roads we travel on every day are the lifelines of our city, connecting our neighbourhoods, facilitating commerce and enabling transportation. Program 2 is responsible for the diligent upkeep and maintenance of these crucial arteries. By investing in our roads, Council enables smoother traffic flow, reduces congestion and enhances the overall efficiency of our transportation system. And of course, it aids in the provision of bike lanes. I learned something interesting in the information session, and that is this. Not all roads in Brisbane are constructed equally. For instance, it's a lot easier to construct a cul-de-sac on a small local road. In contrast, an industrial road in Wacol, which takes a lot of trucks, is built to be stronger, more resilient, and therefore it's more expensive. Moving on to bridge maintenance under Program 2.1.3.1, the Walter Taylor Bridge is not only vital for transportation, but also serves as an iconic landmark in our city. And we recognise the significance of this bridge, and our crews work tirelessly to maintain its structural integrity. Regular inspections, repairs and renovations are conducted to ensure its safety and longevity. By investing in the bridge maintenance in Program 2.1.3.1, the Brisbane Council ensures that our city's architectural marvel remains functional, safe and visually appealing. Pedestrian access points are another crucial aspect of the infrastructure section's responsibilities. Creating safe and convenient pathways for pedestrians is essential for fostering an active and healthy community. This council strives to develop a pedestrian-friendly infrastructure environment by constructing footpaths, installing accessible ramps and enhancing connectivity between neighbourhoods, parks and public amenities. I note in Program 2.1.2.4, under the Partnering for Safer Schools, Safe School Travel Infrastructure for Corinda High School, which is just across the river from my ward. This work includes a pedestrian crossing and road safety improvements at the intersection of Grey Avenue and Lingrove Avenue. Proposed works include the construction of pedestrian crossing improvements, curb ramps, footpath links, road lighting and visibility improvements to enhance safety for all users. Further, it is a lot. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Further, I commend the PNF of St Peters and the PNC of Victory Pocket State School for their partnership with me to advocate for school safety. We're getting speed awareness monitors for both of these schools to reduce vehicle speeds around students. Additionally, intersection upgrades play a pivotal role in optimising traffic flow, reducing accidents and enhancing the overall efficiency of our road network. Program 2 includes intersections that require improvement and implements innovative solutions to enhance safety and alleviate congestion. Upgrades may include traffic signal optimisation, lane expansions, roundabout construction or improved signage. By investing in intersection upgrades, this council demonstrates its commitment to creating a safe and efficient transport network for all residents and visitors to our city. Specifically, the Kenmore Road Victory Pocket intersection is now well underway, and I'm thrilled to have this legacy for the people of the western suburbs. I've lost count of the number of people who have reported near misses, actual crashes, and even horrific stories of having to attend crashes at this intersection and provide first aid for crash victims. I thank the local residents for their patience as we complete this intersection upgrade. I note with keen interest that Program 2.1.2.3 traffic reduction initiatives includes design and consultation for the provision of a right turn lane on Lambert Road at Central Avenue in Indooroopilly. and the development of a concept for an intersection upgrade at Sylvan, Croydon and Jeffson roads in Toowong. This could facilitate the provision of a separated two-way cycle path along the northern side of Sylvan Road to fix the missing link or supply the missing link in the southwest Velaway. In neighbouring Paddington Ward, I note a project on Kelvin Grove Road will be designed to modify access and reduce delays. Of course, before I finish, I can't let the Moggle Road Corridor Upgrade Program go past. Of course, we know that as the Mr Cup, and I have been on site with Councillor Wines, the Chair for the Infrastructure, a number of times, and it's heartening to see the project progressing so rapidly, and I'm excited to see details in that the project will allow vehicles to travel on that road by the end of this calendar year. Already, people are getting excited and they're seeing improvements in their travel times, and they know how much safer it will be. Oh, I beg your pardon, this financial year. Thank you. How much safer it will be when this is complete. Even when we compare now with the temporary traffic lights to what it was only a few months ago with the old roundabout, we know it's a lot safer. In conclusion, all of us here today should recognise and appreciate the vital role played by infrastructure in and of Brisbane City Council. This group's dedication to road maintenance, bridge maintenance, pedestrian access and intersection upgrades helps create a safer, more efficient and more livable cities for us all. I commend Program 2 to the Chamber.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on Program 2, and can I just start by saying that it's incredibly disappointing to see year after year funding going into other wards that is just being ignored in Tennyson Ward. We haven't had an intersection upgrade in Tennyson Ward, to my knowledge, since Corinda in 2010-11. And that was a really necessary intersection upgrade there at the corner of Cluley Street and Oxley Road, and it was a good outcome. But since that time, and I wonder what else happened about then, the LNP have turned Tennyson Ward into the land that time forgot when it comes to traffic improvements, except, of course, this obscene political game with the state government about the Walter Taylor Bridge. Now, we know that the Lord Mayor and the Councillor for Walter Taylor Ward are desperately keen to see a second bridge go in. Oh yes, desperately keen to see it go in. The Lord Mayor stood up in this place and he put out a glossy brochure and he said there's going to be a second bridge. And he and the Councillor for Walter Taylor Ward are on a unity ticket to see thousands more cars come through our area. Well, I'm not. I mean, the Councillor for Walter Taylor Ward is actually repeatedly blowing raspberries at the moment, which I think is kind of offensive. But, you know, as he turns his chair and turns his back, I mean, I guess that's just how he rolls in this place. It's not appropriate, and I don't think you should ignore it, Mr. Chairman, either. Yeah. But the Councillor for Walter Taylor Ward and the Lord Mayor want to build a second bridge, and that'll force...
Claim to be
Sorry.
point of order.
Yeah, point of order to you, Councillor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
He didn't speak about the bridge, other than... Well,
Councillor has spoken, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah. Oh, okay, so he doesn't support the Lord Mayor, but that's okay. We'll get back to that. But the Lord Mayor has publicly stated there's going to be a bridge duplication, and the Councillor for Walter Taylor supports his Lord Mayor. We all know this.
Councillor Johnston, to the program, please. Well,
indeed, I am talking about the program because the Lord Mayor went out in my area and made a big deal about the duplication of the Walter Taylor Bridge. He put out a glossy brochure and Councillor Wines' face was all over it, had completely misleading information in it, but the Lord Mayor, Councillor Wines, you know, they're out there singing the praises of this. Is there any money in here for that project? No. So again, not something I've been pushing. I've been here 15 years and you've never heard me once call for a duplication of the Walter Taylor Bridge. It's just Councillor Mackay and the Lord Mayor who are doing this. They are pushing it. It is clearly being driven by the LNP, and the LNP want to see more traffic running through the suburbs like Chelmer, Indooroopilly, St Lucia, That's what the Lord Mayor and the councillor for Walter Taylor want. I don't. I want to see the safety issues in my ward fixed. And I just want to give a little bit of background to some of the projects that got mentioned, because it's interesting, the LNP really, they really don't know what they're talking about. So the first one I would like to mention is the project at Hyde Road and Eversley Kingsley Parade, Yeronga. $154,000 local access network improvements. Now this is going to be ancient history to most of the new councillors in the room, but I thought I would share with you. In 2010-2011, this project was listed in the budget, and it was funded because this is an intersection where we've had multiple serious crashes. There's a bend in the road where the street used to end, but then a new estate was built in the 1880s, and there was this dogleg built into the road. And it is a visibility issue for the cross traffic across Hyde Road. So very rightly, it was something that residents raised with me when I first started, and we actually got funding for it in the 2010-2011 budget. But of course, the floods hit in January 2011, and I was asked what to do about this project, and I said, look, we need flood recovery. So the project was cut at that time for flood recovery, which was the right thing to do. But at that time, I was promised it would be refunded. Little did I know, another flood later, and 13 years on, the LNP finally funding some safety improvements for this dangerous intersection. How proud they must be. It's taken 13 years to refund a project that you announced 13 years ago. I can see why they're such a forward-looking administration that really gets things done. So that's the background to that project. Now the other one in my ward is some funding, $170,000 for Corinda State High School in Corinda. Now it's really interesting, isn't it? The problem here isn't pedestrian safety as much as the dangerous actions of drivers who are doing U-turns, parking where they shouldn't park, and it is incredibly dangerous intersection because of driver behaviour. What we need here is some sort of traffic calming to stop cars from doing illegal U-turns and to provide better traffic management around the front gate of Corinda State High School. Yes, we need better pedestrian facilities. There's not a pedestrian crossing anywhere in these schools, and I'll be certainly calling for a zebra crossing in this area as well. I'm glad Councillor Mackay can read out the exact list of what's being done here. No one's bothered to talk to me about the plans, and this project's been on the list for many years. So I certainly will be pursuing this, and the key objective here, after multiple visits from council transport engineers, the police, meetings with the school principal, is to stop the illegal behaviour of drivers in this location and to reclaim the space for safe pedestrian movements. And I look forward to finding the solution to do that. Beyond that, of course, there's a little bit of money for resurfacing, and I'll just say this. There are 8 streets being resurfaced in Tennyson Ward. 8. Last year, I think we had about 15. So there's been a massive, massive cut to the resurfacing budget in Tennyson Ward. Now you'd think, and I'm surprised the Deputy Mayor and the Lord Mayor who aren't here, couldn't be bothered to be here, again, you'd think they'll hop up and say, oh, but you got all that flood recovery money for road resurfacing. Well, guess what? Even though 3,000 homes in my ward flooded, we did not get a single cent to resurface any flooded roads in Tennyson Ward after the 2022 floods. Not 1 cent. Not only did we not get any money to do road recovery after the floods in the most flood-damaged ward in the city, we haven't got much money to do basic resurfacing. Now, the one project that is in here is Venner Road, and it's sadly taken a death to get council to even bother to do resurfacing. Last year there was investigation money and they couldn't even bring forward the resurfacing then. because it is in a horrific state. I'm surprised somebody else has not been killed. It's full of potholes, it's full of patches, it's full of sunken bits, cracks. It is such a dangerous road, and this LNP administration have failed time and time again to undertake the improvements that are needed to fix Venner Road and the intersection of Venner Road, Ipswich Road and Waterton Street. Resurfacing is a minimal response to improving safety. We need better pedestrian crossing points, and we need a properly controlled and fully functional intersection, and I'll get to that in just a minute. So the money for resurfacing Venner Road is long overdue. And if you talk to any of the residents in my area, they were so angry it wasn't done last year or the year before. No one else should have to die on this road before council takes action. And I heard Councillor Collier say, is that the new standard where someone has to die to get action? No, it's not, because people die on council roads all the time, and this LNP administration ignores them. Ignores them. Where Dr Copeland died 4 years ago now, this council, you know what they did? They put some yellow lines on the corner. They won't reduce the speed limit so it's safer for pedestrians to cross, to give cars more time to slow down so that if there is an accident it's not as extreme. They won't put in extra safe crossing points, and they won't fix the fundamental problem, which is the lights at the top of Ipswich Road at top of Venner Road at Ipswich Road. But we'll get to that in a minute. So this budget is simply what I would describe as the LNP's heavenly pork barrel for their most marginal wards, and you can see where those are because they've got the most money. Well, I don't think it's good enough that Tennyson Ward residents are being neglected, and I have an amendment to the budget. I move that within within the program to propose 2023-2024 capital budget, page 21, council allocates $175,000 to build a local area traffic management solution, traffic calming for Egmont Street, Sherwood, $1.8 million to undertake the intersection upgrade at the Graceville Five Ways on the corner of Oxley Road and Long Street, Graceville, as listed in the LGIP, and $2.5 million to design and install an intersection upgrade, including traffic light upgrades to create a fully controlled turning lanes at the intersection of Venner Road, Waterton Street and Ipswich Road, Annerley, and a dedicated signalised left turn from Venner Road into Ipswich Road.
Support. Seconded. Have you got a copy of that, Councillor Johnston, to distribute?
Yes, I do.
Well, please. Okay, we have an amendment moved by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. I'll take that as read. Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Mr Chairman. I rise to speak on the amendment that I've proposed, and it essentially has three parts for three essential projects in Tennyson Ward. The first is a traffic calming project, which is the first one I ever asked for, so it would be about 14 years old now. And it relates to an area just off Sherwood Road near Sherwood State School in a street called Egmont Street, and affects Hall Street, McCullough Street and Egmont Street. This is an area where we have a huge amount of rat running because of the dysfunctional nature of the intersection of Oxley Road and Sherwood Road, Sherwood. It's a very simple project. We need to install some traffic calming here to reduce rat running, to ensure vehicles stay away from the school area, and to keep them on the district and arterial roads that are designed to carry through traffic. It's a very simple project. There hasn't been a traffic calming project in Tennyson Ward since 2008. and that was Primrose Street in Sherwood, and that was actually Councillor Prentice, but it was delivered in my first year. So in 15 years, this council has not delivered one traffic calming project in Tennyson Ward. In Devon Street in Annerley, they put in some red gateway crossings, but that was it over there, and it's not in my ward anymore. Not a single traffic calming project in 15 years. Now, on any measure, that is neglect, that is inaction, that is failure, that is appalling behaviour by an LNP administration that are drunk on their majority and forget that they govern for the whole city, not just their own wards where it's pork, pork, pork all the way. So I don't think the residents of Sherwood should miss out. I know that, Graham Quirk didn't like traffic calming, but it's pretty clear that Councillor Adrian Schrinner hates it, absolutely hates it. I think there's one new project, 4 carried over. It's just gutted traffic calming in the city. I don't think this LNP administration believe it should be happening. And it is appalling to me that simple safety improvements on local streets around the city are not getting the attention that they deserve. And one of those is Egmont Street, Sherwood. Secondly, the Graceville Five Ways is an extremely busy intersection at Oxley Road on the corner of Long Street in Graceville. It does not have turning arrows. It does not have turning lanes. It is completely dysfunctional in peak hour, and it has been listed on the council LGIP and then the PIP before that since I've been a councillor. So that's 15 years. It is supposed to be delivered now. Now, like every other PIP and LGIP project, I think the LNP will actually cut it. I don't believe they're actually going to deliver it. They cut all the stormwater drainage for Yeronga, they've cut bikeway projects, they've cut intersection upgrades. This poor little essential traffic upgrade at the intersection of Long Street and Oxley Road at Graceville at the Five Ways is listed on the LGIP. And yet there's no planning, there's no investment. It is an intersection project that needs to be done. We need to make sure that there are proper turning lanes. We need to make sure that there are dedicated indented lanes. Interestingly, despite the fact that council have been buying back land or requiring setbacks for future widening of Oxley Road, this council actually allowed a major donor to the LNP to build right up to the edge of the footpath. So they actually have created a major design, they created a major design problem by allowing a development where everywhere else along the corridor they're requiring either a 3 or a 5 metre setback. They did not require it of this LNP donor. So now we have a huge building on one of the corners that will make it even more complicated to deliver the necessary intersection upgrade. It cannot be ignored. It contributes to congestion. Now, we know that residents are really cranky about this. How do we know? Because overwhelmingly in the survey about the Walter Taylor Bridge that the LNP put out, residents said we want the intersections and the approaches to the bridge to be fixed. More people wanted those intersections and those problematic roads fixed than actually a new bridge. But you wouldn't know that because Councillor Mackay and the Lord Mayor are pushing ahead. They've set up a working party.
Point of order, Councillor Mackay.
I claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Councillor Mackay and the Lord Mayor are supportive of setting up a working party with the state government. The Lord Mayor wants to duplicate the Walter Taylor Bridge, and I'd be really surprised if Councillor Mackay is not supporting the Lord Mayor. I'd be really surprised because he seems to be attached at the hip to the man. So I think it is very, very interesting that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Mackay want to duplicate the Walter Taylor Bridge. They did not take...
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you,
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
Well, I'm sure he's written to the dear Lord Mayor, do not progress the Walter Taylor Bridge. That'd just kill that issue off, right? I'm not asking for it. Councillor Mackay's
Point of order.
Point of order to you.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted, and that's enough, Councillor Mackay. But Councillor Johnson, can I bring you back to the debate on your amendment, please?
I am. I'm
Not
talking
sure that's
about
true,
why
but anyway.
people want to see this upgrade at Graceville, because the intersections are a mess. They don't want to see Councillor Mackay and the Lord Mayor pushing a bridge duplication. They want to see intersection upgrades like this at the Graceville Five Ways. Now, the third one is the most critical. 4 years ago, Dr. Jeff Copeland, a pedestrian, was killed while standing on the side of Venner Road waiting to cross to go home to his wonderful family. It is appalling to me that Council has done nothing to address his death. The fundamental problem is the intersection of Ipswich Road, Waterton Street and Venner Road, which does not have turning lanes and turning arrows on the side streets. It is shocking to me that this administration is fully aware of the problems here, but has refused to invest in upgrading this intersection. Even when I talk about it, even when I talk about the importance of it, and big solutions like putting a tunnel under Annerley Junction. Do you know what the LNP and the CEO of Council do? They try and claim that I'm breaching confidentiality. Well, it's not confidential that there are massive problems with traffic in Annerley, and Ipswich Road is the most neglected arterial road in Brisbane. The state has only one section left of the Ipswich motorway to upgrade, and that actually is the section connecting to Maruka. And then people are going to be coming on a pretty good standard of motorway, and then they're going to hit the Brisbane City Council Third World Road, Ipswich Road. It is unacceptable that an intersection that carries maybe 80,000, 90,000 vehicles a day or more has no proper and safe turning lanes. It needs a major intersection upgrade, just like the Graceville Five Ways. These have been my intersection priorities for as long as I can remember, and it is unacceptable that this council refuses to progress them. Instead, the Lord Mayor will spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a folly like duplication of the Walter Taylor Bridge, which he and Councillor Mackay are pushing, but they won't spend any money on fixing intersections like this one at Graceville and the important intersection upgrade at Venner Road. Now, I know Councillor Griffiths agrees with me. He has now inherited the eastern side, which is Waterton Street. That used to be in Tennyson Ward, and it's a shame, I think, that the LNP have forgotten that they are supposed to govern for the whole city. I don't want to see another person die. And Councillor Atwood stood up and spoke about how one of her residents had, I don't even know if it's a resident, but a young woman had died in her ward. Well, Councillor Atwood, through you, Mr Chair, 3 people have died in this area in Annerley, 3. 2 up at Annerley Junction and 1 here on Venner Road near Ipswich Road. And this council still has done nothing. It was a fight to get them to reduce the speed limit. That took years. You got no idea how much fight that took. And council didn't do what we, the community, asked. It's essential that these intersection upgrades and traffic calming are undertaken. If this LNP administration refuses to invest in the necessary safety upgrades for our community, then it is my obligation to bring these amendments to the budget through and to make sure that Tennyson Ward residents and all those people who pass through Tennyson Ward intersections are safe and have a standard of intersection safety that should be delivered in this city. And the LNP is not doing that.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Councillor Mackay, your points of misrepresentation, you had 4, you said.
Thanks, Chair. There were multiple points of misrepresentation, so I'll roll them all up into one with your indulgence.
Sure.
Clearly, the Tennyson Council has deliberately and knowingly misled the chamber. On 7 occasions in her speech, she stated that I'm supportive of a duplicated Walter Taylor Bridge and implied that I want to drive more traffic into St Lucia and Indooroopilly. Clearly, these... See, it's just
Councillor
continues.
Mackay, get to your point of
these are spurious assertions with no basis in reality or evidence to point to that.
Thank you. Further debate on the amendment. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chairperson. I just rise in support of this particular amendment that's been put forward to the chamber, this motion that's been put forward to the chamber. In particular, the $2.5 million for the design and installation of the intersection at the intersection of Vanno, Waterton and Ipswich Roads, Annerley. Councillor Johnston is right. This has been an intersection that is very congested, that carries 60,000 vehicles a day along Ipswich Road, and that has a number of issues of safety, not only traffic safety but pedestrian safety, and also, as I spoke of earlier in the chamber, issues of accessibility. And I also spoke about a number of community groups earlier in the day who also use this intersection as well. Councillor Johnston is right on the money. She's consistent with her views and consistent with putting this forward, and I certainly support her now that this, and I have supported her in the past in relation to this movement, but now that I represent the other side of the road, I certainly understand the issues going on here. Councillor Johnston's very committed to this issue and has certainly been working with me on it, and this is in stark contrast. Spending this $2.5 million is in stark contrast to the money that we've seen spent in the inner city, and that's $67 million on the Breakfast Creek Bridge, $200 million on the Kangaroo Point Bridge, $200 million on the West End Bridge, $540 million on Kingswood Smith Drive, $1.9 billion on the Metro, and $140 million on Victoria Park upgrade. So to say that we can't find money for this intersection is so dangerous and in the suburbs when we are gold-plating the inner city is just wrong and ridiculous, and it just shows how unbalanced this LNP and this Lord Mayor, even though he isn't here, this Lord Mayor and his budget is. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Further speakers on the amendment? Any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. For those at home, the LNP could not be bothered to stand up and speak to this amendment. They simply refused to fund the necessary infrastructure upgrades for Tennyson Ward, and then when they are put forward to be considered as part of the budget, they can't even bring themselves to speak to them. The infrastructure chairperson could not be bothered to stand up and speak. He made a joke of me raising issues in the information request, in the information sessions about intersection upgrades in Tennyson Ward. We don't know when there'll be funding for that. We don't know. We don't know. I mean, I don't want anybody else to die. It's as simple as that. I want to see funding invested in key intersection upgrades. And these two intersection upgrades at the Graceville Five Ways and at Venner Road and Ipswich Road are absolutely critical intersection upgrades. There are two arterial roads in Brisbane that just have been neglected under this LNP administration, and that's Ipswich Road and Oxley Road. Gympie Road's got everything that opens and shut. It's obscene. It's obscene. And they can't even be bothered to stand up and speak. So I just want to thank Councillor Griffith. I know since Maruka Ward has moved further up and taken over the eastern side of Annerley, he's dived into these issues and he's very supportive. I know he hears from his community about the intersection upgrades that are necessary there every day as well. I know that his community want to see this done as much as mine do. I'll keep fighting for it. I've said this many times, I haven't done it for a little while. If you want to get rid of me, I don't even think they want to get rid of me anymore. I don't even think they're bothering. But if they want to get rid of me, all they've got to do is fund a few things, and I'll feel like there's some things that have been delivered for our community and I can safely go. But whilst ever this LNP administration refuses to acknowledge the need to invest in critical infrastructure upgrades in Tennyson Ward, and I know the infrastructure chairman's happy to chat with his colleagues and have a laugh. He could not be bothered to stand up and speak in this debate about these important intersection upgrades in Annerley and Graceville. I mean, his own margin award in Enoggera is probably getting everything that opens and shuts. And, you know, he probably goes, well, I'm not even going to be here next year, so why would I care about this? Well, I care. I will be here, and I will keep fighting for these intersection upgrades and for traffic calming. This LNP administration have lost their way. They have forgotten about safety improvements in the suburbs. They have forgotten about investing in traffic calming, and this budget shows it more clearly than absolutely anything, the failure to invest in traffic calming. These are critically important projects. I thank Councillor Griffiths for supporting them, and I urge all councillors to vote for the amendment.
Thank you. We move to the vote on the amendment. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Griffiths. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left.
Ugh.
Result.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 18 against.
Declare that amended. Councillors, please resume your seats. Further speakers on on program 2, please. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on program 2, infrastructure for Brisbane. This is a program which exemplifies the administration's commitment to our suburban road network, Mr Chair. Similar to the story in program 1, where our buses are the backbone of the public transport network, our council road network does the heavy lifting in suburban Brisbane. So, Mr Chair, it is a good thing that it is our team that is on the administration benches, because unlike the Greens and even elements of the Labor Party, we don't think that roads are a bad thing. We believe that upgrading roads to make it quicker and safer to get around our city is in fact a good thing. Getting to school drop-off, getting to work, taking the kids to sport on the weekend and running over to the shops. This is life in suburban Brisbane. Overwhelmingly, Brisbane residents rely on their cars as part of their daily lives. And we know that some take an ideological approach to the topic and say that every dollar spent on road upgrades is a mistake, that the only way to invest in transport is to spend on bikeways and public transport. But we believe that you can do both, Mr Chair. We must invest in public and active transport, and it's something that this administration is investing record amounts in. But we also need to spend money on our roads, build new roads, repair roads and tackle congestion. And through this program, the Brisbane Council is continuing to do just that, because that's what the residents of Brisbane expect and they need. Investing in roads is vital to ensure that we protect our lifestyle as the city grows. And in addition to reducing congestion, there are also important safety improvements that must be achieved. We have a number of local projects already underway in this program and important works funded for delivery this year. Critically, we also have planning and design projects funded in the year ahead to ensure that we maintain that strong pipeline of shovel-ready road projects right across our suburbs. Because this shows our commitment to ongoing investment in roads in the years to come. Mr Chair, I'd like to talk about the local projects in Coorparoo Ward that will be delivered as part of the Infrastructure for Brisbane program expenditure we're here to debate. This year, under local area traffic management, construction will start on the 5th Avenue precinct here at Coorparoo. This pocket of Coorparoo near Villanova College had become a bit of a rat run, especially during peak hours for drivers avoiding Old Cleveland Road. I'm really proud to see this project come to fruition after last year's detailed consultation and planning. You see, because, Mr Chair, this was one of the issues residents raised with me during door knocking and my regular mobile offices, and now it's being delivered for them. I hope it provides the relief that they need from the speeding that we've seen at this location. Mr Chair, not far from 5th Avenue, down Main Avenue, is Deschen Street, which intersects with Logan Road at Woolloongabba. This spot is a growing area of the ward, just outside South City Square, an increasingly popular neighbourhood centre, and of course a development which has provided much needed housing for residents, notwithstanding, of course, the previous protests of Green activists. Under Service 2.1.2.3, major traffic improvements, the existing channellised signalised intersection will be further enhanced to address safety matters. A fully controlled right turn will be constructed with an increased turn pocket to accommodate the forecasted increase in queue lengths for cars. It will deliver better accessibility for pedestrians as well, with a decreased length of crossing on Deschen Street with curb build-outs and the removal of stagger crossings on the southbound approach of Logan Road. There will also be a new mast arm installed to improve driver awareness of the intersection. Mr Chair, under the same service line, changes will happen at the intersection with Harries Road and Old Cleveland Road at Coorparoo to improve the safety of the slip lane there. This intersection has a high volume of pedestrians as well as vehicles. And it will build on other improvements which have been made in the area, including a speed limit reduction, a pedestrian crossing, which improves the walkability of the whole area of Coorparoo Junction. Mr Chair, to the O'Keefe Street roundabout. From where I sit, I can see the Green campaign machine kicking into gear on this issue. They have a pro forma email campaign generating outrage about the O'Keefe Street roundabout and the proposed housing and commercial buildings at the adjacent site. They've demanded that this housing project be refused by council, but at the same time, compelling the people who are building the project to fix the roundabout. I'm not sure how you can simultaneously demand the project not proceed, but demand the same proponents also construct a roundabout. But there you go, I guess that's Green's logic at work. I also think that you can deliver more housing while telling proponents that they need to spend more on the construction cost of the development than a road upgrade. Somehow, I don't think that's going to stack up financially. And of course, we all know what the NIMBY Greens want. They don't actually want to see any more homes here in Brisbane. Ultimately, when work starts on a future road upgrade at this location, it will be a significant and very complex project which will take time to complete. Under Service 2.1.2.3, work is continuing on the essential technical work and designs required to inform the reconfiguration of the intersections right near Hanlon Park, Baroota. The project will replace the existing roundabout with a higher capacity signalised intersection, including signalised pedestrian crossings. It will also need to replace the existing ageing bridge which crosses Norman Creek. This will ultimately improve safety, improve active transport accessibility and link in with the various nearby paths and of course the Velaway. I look forward to sharing these concept designs with local residents when they are finalised. Mr Chair, this program contains important investments to partner with schools to help with pedestrian movements through Service 2.1.2.4. At Coorparoo State School in nearby Halstead Street, funding has been set aside to assist students navigate this road, which intersects with the busy Cavendish Road. Proposed works here include the construction of pedestrian crossing improvements, curb ramps, footpath links, lighting and visibility enhancements. Mr Chair, finally, I would like to talk about another big year ahead of road resurfacing in the Coorparoo ward as part of a record spend we have citywide. I'm pleased to have secured over $3 million for local road resurfacing projects this year. It includes many well-used roads and streets, including Martha Street and Samuel Street at Camp Hill, Chatsworth Road and Pembroke Road at Cooperoo, Didsbury Street and Hampton Street in East Brisbane, Headfort Street and Nicholson Street in Greenslopes, Flora Street and Gordon Street in Stones Corner, and Norman Street in Woolloongabba. Mr Chair, this administration continues to invest in our entire transport network to make getting around our suburbs and our city easier, quicker and safer for all residents. That's right across our road, our public and active transport network. So congratulations to the Lord Mayor and Councillor Wines for their continued attention and investment to making our roads better and safer for all road users. I look forward to working with council officers and my community to continue to deliver these projects.
Thank you. Further speakers in program 2? Any further speakers?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak in support of program 2, but I just want to correct a few things that were said earlier on. I know Councillor Griffiths was saying how wonderful Campbell Newman was, and he got paid 50% of the Robinson Road open level crossing and the Telegraph Road open level crossing. But I was at those public meetings, and yes, the previous Lord Mayor Campbell Newman did put 50% up because they were in the top 2 most dangerous open level crossings in Queensland, not just Brisbane, but in the southeast. Yes, he put 50% up, but I was at a public meeting when the previous state member, who was actually a true gentleman, a dying breed of the Australian Labor Party to have a true gentleman, Mr Neil Roberts, he was a wonderful man, really was. And the current state member for the area were at that public meeting. It's the benefit of having a long memory and being around for a long time. They were actually against the open level crossings. They were against it, even though I'll talk about the Geebung one because that was in my ward. Now it's been passed over to the Deagon ward. It had been promised for over 100 years. Bit like the Redcliffe Railway line, that took over 100 years to deliver as well, but they were against it. It was only because Premier Campbell Newman put the other 50% up. So it's actually an LNP.
Councillor Hammond, if I can bring you back to the
going on about what
back to what's before us in program 2, please.
So yes, Campbell Newman, thank you very much for delivering those 2 open level crossings, because without the LNP that would not have been done. So then Councillor Cassidy, oh my gosh, where do I start with this one? Hamilton Road and Western Avenue, he said there was a delay. Now let me think, why is there a delay? There's no delay really, but maybe if the Band-Aid busway didn't blow out for over 100% and still going, because I see there's more money in it, in the state government's budget that they just came down. Maybe if that hadn't blown out, maybe they would have helped with the lights on Hamilton Road for their hospital. But no. It took me 11 months to get a response from Minister Bailey to my request to have a meeting or to answer the question about the Hamilton Road lights, which was identified in their 2006, that's way before I was a councillor, 2006, when they did the development applications for the well-needed improvements for the Prince Charles Hospital. However, that was ignored. So,
Councillor
Mr Chair, I'm just going on. It is in the...
Councillor Hammond, to the program before us, please.
Yes, it is in the program, in program 2, where it talks about the Hamilton Road and Western Avenue lights, and Councillor Cassidy said there was a delay. Well, maybe there wouldn't have been a delay, and still it's not a delay, if the state member for Stafford had actually answered one of my requests, 15 requests, for a meeting with him about this very, very important infrastructure upgrade. So we actually had to change it. Thank you, Councillor Wines. We actually had to change it because the state government were not interested in the safety improvements that this would actually bring to their staff, to their own staff. Maybe that's why the state member has put his head down and won't answer any of the questions. I'm just wondering when the unions, the nurses' unions, will actually be knocking on his door saying, why did you guys not cooperate with council? Why did you not cooperate?
Point of order to you, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Chair. I think the councillor's drifting again.
Councillor.
Western, Hamilton Road,
Yeah.
Western Avenue upgrade is in the budget. I know you could be a
Councillor Hammond, you're providing
embarrassed
context.
about that.
Councillor Hammond, I understand you're providing context, but if I can bring you back to the expenditures in this item before us, please.
So the expenditures in the item for the Western and Hamilton Road intersection upgrade are going to be a great benefit to the residents of Marchant, for the people in Kerwin, Western, Zenith, and I have missed one out. Kelso, thank you. Is going to be a great benefit for those residents, and of course that does back on to the area where Hummingbird House is, where Weller on the Park is, and Weller Gardens. So for all those residents and visitors, it will improve their safety. It's just a shame that the state government have neglected the safety of their staff and also their unions who have been fighting for this. I was just looking at the councillor for Tennyson, for her 20-minute speech, said that she got nothing in the budget. That's all I heard. Everyone else got everything except for Councillor Johnston. She got nothing. But then you have a look at, and nothing happens in the suburbs, right? Nothing happens in the suburbs. But you'd look at her newsletter and you would think the whole budget's been spent in the Tennyson ward. There is a list long of projects that has been delivered for the Tennyson ward. So I don't believe that nothing's...
Point of order.
Excuse me, Councillor Hammond. Wait, please, everyone. Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Okay, noted.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about the improvements that are happening around our Franciscans on the hill. So we've got Mount Alvernia, St Anthony's, and I do believe one of the councillors actually went to Mount Alvernia, great school, Councillor Johnson, so it's good to see you got a great education there. And for the Padua College. So we're actually doing some safety improvements around Wood Street and Broughton Avenue. That's just behind the Padua area, and of course we know that the Franciscans on the Hill did buy the old Stafford Depot to increase their arts and sporting fields into that area, so it's very much welcome. Also with new pedestrian improvements there, some new signs, lighting for the safety around the school, and also some extra footpaths and everything, and pram ramps and all those things to assist that school. If I can, if you indulge me, St Anthony's is back on the Safer School Active Travel, and they're a fantastic school, and I'm sure they're going to blitz it again this year. As for traffic management and traffic calming, Batten Street at Kedron, we're going out and doing the consultation for stage 2 for Batten Street. Now, for those of you who don't know that area, it's where the fabulous new Bradbury Park, which is opening on Saturday. It's right in that area. Batten Street actually abuts Bradbury Park, where we do have some traffic calming there at the moment, but it's actually expanding into the further suburbs. This was done a few years ago, but with the exciting new Bradbury Park that's opening on Saturday, if I did not say that, it will change the traffic flow in that area. So we are going back out to do some more consultation in that area for some traffic calming around that area. We're also looking at some traffic management down, which borders 3 of us, yourself, Mr Chair, and also Councillor Wines, at McLennan Street. So we're looking forward to that. The study and the plan went out to the area for the residents to have a look at, and it was overwhelmingly supported. So for anyone in this room who's ever had to go out and do consultation for traffic management, you will know how rare that is. Sometimes you go out and you've got the good intentions of doing traffic management, and the residents come back with a resounding no. We don't want it in our area. So I was delighted when the original plan went out for McLennan Street. Thank you again, Councillor Wines, for getting that funding. That came back with a resounding yes, come on, let's go do some work here. So I look forward to the final designs to come out, and to go out into the community with that one. Again, it's very much welcome. So I know some people said, and we always want more. I want more road resurfacing, please, Councillor Wines. I'd love some more road resurfacing. I'd love some more curb and channeling. But I'm very thankful for what I have received for Marchant Ward. Curb and channeling for Bedford Street, Gordon Park, a gorgeous little street down there in Gordon Park, and Gilbert Road at Windsor, which of course runs into Councillor Wines' area as well, and runs along the beautiful Kedron Brook. We've got the dog off leash and the bikeway there. Road resurfacing, again, I want more, but I've got some pretty big streets here, which I'm pretty happy with. So we've got Bradshaw Street at Lutwich, Galloway Street at Chermside West, Kitchener Road at Kedron, most of you hopefully would know our beautiful Kitchener Road, that, wait a sec, runs very close to the brand new park at Bradbury Park. Thank you very much. McLennan Street at Wooloowin. So McLennan Street actually has a few suburbs that are attached to it, but this is the Wooloowin side of McLennan Street that will be getting road resurfacing. Ringrose Street, Stafford Heights.
Councillor Hammond, your time has expired.
Oh, shame.
Councillor Johnston. Misrepresentation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Hammond said that I said there was nothing in the budget for me in Tennyson Ward. Clearly, that was just false. As I did outline the projects that were in Tennyson Ward and explain why they were in there and why we needed more.
Thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to also speak on Program 2, and specifically two line items, 2.1.3.1 and 2.1.2.2. The items under 2.1.3.1, I have to confess I have some emotional attachment to. They are Mirrabooka Pedestrian Bridge and the Nathan Avenue pedestrian bridge items in there. And I know Councillor Wines and I and the Lord Mayor, when the Lord Mayor was the infrastructure chair, we spent some time out on Mirrabooka Road actually looking at the Mirrabooka Bridge, and I very cunningly stole the first vehicle across the road off Councillor Wines. But we are back. Councillor Wines, we're back at Mirrabooka Bridge again this year, and we will be seeing a much-loved pedestrian bridge this time receiving some much-loved attention. To put it into context, Chair, this particular bridge is on a running route and a cycle route along Anogga Creek. This bridge is vital for the connection between a lot of the sporting clubs in that area, which is North's Hockey, a very successful hockey club, Jeeps Rugby Club, and also Valleys Cricket, which I know, Chair, you're a massive fan of. It is a good sport, and this bridge is vital for the community connecting with these clubs. And also there's Marist College there as well, and Mount St Michael's, if we want to stretch it a bit. Oakley State School, yeah. We could throw Ashgrove State School into there as well. But it is a well-loved bridge, and it is wonderful to see that there is some attention coming to this pedestrian bridge. I do recall, Chair, in February last year during the floods, that bridge actually took quite a few hits. And there was a yellow MG, I think, that actually got stuck on Mirrabooka Bridge and then floated down the creek. It is the waste of an MG, Councillor Mackay. I'll take that interjection. I'm a big fan of MGs. But it ended up behind BP service station. So that was a shame to see that happen. But irrespective of what happened in February, it is wonderful that this much-loved local asset is going to receive some attention and will continue to provide a connection not only to all of our sporting areas, sporting clubs within the area, our schools, and a lot of our bikeways as well. The other bridge that I would like to mention is one that I will be sharing with Councillor Jenkinson. Yep. Soon, which is on Nathan Avenue. Now, Chair, this bridge on Nathan Avenue is actually quite a vital pedestrian access route along the Ithaca Creek Bikeway. It connects parts of Ashgrove and Barden to one of the best loved rugby league clubs in the city. And I'm talking about Broncos. Talking about Broncos. I am talking about Broncos. So this bridge is actually a vital connection for our communities to get to and from the club. So that is going to be well received as well. Also within that area, Councillor Wines, I'm not sure if you know, through you, Chair, there is a lot of townhouses through there, and that particular area provides a good connection through to the city. So that bridge is going to be, the upgrade of that bridge is going to be very, very well received. It's also worth noting that we also have the Red Hill Bowls Club in that area as well. Now, Red Hill Bowls Club is one of the last bowls clubs within the inner northwest, pretty much, and they are doing really, really well. And again, this bridge will provide a good connection to that much loved local sporting community. So I look forward to seeing both these bridges being upgraded and coming into fruition through the course of the year. It's going to connect our community, or continue to connect our community, because as some councillors in this chamber may know, Ashgrove, Barden and Red Hill are divided by creeks. So we do rely on our bridge connections for connection to our families, friends, our sporting clubs and our schools. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the delivery of these two key projects in my area. The other one, Chair, is a project out at Upper Kedron, which has shady history, shall we say that? Long, going back 2005 from memory. Mr. Chair, under line item 2.1.2.2, there is some funding for the improvement of Mini Street in Upper Kedron. Now, if the chamber will indulge me, I would like to take the chamber through a little bit of a history lesson around why this project is being done. I'm often asked by Year 6 students when I go and do talks, as a local councillor, what do you lose sleep over? I lose sleep over Mini Street. Oh. Mini Street is a street that is segregated by state government land and is a pinch point. The road is not fit for purpose for the movement of emergency vehicles through the area. And in the state government's wisdom during the Ferny Grove Upper Kedron neighbourhood plan, at the 11th hour, the road was turned into a district road. But not only that, Mr. Chair, the fire rating for the whole area was deleted from the neighbourhood plan.
How wide is that area?
So when we look at what happened to that area, the fire area within Upper Kedron was completely removed and deleted. We will recall, Mr. Chair, there's councillors in this chamber who will recall the speech that Councillor Burke gave around the fire doesn't stop at the fence. According to the state government, it does.
Oh, it actually does?
It does. There's a line there. It's a line there. Thank you, Councillor Hammond. But not only that, when you actually look at some of the other work that we did, the flame lengths in that area can be up to 60 metres. Wow. Now, the average width of your road is, what's it, Councillor Wines, about 20 metres wide? Well, road corridor is about 20 metres wide. 7? There's no way, there is absolutely no way my community can get out of a firestorm in Upper Kedron.
Well, they can't because it stops at fences.
Sorry, Councillor Hammond, you've distracted me now. Taking that into consideration, I had bipartisan support. I approached the local state member, Mark Ferner, MP Minister, and we sought his endorsement and support for the widening of Mini Street. Now, the widening of Mini Street will provide for the access of fire services and emergency services in to Upper Kedron. It will be part of the second connection, the second road connection to south of Cedar Creek South. There is currently only one way in and one way out of Upper Kedron. Surprisingly, the state government recommended that the second connection should go where? South, into the fire zone, where the fire lengths are in excess of 60 metres. So, along with Minister Ferner and myself, we have worked pretty hard to get this project up and going. This is a vital connection that will allow my community to escape in the case of a firestorm from the Diagulas, but also emergency services to get in and do the job that they're meant to do. A lot of the fire service personnel that I have spoken to since this was released are absolutely gobsmacked. And recently I attended a fire briefing in Pullenvale Ward with Councillor Adaman, and we saw the devastation that a firestorm can do. It is absolutely horrific. I do thoroughly support this program too, and I would like to table both MAPS and the Minister's 11th hour conditions that have caused my community a lot of distress and a lot of concern over their safety and their ability to receive emergency services in a fire.
Councillor Toomey, thank you. Your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? No one rising to their feet. Councillor Wines, right of reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Can I say what an honour it is to be concluding the debate today on Program 2 on this year's annual budget. Can I thank all councillors who participated. I know that Program 2 is one of the ones that affects all of us in some way, and whether big or small, there is a way that we can help deliver for our communities. And I just am really grateful for the way that people have engaged. Can I start on a happy note? Can I say how happy I am about Councillor Hammond's feedback on McLennan Street, because it was a feisty community in there, as you'd well know, Mr Chair, and I have always believed, or I should say I've recently come to learn that the Suburban Corridor Modernisation Program, or service line, is an excellent way to address the sorts of concerns that those households had, and it's one that I am glad to see is rolling out to all parts of the city to make sure that issues through corridors about volume and driver behaviour can be addressed in a way that's typically supported even by other councillors. Have to take my word for this. Pretty tough markers, I would have said, in that particular street. I always find with Program 2 and the work we do here, I always think of the idea of the Red Queen from Alice in Wonderland, where you have to run as hard as you can to stay in one place. And in so many ways, that is what we have been about here in Program 2. People are coming here in numbers rarely seen. It's a radical population growth, twice as fast as Melbourne, 3 times as fast as Sydney. We have to have a road network that recognises that and manages that. And this is the way we do it. And we do it in all levels, whether it be local and neighbourhood, suburban and district, and then citywide projects. Each of them are delivered here. They work so that we can have a safe and efficient road system, I should say. Now, I just have to reflect on some comments that were negative about this proposal. And now, can I say, the fundamental criticism, there were 2, and I'll deal with the first one first, which was, of course, that this is a city-focused and a city-centric focused program area. Well, I will pull out. I have the opportunity now to talk about, I'm going to pick 2 wards at random, Mr Chair. They're going to be the Labor councillors who are on my committee. Just happen to be the 2 that I've chosen. And can I say that we'll begin with Maruka, right, as a reflection of beyond the inner city. The Maruka ward will be getting an improved local traffic network, local access network improvement at Colebrook Avenue at Bow Desert Road, which will include traffic islands, curb ramps, footpath improvements, enhanced safety for pedestrians along Bow Desert Road with visibility and road safety enhancements. There will also be the completion of the Woodley Street Precinct local area traffic management. And Councillor Griffiths, can I just politely ask you to double check that your community does in fact want this? Happy to deliver it, but I just don't need some things in my life. So if I can just ask you to double check, that would be really appreciated. Road construction minor density, Bow Desert Road, Maruka. Traffic reduction initiatives, congestion busting projects, Troughton Road, or Troughton Road, excuse my pronunciation either way, at Troughton, at Middle Street, at Coopers Plain / Robertson, and there's also work for, I suppose, Junction Park State School, I guess. You could say that was in a city. And now this also, the Maruka ward also speaks to that point I was making earlier about some of the road restructuring that we have to do, road reconstruction we have to do, is quite expensive. So Boundary Road Archerfield and Boundary Road Rocklea will each be road reconstruction projects, each in excess of $1 million. And then the reconstruction of Evans Road, Salisbury, will be in excess of $2 million. And that's just for Maruka ward. Let's talk about Forest Lake ward, which Councillor Hutton called the big winner. And the truth is, this is the second year in a row where I think we're delivering multiple sets of lights for Forest Lake ward. So at Nala Avenue, Surfston Road, Nala, there's the construction, install additional right turn lane to Surfston Avenue median as part of a congestion busting project. There's also the Archerfield Road, Azalea Street and Pine Road conclusion of the road network improvement design in anticipation of delivery in subsequent financial years. There's also the major traffic improvement intersections, Blunder Road, Wallaroo Way, Doolandella, Johnson Road, Forest Lake, Kitty Hawk Avenue and Inala Avenue, Inala. And it also includes the Boundary Road, Richlands Darra road network resurfacing, which is also a road resurfacing project in excess of $1 million. Now, I use those two by example because the Labor councillors here would have you believe that all projects are reserved for LNP councillors or majority councillors and only those who are in the inner city. Well, I'd like councillors to reflect on the fact that those two councillors are being well serviced by this budget and that so are their communities. And I just want people to reflect on the fact that the statements made by the Leader of the Opposition do not pan out even in their own wards. There was an interesting competition of ideas because the Leader of the Opposition, Councillor Cassidy, presented a view that this was all about the election and that somehow all of this work was some sort of effort to prop up councillors and then make the Lord Mayor look better than the circumstances actually were. And then the Deputy Leader, well, I presume she's the Deputy Leader, she keeps sitting in that chair, so I presume the Deputy Leader, Councillor Collier, came in and said, don't you guys know there's an election on? You should have tried harder. You should have made it more smoke and mirrors. And it just shows you the insight of a media person from the state government. It's like, no, guys, no, reality doesn't matter. There's an election on. We've got it, just get through. It's clearly, we have seen the truth, Mr Chair, and it's been a long suspicion that is how the state Labor government conducts themselves, and Councillor Collier has said the quiet part out loud in here when she says that really what it's all about is getting by. Well, I reject that wholly. This is about delivery to all points of the city. It's about delivery of the major projects, and while they're being delivered, we prepare for the next tranche of major projects, and that is absolutely reflected in these documents. In the foreseeable future, we will be completing Mogul Road, we will then launch Gardner Road, and we will be launching other projects in all parts of the city to address the increased population that continues to come not to just to Brisbane, but to Greater Brisbane, which will, although they don't pay rates here, will affect our residents and our systems. So, I must also reflect on some comments made by Councillor Massey that because the council will be doing the report on Montague Road for the state, that obliges us to deliver that project for the state. That
Point
is
of order.
Not true. Point of order to you, Councillor Massey.
Misrepresentation.
Claim of misrepresentation noted.
well, my recollection is pretty clear. I'd like to. I'll be interested to hear what her interpretation of herself
Councillor
is
Massey, yes, thank
in that time.
Councillor Wines.
So when we are a contractor to the state, we will provide them the information that they have sought. The findings of that, whether they are delivered or not, will be a decision for the state government. It's that simple, right? It's that simple. There was also a theme that we were here blaming the federal government for our shortcomings. Well, I wouldn't describe it as that way. I would describe it as simply stating that when the federal government commits to funding a project and then threatens to withdraw funding from that project, even when it is materially commenced, such as Beams Road, even when tenders have been issued, like Beams Road, even when agreements have been made about the detailed design, and even had the federal government agree to funding arrangements like at the Lyndham Crossing, then they withdraw and say, we'll think about it. That's not pointing the blame anywhere other than where it belongs. We are firmly of the view that we can deliver those projects so long as the federal government provides what was once 100%, but will now be a portion of the funding. Recall that when we started down the Beams Road, the federal government was funding 100%. I guarantee that is nowhere near the case at the moment. The same can be said for the Lyndham Crossing. That was meant to be a wholly funded federal project. Now they're going to get away with 50% funding, and they're trying to walk away from that. And now don't for a second think that this council is anything but wholly committed to that, and we do not understand why the federal government would try to walk away from these projects. You hear the criticism made that this is a city-focused organisation, and yet it's the federal government and Minister Wells who is the one who's putting a red line through the Hanford Beams Road intersection upgrade. It makes no sense. We remain optimistic that those two projects will be funded by the federal government because of how advanced they are, but there are no guarantees, and they've made that very clear. Can I thank the Lord Mayor for presenting this budget? Can I thank my team on level 6? Can I thank all the officers who've gone into producing this work? Can I also recognise Councillor Cunningham and her team, the Lord Mayor's team? I commend Program 2 and this budget to the Chamber.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I'll say that again because I wasn't on your point of misrepresentation, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. After the Montague Road project, I actually mentioned the Montague Road project with the Mollison Street project, which is a Brisbane City Council project that was designed, and I questioned whether Brisbane City Council would fund that too.
Thank you. Councillors, as there is no further debate, I'll put the motion for 1, the program budgeted financial statement as set out on page 21 for the years 2023 to 24 through to 2026-27, and 2, the annual operational plan as set out on pages 88 to 91 as far as they relate to program 2. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Division being called by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. Please ring the bells, ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Thanks, Billy. Please read the results, clerks.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 23 in favour and 2 abstentions.
Declare that concludes the Infrastructure for Brisbane program. Declare that carried. Councillors, I detect no great enthusiasm to start program 3 this evening in the minute or so that we've got left. Councillor Landers, could you move, or Deputy Mayor, can you move a motion for an adjournment, please?
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that this meeting now adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. The council meeting now stand adjourned until 9 a.m. on Thursday, 22 June 2023, that being tomorrow. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The meeting now stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday.